Good morning, everyone. We are live and alive. It is March 28th, 2026, 9:39 a.m. Kind of bright and early. Not as early as I would have liked, but we're here nonetheless. I actually wrote a little bit of an essay, not a long one. I mean, what is long for Max, right? I wrote a little bit of an essay, which is something I don't usually do for Type Moonworks until I'm like finished with them, but I thought it was appropriate here at least because I wanted to get my thoughts out on the story so far, and I thought you guys might find it interesting, especially with Aoko's character arc specifically, because I thought a lot about it, and I was like, I kind of want to air these thoughts out on stream before we actually hop into Chapter 5B, because it seems like Chapter 5B is definitely going to be the classic Nasu like halfway point where like the story actually like really picks up pace and like something crazy happens and it completely flips the story on its head, and like literally every fucking Nasu, every single Nasu story has like a halfway point where something crazy happens and it changes how the characters approach and how their character arcs go from that point forward. And it feels like Chapter 5B is going to be that moment because we've established the character arcs, and now like they're gonna drop a nuke on the story and something crazy is gonna happen. Examples of this, for example, is like halfway through the UBW anime, Rule Breaker gets used, and that completely changes how the second arc of that story goes. In like Lost Belt 6, for example, you have the moment at the dock, and then spoiler alert for Lost Belt 6. I don't want to, because that story's so good. It's good if you experience it spoiler free. But in Lost Belt 6, the point at the pier where you face off against the giant monstrosity that is one of Chrononos' arms, and then you have this victory party, and then Morgan's fucking transportation spell gets used, and Mash just vanishes, and like you don't know if she's dead. You don't know, like in that moment, I remember thinking like, did Mash just get vaporized? What the fuck happened? But she gets teleported fucking thousands of years into the past, and like there's always like a halfway point where something crazy happens, and then it changes how the characters are gonna go in that story going forward. That's like something I just expect in Nasu stories now, and so it seems like Chapter 5B is going to be that moment, and I wanted to get my thoughts out here, and so I wrote up just a little bit of an essay that I'm pulling up on stream right now, so if you guys want to read along, you can, but I'm going to read this out loud. But before we hop into Chapter 5B, this seems like as good a time as any to give my overall thoughts on the story so far and why I think this upcoming chapter might be the start of something really special in this story. Last stream, we ended off with Alice coming face to face with Aoko and Soujuurou after escaping the House of Mirrors, and after Aoko had told Soujuurou she was going to let him live, Alice appears out of the darkness of night and asks, "Who gave you permission to decide that?" or something to that effect. Alice said at one point that faith and trust were two different things, if you guys remember last stream. And she pegged that Aoko had feelings for Soujuurou, so it was likely she doubted that Aoko was going to kill him from the start for this reason. Aoko's entire character arc thus far has been about being forced to choose between the life of a mage and the life of a normal girl. Alice, up to this point, had told Aoko, "You're going to have to make up your mind and choose one path soon." With this mage life and the responsibility being thrust onto her after her sister dipped at an early age, the split life of an ordinary high school girl and a mage have been central to her character arc. Additionally, the prologue chapter about her childhood has set up how she views the fragility of life and death, with the cat and the kittens that had died due to her own mistake. This, coupled with the fact that Alice had said offhandedly in her mind that she knew better than anyone that when Aoko puts her mind to something, there's no one that can stop her from following through with it, it has pretty much all culminated into this moment right here with Chapter 5B. I just had to commend Nasu's writing once again, because everything up to this point has basically been set up for defining this character moment for Aoko. The double life, her view of life and death, Alice's doubts in her. For all intents and purposes, Soujuurou really just is an ordinary boy, but his innocence and pure good-hearted cluelessness has had enough of an effect on Aoko that she really can't bring herself to kill him. Even if it was a mage's code, and even if it was the mage's code, and regardless of the fact that Soujuurou was still too much of an airhead to think much of a mage killing walking mannequins in the park in a world he already didn't understand, even with the fact that he saved her, I don't think any of that was the biggest thing that swayed her mind. It was that even when faced at death's door, Soujuurou looked her in the eyes and said, "Killing is wrong, though." As said in the story, it was stating the obvious, but coming from a guy like Soujuurou being heard by a girl like Aoko, with all the setup we've had so far for these two characters, it just hits a little different. Now, Aoko's character writing has culminated into her making a choice, right here and now. Does she side with her roommate and teacher, someone who has trained her for 2 years up to this point? Uphold the mage's codes. What the hell was that? Yo, stream streak! Bakuhatsu, thank you so much for the tier 1 gifted sub to Kiko, allowing him to no longer see ads. It's very cool of you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Aoko's character writing has all culminated into her making a choice, though, right here and now. Does she side with her roommate and teacher, someone who has trained her for 2 years up to this point, uphold the mage's code, and kill someone just for knowing about her identity as a mage? Or does she protect Soujuurou, someone she knows doesn't deserve to die? Someone who was only put into this predicament due to sheer bad luck. Someone whose good-hearted nature feels like it would be a sin to take out of this world with her own hands. She is finally forced to make a choice here on what path to walk. The path of the mage or the path of the human. And knowing Nasu and having experienced his previous works, I think Aoko is going to pick a more interesting one, which is the secret third option of why not both? Screw your predeterminations, I'm going to make my own thing, or I'm going to do my own thing. Regardless, Nasu's writing, foreshadowing, and character scenario setup continue to amaze me, and I just wanted to applaud and appreciate it since I said this Chapter 5b seems to be the culmination of Aoko's character arc so far, and like so many Type Moon protagonists I've fallen in love with over the years, it seems like it's going to end with the classic, fuck the cards I've been dealt with, and path others want me to walk, I'm gonna do my own thing type of story that I have come to love so much. Originally, I was going to say that I'm excited for Chapter 5, Part 2 here, because it seems like it's about to signal the start of Aoko's character arc, but that's of course not true. Her character arc started when we initially got that memory of her childhood with the cat, but this seems like things have finally hit a crossroad for her, where the true test of her character will be on full display. So I'm picking up what Nasu's throwing down, and I'm excited to get into it. But yeah, that's it. I am excited. Those are my thoughts so far. So, without further ado, we are going to, let's search for a bookmark and pick up where we left off, which is the beginning of Chapter 5, Part 2. Night of the Witches, Part 2. The melody stirred an emotion, like nostalgia within them. Something once familiar, but now lost to this world. They believed, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that it would play for all eternity. From opening stanza to final coda, it was a mysterious siren song, merry yet longing, that heralded a return from dreams to reality. The night shook. A song was spun. Now their lost paradise was unearthed. Abandoned dreams, forsaken idols, they all responded to the cry of the blue cat. The name of that bell was Diddle Diddle, Banquet of the Night. All fables made possible, all marvels made real, by the magecraft of Alice Kuonji? I think I'm butchering her name. More magical than magic itself. More magical than magic itself, huh?
それはあなた一人で決めていいことだったかしら、青子。
Alice sat perched atop the clock tower like a black bird of ill omen. She smoothed the ruffles of her skirt as if she were preening.
Alice.
There was tension in Aoko's voice as she lifted her head. The calm atmosphere from a moment prior had long since been shooed away by Alice's gaze.
あの子、確か。
Soujuurou searched his hazy memory. He could not clearly make out her face at a distance, but he was sure he had seen her around town a number of times. Where and when eluded him, however, as the tension in the air kept him from connecting all dots.
驚いた。随分と仲間思いになったのね、アリス。今夜は私に任せるんじゃなかったっけ？
Aoko readied her guard and took half a step forward, unconsciously. From an objective standpoint, it almost looked as though she were protecting the figure beside her. Alice's silence grew even heavier. Her eyes, fixed on the ground below her, were devoid of all emotion. An indescribable sense of dread and pressure laid claim over the plaza.
金?
If he strained his ears, he could make out the faint ringing of a bell, echoing in the distance. The rippling sound wave seemed unbelievably to be emanating from under the ground.
なあ、青崎、あの子。
Under the ground, huh? Kuonji? Is that how you say it? You're going in blind here too? This is where you stopped? Ooh. Under the ground, huh? And I have kept in my mind that like mages and witches are like different things, because I do remember Beryl from Lost Belt 6. Beryl was like raised by a witch, and that's like part of the reason he got like super he turned out the way he did. And so I understand that witches are supposed to be different from mages, but when they mentioned a clock tower, I immediately thought the mage clock tower, but knowing that witches and like at least the Western mages from the clock tower are like completely different, there's obviously some difference here that I don't know about just yet. But I'm sure that's what this whole visual novel's about.
黙ってて。
Soujuurou stepped back, trying to stay out of the way. It was as though he had been told to go to hell, for the crime of asking if the girl was Aoko's friend.
そうね。仲間思いに当てはまるかは微妙だけど、良くない予感がしたから様子を見に来ただけ。別にあなたの仕事を疑ったわけじゃないわ。
それはどうも。どうせならもう少し早くその良くない予感とやらに気づいてほしかったけど。でもま、ご覧の通り自己解決したわ。夜も遅いし、さっさと帰っていいわよ、アリス。私の仕事っぷりを疑うわけじゃないんでしょ？
Their eyes locked on to one another. Alice's stare was uncomfortably cold. Aoko's was bold, daring Alice to air her complaints.
いえ、気が変わったわ。せっかくだし二人で帰りましょう。その方があなたらしいわ。帰りしな、人形の話でも聞かせてちょうだい。
Did she send the puppet?
らしいって何よ、らしいって。いいから帰れ帰れ、ぐうたらアリス。部屋に閉じこもって役に立たないムクドリでも作ってろっての。
Damn, they shit talking. A disappointed sigh escaped Alice's delicate lips. It seemed that the black-clad girl was more astonished than angry.
青子、口にしたくないけど、本気？
Quietly, Alice questioned her roommate of nearly 2 years. Can I just say Koyama did such a good job with Soujurou's expressions, dude? He's just sitting there like, huh?
呆れた。二人で秘密を守ると言ったのに。まだ半端にそっち側なの？それとも情でも移った？
And here's what I was saying. Are you still having trouble letting go of the other side? Or has compassion taken a hold of you? They're talking about the path of the witch or the path of humanity here, I assume.
別に情っていうより私の気分よ。だいたい方針なんてその場その場で変わるもんでしょ。気分ならなおさらよ。そっちこそ一度した約束は絶対守るなんて時代遅れなんじゃない？
The proverbial knives were out now. No quarter was given nor taken. Sadly, their partnership was one convenience and had not reached the level of mutual understanding. Their version of friendship was both delicate and unique. When a conflict of opinion arose, each would refuse to budge until the other crumbled. Neither was concerned for the other's plight, and at least for now, that was how they liked it.
そうね。今の暴言はあなたらしいとは思うけど。
Once again, she let out a sigh, even larger than the one before.
言い争いは後にしましょう。そこの彼をいなかったことにするのは私だけで十分だし。
Finally, she struck straight to the point. As if making to move a chess piece, Alice lifted her slender finger. Even this simple action seemed mysterious to Soujuurou, the same boy who had been hunted by his classmate Aoko Aozaki and borne witness to the automaton. Aoko's violence and an animated doll. Though perhaps far beyond the realm of logic, both these things were derived from reality. As surprised as he had been, there was no need to think of them as total mysteries. However, when the thing appeared out of thin air from a seemingly unrelated gesture, he had no word for it besides mysterious. Soujuurou stood motionless, captivated by this stage performer's magic trick, as the girl's single-finger magecraft turned into an attack directed at him. A blue light flew from the side to repel it, annihilating it without a trace.
あ、やば。
Aoko immediately regretted her reflexive shot.
どういうこと？約束を曲げただけじゃなく、ルールまで破るつもり？
The already chilled midwinter air plunged below freezing. Alice looked calm and collected on the outside, but in reality she was sometimes even more hot-blooded than Aoko. This was especially true when it concerned her familiars. Accidentally breaking one would often result in a week of silent treatment. But against someone who maliciously destroyed her things, Alice was prone to retaliate without warning.
あっちゃー。いつかやるとは思ったけど、ついに激鱗に触れちゃったか。
Aoko sighed at herself. Even she was exasperated by her own stupidity, yet she couldn't help but feel a pang of relief. She did not intend to make any excuses, and she had no regrets. If she had broken the rules, then so did Alice.
青子。
なんていうか。
If anything, this took a load off her mind. After all, now there was no going back. Aoko never intended to break her own rules. If there was anything for Aoko to regret, it was putting too little power into her shot.
私的に今夜こいつに死なれるのは困るのよ。なんで日を改めて殺しに来てくれないアリス。いいでしょ？たった1日ぐらい。
To Aoko, it was simply natural to take on a pro bono case in defense of an innocent suspect.
それは市場？
悪い？一宿一般の恩義って割と大事にしてるの、私。
私との協定より。
ええ、時と場合によっては。
Soujurou's human rights had not yet entered the argument. The girls were busy pouring oil into each other's flames. The girl clad in black was the first to move, or rather, to erupt.
そうよくわかったわ青子。私は彼をここで殺す。あなたは彼をここだけ生かす。つまり私と戦うと。
そんなのいいわけないじゃない。
Aoko bit back the retort. She was very familiar with Alice's magecraft, and knew painfully well how many mystics were hidden in Alice's tiny body. The odds of victory were essentially non-existent. And once the first shot had been fired, Alice Kuonji was without mercy. Whether facing a roommate or a friend, a most beloved family member, or a stranger. Oh, look at her eye. Holy shit, the one red eye. Once Alice began to fight as a witch, she became a heartless, unflappable monster. Aoko advanced another half step forward, as if to encourage herself. It was too late to back down now. The situation was no longer a trivial quarrel over a witness. The bedrock of their so-called friendship had nothing to do with their individual abilities and everything to do with being equals in will. That is why, in order to stay true to herself, Aoko had no room for compromise or deception.
もちろんあんたを殺すことになってもそこのバカは生かしきるわ。それに
Her magical circuits howled as they kicked into gear. Her body, which had mostly been dormant during the battle with the puppet, ignited, preparing to demonstrate its true worth.
それにどのみち最後には殺し合う仲でしょ私たち。
Her courage overpowered any fear she had for her opponent. Tuning her body, her magical circuits to become like a barrel of a gun, Aoko fired a magic bullet. It was exceedingly basic. It was an exceedingly basic magecraft formula. There was no nature interference, no creating of wind, no parting of water, nor hastening of decay. It was simply the process of converting the imaginary activity known as magical energy into something real, before releasing it as heat. Thus, Aoko's destructive power was equal to her supply of magical energy. The magic bullets she used against Soujuurou were among the most single-action magecraft that did not require an incantation. At her present ability, Aoko's main mode of attack, her magic bullet, could be fired at 3 levels of power. These were at the 2nd level. This required a double-action magecraft, a casting through an activation of her crest, combined with a simplified incantation. However, without blinking, Alice dispersed the shot that Aoko had mustered all of her spirit to fire. Aoko tutted in frustration. A swift sneak attack that used a simplified incantation would not be enough to break Alice's guard.
相変わらずお堅いこと。そのから一段と独りよがりになってるんじゃない？
Aoko provoked Alice in order to disguise her own lack of composure. Somehow, Alice seemed delighted by Aoko's bravado.
売り言葉に買い言葉というやつね。こういう勢いだけのきっかけは初めてだけど。驚いたわ。こんなくだらない理由でもその気になるものなのね、人間って。
Alice giggled. Smiling with heartfelt amazement, Alice gestured her left hand towards the earth. Stab, 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 stab. Countless utensils shot out from underneath the cobblestone, paving the plaza.
しずきくん、後ろに飛んで。
She grabbed his hand as she shouted, jumping backwards before it even had a chance to respond. As if they had wills of their own, the utensils that had suddenly appeared from the ground gave chase. As the barrier of spears grew around them, Aoko and Soujuurou put some distance between themselves and the clock tower.
これで終わり？
Just under 30 feet stood between them and Alice. The lethal weapons had crumbled the stone beneath them and fell short of what Aoko had anticipated. They now circled the clock tower, making the scene look like a burning of a witch at the stake.
普通逆じゃない。ここは私たちを逃がさないよう槍で周りを囲むものでしょ。
The path behind them was safe. If they wanted, they could try to make a break for the main gate and escape.
いいのアリス。悪いけど逃げられるなら逃げるわよ。私。
If she could just make it back to town, it would be Aoko's win. All she wanted to do was let Soujuurou get away for the night. So if she could get him back to the city, it would be. For the most part, mission accomplished. Oh, what is that?
Huh?
That's the thing she tosses up in the trailer. I don't know what that is, though. Or so she had thought. Without even offering a glance at her targets below, Alice carefully and lovingly pulled out a bottle from her pocket.
緑のフラスコ？あれって確か。やば！とにかくファイヤー！
Her shot was deflected with ease. Gone was Aoko's earlier bravado. It was only natural. Aoko had indeed grown as a mage. Over the last 2 years of study, her studies had progressed well, and she'd more or less gotten a grasp of her roommate's tendencies and abilities. This had made her conceited enough to believe that, under a favorable circumstance, she'd be allowed to show Alice a thing or two in a fight. Alice uncorked the magic bottle. A gentle breeze caressed her cheek. Diddle Diddle fled as a new player stepped onto the stage. But from where would it enter? The sound of footsteps, a nostalgic parade approached. Fucking Soujuurou. What emerged was a miracle that Aoko Aozaki... Ooh, that OST though, what the hell? Some classical orchestra, what the fuck? What emerged was a miracle that Aoko Aozaki, an apprentice mage, had never witnessed. The dead came to life. The inanimate awakened. The woods were enveloped by the mists. Fire-breathing lizards lurked in the swamps. Puppets made merry at midnight. Alice Kuonji's slender fingers had transfigured the entirety of the park, as if gently stroking the back of an elderly cat.
いいわ。ごっこ遊びをしましょう、青子。
Are we at Five Nights at Freddy's now? Is she gonna animate like the animatronics? For one night, the wasteland of dashed hopes and dreams was restored to its former glory. Whoa. It was an immortal monster ready to devour reality. A dark fairy tale that once unleashed would never let its prey escape.
逃げられるものなら逃げてみせて。どこまで行けるかわからないけど、この夜を越えることができたのなら、あなたの勝ちにしてあげる。
Her declaration marked the start of a desperate battle. The witch in black laughed at her friend, her musical mirth filled with affection, sadness, and innocent delight. Faded glory returned to Kitsyland. The neon glow of innumerable lights illuminated the night. Speakers filled the air with the sound of vinyl music. Merry-go-rounds, small and large, whirled round and round. All in all, it made for a mind-bending spectacle. It was certainly possible to power the facilities by transmuting magical energy into electricity via alchemy. That said, simply supplying the park with electricity would not have brought back to life that which was broken. The young woman did this not by mixing chemicals into a compound, but by melting down divine providence into a witch's brew.
まずいわね。アリスのプロイは何個か見てきたけど、今回のは桁が違う。セット。
Stifling her anxiety, Aoko fired up the crest on her right arm. Her magical circuits were a mage's engine. Then their crest was the software that assisted their magecraft. For the fledgling mage, Aoko, this was her trump card. All she had to do was supply magical energy to her crest-based formula. It may not have been the strongest magecraft, but it was hers. Proof that she was the successor of the Aozaki lineage.
講師2層、直流数門。
The pattern of her crest shifted to execute the formula, which then connected to her magical circuits. The process resembled trains changing rails, a puzzle involving dozens of circuits. She constructed it as swiftly as possible without sacrificing the quality of its construction. Instant magecraft, cast without an incantation, would not be enough to reach Alice Kuonji. Aoko had gauged the strength of Alice's defenses with her initial shots. She would dial up her power 5 times the next time, driving 20 tons of force into her target. Alice had the protection of the thick, hanging fog and the dense barrier around her. However, this attack would be more than enough to pierce through both. If Aoko struck home, it could cave in Alice's chest and end the fight. At worst, it would at least knock Alice down from her position atop the clock tower.
そろそろいいかな。
As always, there was one guy who spoiled the deadly tension, pulling Aoko out of her killer mode. Soujuurou had been looking back and forth between Aoko and Alice in confusion.
それで、どういう話になったんだ？
He said it like he might ask for directions at the train station. Normally, she would have lashed out in response, but his deadly serious tone shocked rather than enraged her.
信じられない。慣れてきた、私。
Aoko swallowed back a sigh and returned her focus to activating her crest.
交渉は決裂。ちょっと怒らせすぎた。あの子から見れば、まあいい機会だし、遊園地ごと私を亡き者にしようって腹ね。
Soujuurou tilted his head as if begging for a simpler explanation.
私、割とあの子に恨まれてるから。捕まったが最後、どんな風に殺されるか想像すらできないわ。
Soujuurou is like the definition of explain it to me like I'm 5.
要するに、あんたも私もあの子をどうにかしないと生きて帰れないってことよ。
そんなとばっちりだ。
まあ、そういうことになるかもね。
As Soujuurou protested in a tone wholly inappropriate for the situation, Aoko let out another blast, ripped from her right arm. She was not aiming at Soujuurou, though. A little earlier in the day, Aoko would have been happy to do exactly that, but now, her attention was focused on the girl in black atop the clock tower. Aoko's mind struggled to catch up to her astonishment. She had fired the strongest Fastic magic bullet she had the ability to conjure, and Alice blocked it. That much was to be expected. When Alice set her mind to defending herself, such an attack was child's play. But what just happened? Something Aoko had never seen before leapt to Alice's defense. A team of horses? A plague of locusts? No, Those existed in the real world, unlike what Aoko had just witnessed. Normal creatures could not form like a spontaneous cloud of fog and then dissipate just as quickly into the night sky. Impossible things moved in impossible ways. Alice was not even supplying them with any power structure or source. Those things never needed power in the first place. Those broken and discarded things did not follow the rules of mankind. This was an invasion of fairy tales. Compared to them, the automaton looked merciful. Autonomous puppets were products of magecraft, but even they still behaved as puppets would. These newly animated things, however, were nothing of the sort. Empty vessels becoming living creatures, dummies warped into malformed beings. There was a fog so dense with magical energy, it visibly spread to all corners of the park, bringing with it a monstrous welcoming party that easily numbered over 1,000. Spurred by the shuddering sensation running down her spine, Aoko fired a barrage of single-action magical bullets. Her impulsive attack scattered futilely. The knights of the merry-go-round soared into the sky. Green fire-breathing lizards flocked. The bakeries opened their doors once again, and human-sized loaves of fresh bread marched from their ovens as platoons of newly baked soldiers.
Aozaki, uchiro!
Aoko and Soujuurou were completely surrounded. The Ferris wheel creaked as it gently turned. A rickety train raced about the roller coaster tracks with the Kitsy, tears streaming down its face abroad. It was a grossly twisted fantasy. The girl in... God damn, the colors there. Does the spotlight keep going back and forth? Look at the spotlight with the colors. That's gorgeous. Holy moly. Wow. It was a grossly twisted fantasy. The girl in black reigned over the instant insanity-fueled park. Oh, now we're screwed. Aoko was transfixed by the scene unfolding around her. Then she realized what was happening. So I'm sure she's gonna explain here. So the little vial she had of green liquid was some kind of witch's brew that it said she melted down some kind of divinity. And so in Nasu terms, and the concept of divinity is supposed to predate mankind with the age of gods and shit. So it's somehow like, I assume some kind of divine source that she melted down into a witch's brew that I assume is this green fog that's everywhere, and that's somehow just bringing to life. It's making, like they said, like it's creating a fairy tale fantasy is like what the witch's brew does, I assume. So it just brings to life everything as if they were in a fairy tale. I wonder how she controls it, though. I don't know if that's going to be explained at all. Or if she even can. I assume she can because they protected her, right? Alice had once told her of a Meinster's familiars. Among them were 3 of particular notoriety, one of which she recalled being capable of something similar to this. And it was called... Flat Snark. Ploy Kickshaw.
Aozaki, だから後ろ!
Struck by Aoko's bullets, the creatures exploded into splinters. It was clear Aoko's shots were becoming more powerful, but it was also the case that these beings were less robust than your average automata.
Shizuki-kun, こっち!
Aoko turned away from the clock tower, grabbed his hand, and began to run.
青崎!
ごめん、これ無理！逃げるわよ！
逃げるってどこに？
どこって、とにかく行けるところまで！
She shouted as though trying to persuade herself as she valiantly cleared a path. Aoko's magic bullets flew like a scream, blowing away the creatures that blocked or simply gathered around their path. She made a hole for them to escape through. Magical bullets exploded like blue fireworks. Aoko and Soujuurou ran down the bumpy brick road. Their bond, forged in the heat of battle, went far beyond mutual convenience. They headed for the park's exit at full speed without exchanging a word or look. The weirdness only extended as far as the park's border. So, they would be safe as long as they made it outside. But... bred soldiers. Speaking in pure numbers, the difference in strength was 2 versus an army. Or rather, 1 versus an army. Soujuurou was hardly useful in this situation, and manpower wasn't really the issue here, since they were facing puppets.
さっきの大丈夫？上からこうでっかいハサミが落ちてきたけど。
Aoko shouted as she blasted away the monsters that stood in their path. There was no time to stop for breath or even look back.
なんとかギリギリ。
As Soujuurou pursued, his voice too had naturally become shrill. 5 minutes earlier, they had broken out of the siege of the plaza surprisingly fast. It seemed that the residents' awakening differed case by case, with larger creatures taking additional time.
ラッキー、朝に弱いタイプばっかと見た。
Aoko joked as she moved down from the small fry that popped up. But then, without warning, something outrageous extended its way down from above them. It was the claws of a 60-foot lobster adorning the roof of a seafood restaurant. Its pincers were like a guillotine. As Aoko and Soujuurou cut across the front of the restaurant, the Red King pressed at tremendous speed, keen on splitting them each in 2.
しずきくん、言えた！こっちはダメ！
The gate was just on the other side of the restaurant, but they had to take the long way around in order to lose the giant lobster snapping at their heels. Waiting along the detour had been a horde of monsters, too many to count.
なんとかギリギリ。
Soujuurou called out in response, recalling just how narrowly he had avoided his head being severed clean off his body.
手前。うわ、なんだあれ。焼きたてか。
そうみたいね。要するに下級兵士よ。
Aoko halted her sprint and set her crest into full operation.
7、6、5メートル。あの程度ならスナップだけで事足りる。
Sliding across the brick path, she brandished her right arm. She loosened a shower of magical bullets. Snap was a single action spell that favored rate of fire over power, and it mowed down the monsters with satisfying pops.
青崎そっちも。
了解。
Damn! Blue explosions bloomed along the lamp-lit promenade. Aoko's curtain of fire fanned out. It was a marvelous star-mined fireworks show. The toy-bred men turned into charcoal.
いける。数でこそ押されてるけど、この状態が続くなら逃げ切れる。しずきくん、そっちは？
いない、空いてる。ここからなら入り口の東側に出られるはずだ。
With a magical barrage that would leave an average spellcaster blue in the face, the novice mage broke through the siege. Oh, there's the robin. Meanwhile, a single bird keenly watched everything unfold. Chirp, cheep, 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 chirp. The moment the blue bird descended into its master's field of vision, it made its high-pitched call. The girl listened expressionlessly to the report.
構わないわ。 予想通りよ。撃つこと、壊すことしか脳がなくても、青子の魔力の使い方は波じゃないから。急増の使い魔じゃ、まだ相手にはならないでしょう。
The robin flapped its wings and tweeted in response. Perhaps it was criticizing Alice for complimenting Aoko, or perhaps it was jealous of Aoko for being praised by Alice. Alice could barely make sense of its chirping rant. Aoko Aozaki was a novice mage. Until just 2 years ago, she had grown up with no background in magecraft. Compared to Alice, who was raised as a witch from birth, Aoko possessed far less talent and experience. There was simply no comparison to be made. In a contest of skills in magecraft, 10 times out of 10, Alice would be declared the victor. However, that narrative changed when it came to a battle of life or death. Alice Kuonji was not the type of mage suited for combat, while Aoko Aozaki, on the other hand, was built for it. In a contest that pitted magical energy against magical energy, even Alice would concede that Aoko had the upper hand. Aoko's manipulation of magical energy was extraordinary. The scale of her magical circuits was smaller than what Alice had, but their rotational speed, durability, and output quality, not to mention efficiency, were otherworldly. That was Aoko Aozaki's hallmark. Though she had many failings when handling sophisticated formula, in just 2 years of practice, Aoko had surpassed Alice in simple formula that merely required an energy input. She also had a genius's instincts and adaptability. Though Aoko was not particularly proficient in executing magecraft, she was terrifyingly fast. If she had been born outside the Aozaki clan, she would have doubtlessly risen to fame as a competitive sharpshooter.
でも、残念ね。
In a straight shootout, Alice did not stand a chance. Alice Kuonji had never bothered to learn primitive magecraft like magic bullets in the first place. She was the classic puppeteer. Her familiars served as her arms and legs to carry out all particulars of battle.
制限時間には気づいているわよね、青子。魔力はいくらでも貸してあげるけど、あなたの魔弾はあと半時で根崩れするわ。
Chirping as if in agreement, the robin took flight. It had been nearly 10 minutes since Alice had made the amusement park into her dominion. To what would the green fog give birth to next? Aoko and Soujuurou, still running about, would soon come to understand the gravity of their situation. The longer they stay in they said the strongest monsters take time to, give rise to, right? Is that why she said in an hour? So an hour from now, something's going to come alive in the park that they won't be able to fight? Or run from, perhaps?
しずきくん、正門ってこっち？
ああ、その店を曲がれば出口だ。
Some of these OSTs have been used in FGO, huh? I feel like I've heard this one before somewhere. If not FGO, maybe another Type Moon work. Because I know that Type Moon, in general, likes to kind of use either motifs or soundtracks in general, in different games, right? Or even anime, I guess. Running non-stop at full speed had them at their limits. Their breath ragged. The duo rounded a corner at breakneck pace. Amusement park though it was, this was still the infamous Kitsy Land. It would have taken a high school student 20 minutes to sprint the entire circumference of the park. And though they were now intimately familiar with the park's geography, look at his mouth. Oh my god, these expressions, man. It was changing beyond recognition. The transformation was not limited to the park's residents either.
Aozaki.
何よ。
言いたくないんだけど、この遊園地広くなってないか。
It was. Their problem wasn't as mundane as mistaking the location of the exits, nor the strange terrain. No, The park itself was warping and twisting in on itself. Even as they ran, its structure was expanding and growing like that of a living creature. Soon, the pair noticed that the mob encircling them had grown even stronger. Entrusting her back to Soujuurou, Aoko summoned all of her effort just to keep from whining. No one would blame Soujuurou for cowering in shock, but for Aoko to do the same, she bore responsibility for causing and then dragging him into this mess. She could not afford to succumb to panic.
大丈夫。落ち着け私。遊園地の果てはある。遠いけど、鉄柵はちゃんと見える。フラットスナークだって制限なしってわけじゃない。外に逃げるって選択は正しいはず。現状、外までは目算で1キロぐらいだけど。
Up until now, they had been too concerned with simply running. Their breathing had become labored. If they had to run another mile without rest, they'd end up collapsing along the way.
体大丈夫か？
え？
The whisper from behind pulled Aoko back to reality.
大丈夫だけど、ちょっと一息入れたいわね。
賛成。ここから休みなしで外周まで走るのはやめ。
驚いた。しずきくんも外まで走ろう派とは。
She let slip a giggle. Far from debilitated by panic, her comrade in arms had been analyzing the situation and forming an escape plan.
ちょっとだけ建物に逃げ込むのは。
気は進まないけど、それしかないわね。
The breadmen had them completely surrounded. Perhaps this might have been a problem for an average person, but for Aoko, breaking through their formation to get to the building would be... A what?
Cinch.
Cinch? An extremely easy task. Breaking through their formation to get to the building would be a cinch. The issue was...
問題は、どんな店を選ぶかってこと。
Which building to pick? She considered the characteristics of the transforming park. What would pose a danger and what was safe? The most important factor was not the strength or complexity of the building, but what lied inside.
選ぶならあの単純さで正しいはず。しずきくん、あっち。
After routing the monsters, Aoko hopped behind the counter, soon followed by Soujuurou.
カウンターに隠れてて。
Like she was in a Western shootout, Aoko squared off against the monsters, using the counter as cover. His face.
ビンゴ。ここならスナーク化しないんだ。
Bingo. After assessing their current state of the enemy, Aoko sat down under the counter.
あいつらは。
God, the way that whole scene was animated was nuts, man. Watch this again. Look at this shit.
カウンターに隠れてて。ビンゴ。ここならスナーク化しないんだ。
あいつらは。
Like, holy shit, that whole sequence right there was fucking insane as far as visual novel standards go, man. God damn.
店の周りで地団打踏んでるわ。理由があってね。あいつらはここには入ってこられないのよ。
Aoko gave the perplexed Soujuurou a grin and took a moment to catch her breath. She heaved a heavy sigh of relief and fatigue.
とりあえずコーヒーブレイクね。
Oh, heave.
ここは遊園地の中でも遊びのない場所だから、あいつらにとっては鬼門なのよ。
She heaved a heavy sigh of relief and fatigue. We'll take 5 here. The restaurant is the blandest place in the park, which makes it their Achilles heel.
レジスターも調理器具も最近のものだし、 擬人化されたマスコットもないし、スナーク化するにはちょい文明犬すぎるってこと。
Wait, what? They can't come in the restaurant because the registers and utensils are all modern and there are no mascot characters?
スナーク。
あいつらの名前よ。つけたのは私じゃなくてアリスなのかしらね。あの子の性格的にちょっと想像できないけど、まあとにかくそういう名前。
I get that it's conceptual because that's how Nasu's like magecraft and magic in general works in the stories, but that still seems weird. But they're like French bred. They can't enter the restaurant because it's too civilized in terms of the magic or the magecraft that Alice is using. Perhaps now at ease from knowing that they were safe, Soujuurou seemed enthralled by her explanation. Aoko could not help but chuckle at Soujuurou as he nodded sagely. It was certain that he had no idea what she was talking about. And so I'm in the same boat here. I mean, I was trying to grasp how the domain that Alice was using works, because it's similar. It seems like it's similar to a reality marble, but it's not a reality marble in terms of it being inside of one's mindscape. It's like a chemical reality marble, essentially. She smashed the vial down, and the gas or the smoke, whatever the green mist was that escaped the vial that she had in her witch's brew, created like a domain expansion that you can technically get out of, because it's not, you're not trapped in the reality marble. It's just an expanding area of effect. A bounded field, yeah. It's like the least whimsical place in Kitsyland, basically. Okay. Normally, this would have irritated her, but this time she was grateful for the warmth of his strange sobriety.
それはともかく、調子良さそうだな、青崎。
Mistaking her smile for composure, Soujuurou broke into a smile himself. It was just another link in a chain of misunderstandings, but there was no need to redress it.
あなたから見てもわかる？私の魔弾の威力が上がっているの。
そりゃ、ミラーハウスで散々追いかけ回されたからな。あの時と同じ動作なのに物騒さが増していれば、嫌でもわかる。
Alright. I assume that, in some of Alice's dialogue, she said, I don't mind supplying her with ammunition. And I assume that meant that maybe the witch's brew also made Aoko stronger in a way as well. I don't know if she's able to take advantage of, like, whatever magical energy or whatever the hell is in the air that's animating the objects, perhaps. That's kind of what I figured, but I don't know.
でもいいのか？確か数に限りがあるとか言ってただろ。もう随分撃っちまったけど、20、30じゃ効かないぞ。
That too. And so we also know Aoko mentioned earlier that she has 3 different types of ways she can fire. There's the small bullets, which is what she was originally firing at Soujuurou here, and she also switched back to them when firing at the breadmen because they were weaker than she noticed that they were weaker than the mannequin itself. And then but she had medium bullets and large bullets that I think she already fired at Alice, and they weren't any good. And then yeah, and then she also mentioned that she had a limited number of shots. Was that false? The way Alice was commending her kind of made it seem like her own body was a perpetual motion machine for magical energy. And so she was, like, I kind of figured from what Alice's dialogue said earlier with the bird, it kind of made it sound like Aoko wouldn't run out of shots, but let's see what she says here.
あんた、時々あれよね。
Her opinion of him improved, just a little bit, because he's been paying attention.
なんでもない。
He has the capacity to learn?
私の魔弾の威力が上がっているのは、単純に魔力の濃度の問題。さっきから霧がかかってるでしょ？あれ、全部魔力なのよ。
So I did catch that.
弾を撃つための燃料と思って。
There was a little bit of Alice's dialogue where she said, I don't mind providing her with ammunition because they won't survive the hour, I think is what Alice said. And so that makes sense here. It's all just magical energy around the park, and you can think of it as fuel for my bullets. Magical energy was divided into two broad categories. First was odd, produced inside of a mage's body. Second was mana, which filled the atmosphere. At the moment, the amusement park had turned into a fairy tale land, overflowing with mana. Although it meant nothing to the average person, to a mage, it was like paradise, where spells could be cast as much as one pleased.
じゃあ残り魔力とやらは気にしなくていいのか。注意すべきは怪我と体力だけ。
まあ、個人的な責任においてはその限りね。
Soujuurou breathed a sigh of relief. From Soujurou's perspective, more so than the monsters she mowed down, Aoko was the biggest bully on the playground. He had been concerned about what happens should her magical energy be exhausted, but luckily for him, she was far from surrendering her crown.
頼りにしてくれるのは嬉しいけど、ぬか喜びよ。あんな雑魚たち、ただ動いているだけのガラクタなんだから。スナーク本体は当然として、アリスが他の童話の怪物を出してきたら、私じゃどうにもならない。
Let alone the actual Snark making an appearance. Uh-oh. Chat, what's a Snark? Monka. Bro started last week and made almost as much progress as I did in a month. Yeah, well, I mean, this visual novel doesn't seem nearly as long as some of the other Type Moon ones. It's pretty short comparatively, I think. Not only is it straightforward, as in there's no choices, but on top of that, it's just 13 chapters, and like every chapter is only like between an hour to 4 hours long. Kinetic visual novel, yeah. It's not Alice animating things, it's Flat Snark. Oh my god, Flat.
他の童話の怪物。遊園地をこんな風に変えたやつ以外にまだいるのか？
そう。プロイキッシャーって名付けられた、私たちでさえ目を背けたくなる反則。不可能な夢物語をも再現する時代に取り残されたデタラメよ。
That's interesting. So real fairy tale monsters are called ploy kickshaws. They're aberrations that even we mages can't stand to look at. They're nonsense lost to time, used to revive impossible fantasies. So I wonder if they live on the reverse side of the world somehow, like a lot of mystics do in a way. And Alice drops the thing into the ground, and earlier on, Soujuurou mentioned he could hear a clock chiming, and it sounded like it was coming from below the ground. What if her little thing she drops into the ground somehow connects our reality to the reverse side of the world, and that's where the fairy tale monsters live? That'd be kind of interesting. Familiars that even mages wouldn't want, yeah. Well, because I imagine they're similar to, like, fairies, right? It's kind of how I think of them. Soujurou's expression seemed to be calling her out on the hypocrisy.
あのね、私たちはちゃんと現代に寄り添った魔術師よ。
Most of us have modern standards.
できないこともあるし、当たり前のことだけど、近代兵器にはかなわない。20世紀、まあ、いろんな戦争の後押しで、兵器の進化は私たちを超えちゃったから。
A bunch of wars help technology catch up to mages.
けど、あの子のは違う。どんなに人間の技術が進歩しようと関係ないって怪物なの。例えば、あのブレッドマンいるでしょ。あいつには自動拳銃とか効かないわよ。多分、意味が分かっていないから。
Something like a machine gun would have no effect on the breadmen, probably because guns make no sense to them. Aoko casually gestured outside past the counter.
アリスの使い魔は、全てが空想によってこねられた神秘なの。前提からしてありえないことだから、通常の物理法則と折り合いが悪い。空想と現実は両立しないっていう、ごく当たり前の理由でね。
なるほど。ブレッドマンってのは、あの動く焼きたてパンのことなんだな。
Oh my god, Soujuurou. Soujuurou seemed to have ignored the majority of Aoko's explanation, and only reacted to the part that caught his curiosity.
話を戻すけど、
To get back
あ
on
いつらと
topic.
近代兵器の相性は最悪。ロケット弾でも効果はないわ。意思の疎通、秩序の共有ができてないから。
Wait, it's actually that meme that I showed y'all before where Soujurou's like the Soujuurou and Alice talking, and it's just like all of the dialogue and Witch on the Holy Night be like, and it's Aoko, and then Soujuurou, huh? It actually is all the dialogue. It's amazing. Huh? God damn it. Modern arms don't stand a chance against those things. Even rockets would be useless. They aren't part of the same order or shared consciousness as us. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, I definitely got what she was throwing down. I just like how that's worded there, though. They're not part of the same order. It's similar to, like, that's how, like, Destiny also describes, what do they call it in Destiny lore? Destiny lore also, like, describes space magic in this way as well, because, like, there's certain enemies that, like, can exist outside the laws of space and time, yet they can't fight, like, you, the main character, because you, the main character, have something that's called, what do they call it? Paracausal. So, like, causality is, like, the laws of physics in a way. Your character in Destiny is paracausal. And so because you're paracausal, like, the things that are able to simulate anything to defeat it, they cannot simulate you. You yourself, the main character, exist outside the causality that they would be able to simulate, and so they can't simulate you, which is interesting. I do not think, therefore it is not. In FGO, we call that folklore defense. I like that. That's a cool, easy explanation. They aren't part of the same order or shared consciousness as us.
プロイキッシャーにとって彼らの世界には存在しないもの、意味がわからないものは触れることなく無産する。
Anything that doesn't exist in their world, anything that they don't understand, disintegrates before it can even touch them. Wait, hold up. In that sense, you should just allow, if you just allowed Soujuurou to have that ability, wait, that boy would be fucking indestructible. Surely that comes into the fucking story later on, like Soujurou's own stupidity is somehow his superpower? Surely.
彼らに通じるのは同じ神秘を帯びた魔力だけっていうデタラメぶりよ。もう完全に概念空間っていうか概念宇宙っていうか
Cosmos, huh?
要するにあいつらは伝承防御っていう特別なルールを持っていて、単純に強い力、強い魔術じゃ効果は薄いの。元になった童話にちなんだ欠点をつかないと倒せない。
It's more of a thing in Tsukihime where your search for knowledge makes you less human. Yeah, I'm excited to get to that. That does sound interesting. Cosmos in Zilos Doberto. Folklore defense, there's that phrase. In short, they're protected by a special rule known as folklore defense, meaning that neither pure force nor strong magecraft have much effect. They can't be taken down without exploiting the weaknesses found in their original stories. Okay.
ギリシャ神話のアキレスあたり分かりやすい例えなんだけど、知ってる？
Soujuurou shook his head. He's never heard the story of Achilles.
そう。無事帰れたら飛び丸あたりに教えてもらって。定番だけどいい話よ、あれ。
Tons of servants have this. I was about to mention that's the exact reason why they want to conceal their true name in a Holy Grail war, is because, like, you can exploit the weaknesses in their story. Soujuurou was feeling pretty lost, but he did his best to grasp the situation. He thought that ploy kickshaws were scary enough to chase Aoko and that puppet from before out of the house barefoot. Certainly, the scene before them was the stuff of nightmares. Bro, look at that train. Can I get a what's that horse game called? Uma. Uma! Don't we have an Uma hype too? Umu. Where's the Uma hype? Uma amazing? Where the hell is it? We didn't get rid of it, did we? The one where the, where she's got her hands in the air. Oh, there it is. Harureshi? Uma! Also, a lot of powers can be described by the 5 magics. Ploy kickshaws are the first magic, things like Swallow Reversal being second magic, Kaleidoscope, and Shiro's Unlimited Blade Works being Heaven's Feel, the third magic. Wait, how is UBW? How they only have a way to defeat Achilles is go after his heel to remove his immortality. It basically worked like the heroic spirit's true name can exploit their weaknesses. Cause of death. Wait, so defeating them only works by using the means of which they were defeated in their stories. Am I understanding that right? Not always. Like, that's not the only way, but it's definitely probably the easiest way, I would think. Heaven's Feel is manifesting your soul, and Shiro's soul is a sword, which is why he's the bone of his sword. I'm gonna lose it. I knew what Heaven's Feel was, but I thought like the third magic was just the soul, the manifestation of a soul, or not the manifestation, the condensation's not the right word. The condensing one's soul into a physical thing is like what the third magic is. Yeah. Is that how his UBW works? He like literally makes his soul. I thought it was a mindscape. I guess it probably explains it much better in the visual novel. I've only seen the anime. He thought the ploy kickshaws were scary enough to chase Aoko and that puppet from before out of the house barefoot. Certainly the scene before them was the stuff of nightmares. But Soujuurou had a different way of thinking. Oh, great.
やっぱり青崎の方が怖くないか?
Oh!
あんた死ぬの?
Soujuurou waved in protest, silently pointing out that she had made this case for him.
あのね、今私たちを取り囲んでるのはおまけに過ぎないの。アリスにとってあのブレッドマンもロブスターもソーセージ屋のミンチマシーンも全部が全部私が撃ってる魔弾より価値がない。いい？あの動くマスコットたちはね、ただのおまけなの。アリスが解放した童話の怪物の一呼吸みたいなものなのよ。
呼吸ってこれが？
私だって考えたくないわよ。でもそれが現状。たった一体の童話の怪物だけで私たちは手一杯。そういうわけだからアリスがあと一体でも追加したら諦めて。
追加ってこれに制限はないのか？
あの子が出し惜しみしなければまだ何体かストックはあるでしょうけど。 まあ成立する条件はあるわね。例えば川がないと目を覚まさない怪物もいる。この遊園地噴水はあるけど川はないでしょ。
童話ってかけそばとか。
What?
ここに川がないのは不幸中の幸いね。もしあったらもっと直接制圧に向いたやつが出てきてた。
Oh, the troll under the bridge, huh? Let me tell you, it's a small mercy there's no river here, otherwise something way better at squishing us would have appeared by now. I assume she's talking about the troll under the bridge that she used earlier. Aoko continued, completely ignoring Soujuurou.
話の続きだけど、アリスの魔術の基本はマザーグースって知らないか。イギリスの歌で遊び心に富んだメルヘンチックな内容よ。
I wonder if this is totally where the FGO servant, or was it an extra? Where did nursery rhyme come from? Was that an extra? I think actually that was like one of the 100 servants in that Holy Grail War. This has got to be where the basis for mother, or where the servant nursery rhyme came from.
ただそっち系のプロイキッシャーは怖くないの。みんなそれなりになんとか魔術にも落とし込める範囲だから。
聞きたくないんだけど、そっち系じゃないのは。
マザーグースを下地にしたとある創作童話系。あの子のお母さんが好きでね。こっち系のはどいつもこいつも尋常じゃない。私たちから見ても勘弁してって言いたくなるわ。
Wait, what? Alice's mother was particularly fond of a different type of fairy tale, and every single one is bizarre. No mage wants to go against those things, though. Uh-oh.
で、この遊園地を生き返らせたのはこっち系よ。
Oh, look at her reflection. I didn't even see that there. It's cool.
多分フラットスナークってやつだと思う。私も聞き流していたから詳しくはわからないけど。
Soujuurou swallowed the discomfort making its way to his throat. He really wanted her to explain things a little less vaguely, but something she had just said necessitated further investigation.
待て青崎、あの子の話を聞き流したってなんで？
いや、説明してもらったのは随分と前だし、あの頃はアリスの話あんまり信じられなかったのよね。私が素人だと思って大げさに自分の魔術を語ってくれてるな、舐められてるなとか。
In truth, if anyone hadn't taken their lesson seriously, it was Aoko. She would learn that lesson firsthand soon enough when she experienced just how real Alice's monsters were. She'd also discovered how heretical the Mindster witches truly were in the world of magecraft. Heretical the Mindstern witches from the clock tower, I assume. When they talk about heresy here, the Mindster witches are heretical.
その聞き流した内容は？
何でも強力な結界を張るプロイだって。アリスが受け継いだプロイは山ほどあるけど、その中でもえりすぐりの一つよ。捨てられたもの、忘れられたものを童話的に蘇らせるやつで、今まで誰も破ったことがないとか。それでついたあだ名が触れられぬもの。
Okay, so this is explaining what Alice just did. From what I understand, what Alice did is a ploy. It puts up a powerful bounded field. Alice inherited a lot of ploys, but this is one of her finest. It takes discarded and forgotten things and resurrects them, like what happens in fairy tales. Supposedly, nobody's ever defeated it. Oh, and its nickname is the Untouchable.
フラットスナークじゃないのか？
それもあだ名。とにかく正体がわからないやつばっかりなんで、一つの個体に複数の名前が付けられるの。フラットスナークはその中でも正体不明さはトップランクのデタラメぶりよ。あなた ルイス・キャロルのスナーク狩りって本知ってる？
いや、そもそもルイス・キャロルというのは。
そっからか。ドジスン教授はそうね、特殊性癖を持った妄想紳士ってとこ。まあこっちは別にどうでもいいか。人によっては時間の無駄だろうし。
Do you think this guy reads? Of course he doesn't know who that is.
今重要なのは彼が残した著作の方。スナーク狩りはね、スナークって呼ばれる正体不明の怪物を捕まえようと奔走する冒険家たちの話なの。キャロルらしい皮肉ばっちり、支離滅裂、意味不明、結末不在の本当に困った本で、一行は島で苦しみつつ最終的にはスナークを見つけるものの、見つけたベイカーは唐突に姿を消して終わってしまう。よくわからないもの探しに奔走する人間の風刺なんだけど、この遊園地において誰がベイカーで何がスナークかは言うまでもないでしょ。
Aoko elected not to share this, but Flat Snark had other popular names as well. The Enigmatic Island, the Five-Dimensional Plane. These names were not given to it by Alice, but rather muttered by mages, whom the Mindsters defeated. In mathematics, snark is a term used to graph theory to refer to contradictory and impossible planar graphs. A plane, proven to be unable to exist in this world, was given the name, apt for the ill-fated existence of its paradoxical nature. The fairy tale monster ascribed this name was said to hold no form discoverable by man. Aoko also declined to mention something else. Flat Snark was a fairy tale monster that could grow. It would hide somewhere in the amusement park, continuously exhaling magical energy until the park completely transformed into a fantasy land.
脅かしてもしょうがないし。
何か言ったか？
別に。簡単に言って童話世界の再生がフラットスナークの力なの。この遊園地との相性は抜群でしょうね。何しろ元々が童話を元にした遊び場だから。
If this had been a business district, for example, Flat Snark would have posed far less of a threat. At most, its power would be limited to projecting the shadow of a dinosaur onto a building's windows panes.
あ、だからここは安全だって。ん？
Soujuurou realized something that was wrong when he noticed the gluttonous liquid dripping onto his back.
あ。
He looked up at the ceiling. Their eyes met. Before he had a chance to think, Soujuurou hopped up from the floor.
青崎外だ!
Taking the initiative, he jumped out from behind the counter.
バカ、何して!
Trying to stop him from committing the act of suicide, she also came to her feet. Immediately, she noticed something coming to life overhead.
やば!
The gargantuan mouth clamped shut. With no mascot to speak of, the burger joint itself began to transform into a giant monster.
もう、なんで天井にピエロの絵なんて描いてんのよ、あの店。普通もっと違うところに労力割かない？そんなにピエロが好きなら入り口にでも飾っとけ!
Aoko aired out her grievances and ran. There was no safe haven left. Moment by moment, the last remnants of civilization were being eroded away by fairy tales. And they got a fucking dragon in here. The amusement park had reached the final stage of snarkification. It was not that the mascot characters had been granted life. Like the burger joint, even the buildings had begun to transform. The roller coaster that made its way to the park now writhed and twisted like a Chinese dragon. Aoko and Soujuurou stared dumbfounded by the Ferris wheel, which had grown over 250 feet in height. Hordes of bread men closed in on them, as if to offer tickets.
この列整理は間に合ってるっての。
Mobs of trinkets, actual kickshaws rampaged the park. Whenever a hole was punched into the envelopment, it was instantly filled. It was a battle of attrition with no end in sight. But that was a matter of course, as there were a few fairy tales about limited resources.
なんかどうしようもないぞ。こいつら増える一方だ。
スナーク本体を探して。童話の怪物には本体に当たる器物があるの。それさえ壊せば遊園地から出られるはず。
本体ってどんな？
さっき言ったでしょ。童話の怪物は現実にないものだって。今までいなかったおかしなやつとか現実じゃありえないもの、それが本体。
I wonder if it's the Ferris wheel itself.
おかしなやつって例えば？
だから命のある人形とか空飛ぶゴーカートとか。
Aoko paused her firing for a moment. After saying this aloud, she realized just how deep their grave was dug. The amusement park was a treasure trove of fairy tale-esque creatures on any given day. Who could say what was impossible amidst the newly transfigured knickknacks running around?
そっか、おかしくないやつなんて一つもないんだ。この中に紛れ込んでる。
The Ferris wheel. Hoping that she was wrong, Aoko bit her bottom lip. Flat Snark was the type of ploy that deployed bounded fields. Seeing as it was commanding so many familiars, it would not be unusual for its main body to have little or even no defenses. Furthermore, it was modeled from a story about being untouchable and unidentifiable. It would be logical to assume that it would collapse in on itself shortly after being discovered.
逆に言えば、見つければ私たちの勝ち。そんな脆いやつが雑魚に紛れ込む。木の葉を隠すなら森の中って言うけど。
Mahoyo, shut the fuck up. So is this just another night for witches? Any other guesses besides the Ferris wheel? Maybe the bird? I don't. The bird wouldn't make sense because it should have only appeared after she threw it down, right? I don't know. The bird, the surely not one of the familiars. I only thought the Ferris wheel because they said that it continuously grows until it's ready to, like, once it grows to full strength. They said that's when you're done, and Alice said it would take like an hour. The big ass Kitsy, the horse, is that the horse? Is that the Kitsy? As long as there was the slightest possibility of it being hit by one of Aoko's stray bullets, it would not dare appear in front of them. Its true form was orchestrating the park from somewhere safe.
でも、どこかに見えているはず。スナークは本の主題だもの。常にページのどこかにいないと主人公の資格がない。
But where? It's the subject of a book named after it. If it's not standing out on every page, it has no right to be the title character. So it's the cat? We haven't even seen that since you first walked in. Damn. Put very simply, the Ferris wheel was the safest location in the park, as well as a symbol of the past glory. Perhaps that's what I thought was the Ferris wheel. Because it grew. Her eyes opened wide at the suggestion. While Aoko had been trying to come up with a plan to overcome a stalemate, it seemed Soujuurou had been racking his brain as well. His proposal was a simple one. If they could not find the Snark, they just needed to take out its master, Alice. Alice had not moved at all from the clock tower. Even from here, they could still make out her figure, draped in the moonlight.
それは一番ダメ。アリスを殺してもフラットスナークは止まらないし、このトンデモが外に溢れ出すことになる。 大体私じゃあの子を殺せないからよくて半殺しがいいところ。
A breadman, angered at the insult hurled towards its master, moved to attack and was mercilessly burned to a crisp. The two stood back to back, catching their breath. With no plan to speak of and no route to escape, they had reached rock bottom. Meanwhile, the oddities were forming a circle around their prey as they smelled the blood in the water. And there, I gotta say, like, Nasu, I love Nasu's writing because I'm a really big fan of good foreshadowing where the writer gives you hints as you go along to, like, allow you to, like, make guesses as you're reading. And just the fact that they said the Ferris wheel was growing 250 feet, or it had grown in 250 feet. And then, like, a couple seconds later, they were talking about, we have to find the Snark. It's hiding in plain sight. And then with the earlier writing about how the Snark was going to be continuously growing for an hour until it was ready to strike, I kind of just figured it has to be the Ferris wheel then, but that's just good writing and good foreshadowing on Nasu's part if it is the Ferris wheel, but we'll see. The Kitsy is a good guess, but if it is the Kitsy, like, there was no foreshadowing beforehand other than it being, like, the title character, like she said, but maybe, I guess, but I feel like the Ferris wheel had better foreshadowing, but we'll see. Meanwhile, the oddities were forming a circle around their prey as if they smelled blood in the water. Were they to be dragged into a bakery for the oven, minced in the meat grinder at the butcher shop, skewered and paraded around atop a carousel, walk the plank of the thorny pirate ship? After 2 years of slumber, they were eager to welcome their new guests.
一応聞いておきたいんだけど。
何？手短にね。今考え事してるから。
ああ、あの連中が何をしたいか嫌っていうほど伝わってくるんだけど、それってあの子の趣味なのかな？
その疑問はなかったわ。連中の人間嫌いは遊園地の怨念とフラットスナークの性格じゃない？基本的にまともなやついないから、アリスの使い魔って。あ、でも。
Aoko was unable to deny that there were some similarities.
それは結構。それで、青崎の考え事って止める方法考えついたのか？
期待させて悪いけどお手上げ。ま、あんたが殺されれば止まるでしょうけど。
それは嫌だ。とりあえず逃げよう。
しずきくん
？She blinked in surprise at the sudden turn of events. Soujuurou, who had until now been meekly following her lead, had grabbed Aoko's hand and pulled her with him into a head-on charge at the swarm of bread in an attempt to break free of their encirclement. Damn! Bro going!
意味わかんなすぎ！なんで今の流れでそうなるのよ、あんたは！
Aoko, nonetheless, followed Soujurou's uncharacteristically gung-ho lead, cursing him all the while. Alone, he had no chance of breaking through the surrounding wall of enemies with brute force. Aoko regained her bearings and let fly a spray of magical bullets ahead of Soujuurou. They burst through the net and ran as hard as they could. At this point, all that was left to do was what they had planned from the outset: get out of the park. But not before addressing what needed to be addressed.
なんでよ、さっきはあんなに諦めよかったのに。
Aoko could not begin to comprehend Soujurou's reaction.
ミラーハウスの時と今は違うだろ。いいから走れ。
違わないわよ。あんたを殺そうとした私も、あんたを殺したいアリスも。
Though she wondered what was getting her so worked up, Aoko did not stop. She told herself that the degree of Soujurou's stupidity, charging the breadmen so recklessly, had caused her to lose her cool.
あのね、一緒に逃げてるぐらいで勘違いしないでくれる？言っとくけど私、明日になったらまたあんたを殺しに行くから。死にたくないってんなら、ここで私からも逃げ出したら？
それはまた今度の話だろう。だいたい青崎に殺されるのならいいけど、あの子に殺されるのは嫌だ。
Ah. Because that's why he asked if Alice was enjoying this, and she said, wait, maybe there are some similarities there, and it seemed like Alice has a deep hatred for humans, perhaps? because of what they've maybe done to witches. Salem witch trials, that sort of thing. Burning witches at the stake.
だからなんで？
だって顔も知らない。話したことさえない相手だ。
Me when I just want to get murdered by a baddie rather than an actual murderer. Pretty much. It was like someone had dosed water over her blazing fury. Aoko's anger was snuffed out by the absurd simplicity of his reasoning.
顔も知らないって。
Could it be that Soujuurou did not mind being killed by someone as long as he had met them? Aoko grimaced as she followed him. From her spot atop the clock tower, the girl observed the growth of her familiar. Oh, look, and the Ferris wheel's right there. It's behind her, though. I don't know if that's what she's looking at. Flat Snark. A savior of the discarded. It was a vile, vulgar, fairy tale monster who provided those abandoned by fate with a glimmer of hope before snatching it away. Alice had it under her control, but she was still keen to keep the Snark from expressing its bad habits. After competing a lap around the park that had now reached the size of the entire town, the Robin made its situation report.
そう。外を目指しているの。
It seemed Aoko was prioritizing the safety of the boy. Even if it resulted in wasting an entire day, choosing not to capitulate on a decision was very much like her.
青子のことだから、時計台ごと私を焼き払いに来るかと思ったけど。
The blue bird cheeped in response. Was it denying its master's portrait of Aoko? Or agreeing that it was Aoko's style to do exactly just that? An outsider might interpret its interjections either way.
退屈？
The robin jumped at being addressed so unexpectedly. It chirped and flapped its wings like a flustered servant, frantic to say otherwise.
珍しく気があったわね。
The fuck? Does she got an egg in her hand? Is that it? What does that say in there? It's like a door. There's some writing on it too. It's rare for us to get along so well, she said.
いいわ。せっかくのゲームだし、もう少しだけ盛り上げましょう。
Calmly, she pulled out a small object out of her pocket. It was a dark, gray Easter egg, and emanated from the inside. It was the ticking of a clock. The robin knew it to be a ploy kickshaw with a bad attitude far exceeding Flat Snark's, known to be among the best in one-on-one situations.
行ってらっしゃい。称える時間は20分に設定したわ。
She set the extolling time for 20 minutes.
いつも通り、控えめに壊れてきて。
And together with the witch's breath, the egg filled with praise and disappeared. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the park. The words, "I could have killed them all by myself," floated through the air. It was the disappointment of something enormous that was visible to all, yet overlooked. Aoko and Soujuurou continued their dash towards the boundary, separating the park from outside. The curio horde that stood in their way had reduced in number. The iron fence that separated the two from the outside world was only 300 yards away. Fortunately, there were no particularly large buildings barring their path. If the Ferris wheel had stood in their way, that would have spelled the end, but thankfully it hadn't yet reached its full strength. The only things that appeared before them were weak oddities that could easily be handled by Aoko's simple magecraft. That might be another... Is that another kind of nod that the Ferris wheel is the Snark? If the Ferris wheel had stood in their way, that would have spelled the end, but thankfully it hasn't reached its full strength. That's gotta be it. She would have said, make it to the fence, if only her lungs would allow it. Since Aoko was utilizing the ample mana filling the park, her tank of magical energy was nearly full. Moreover, the condition of her body's circuits was steadily improving, to the extent that she would be able to unleash at least one all-out onslaught. Oh! Until something unusual was hovering above her field of vision. It was locked on Soujuurou, hovering 10 feet above him to the side.
Shizuki-kun, ちょっと。
ああ、さっきからついてきてる。
Soujuurou had seemingly noticed it before Aoko, hence his previous awkward glances towards the sky. In truth, it would have been stranger for him not to notice, as the thing was practically glued to him. In terms of its size, the floating object measured about 3 feet in diameter. Tiles covered its exterior, about which in a multitude of spinning lights danced about.
卵かな?
Can I see what it says on it? Oh, it's fucking Latin, isn't it? Moon grass? Backwards? Uh-oh. It says moon grass. Alice? Queen Alice Moongrass? What? It says Queen Alice Moongrass, but backwards and like... Weird. It's mirrored. Yeah, it's mirrored and backwards. Soujuurou asked, not really sure what to call it. Is that an egg?
卵? 卵って言ったら割れる卵!
Oh, her bullets bounced off it like it was made of rubber. That trait, the ability to deflect all outside interference, confirmed to Aoko that this thing was undoubtedly a ploy kickshaw.
やっぱり外からのルールじゃ壊れないか。Shizuki-kun、あれから絶対に目をそらさないで。いい。何があっても見続けること。視界の隅に入れとくだけでいいから。
ああ。
Aoko picked up her pace as she barked the orders. The Eggman, who sat on a wall. It's Humpty Dumpty! He would crack just as the tale spoke of. Nothing anyone could do or say would cause him to fall, but the moment they stopped looking, he would tumble down and break into pieces.
曰く、王様の軍隊でも元に戻せない数の破片。
All the king's horses and all the king's men could put him back together again, or so it said. It was the Mother Goose poem, Humpty Dumpty. If Soujuurou was its target, then the moment he averted his gaze, it would tumble and explode.
まあ、爆発するかどうかは知らないけど。
Either way, it was going to scatter into something troublesome when it fell. Its oval shape, the keyhole adorning the front, and the writing inscribed upon it, they all made her anxious. If it was an egg, that meant it was going to hatch at some point. Even if he continued his stare, once the time came for whatever was inside to come out, they would have even less ability to conserve their energy.
青崎、早すぎないか。あまり全力で走ると。
後のことは考えないで。いいからShizuki君は卵だけに集中して。
At this critical juncture, breadmen stepped onto the joint and blocked their path.
邪魔!
The breadmen were marching forth in a grand battalion. At her level of firepower, Aoko should easily have mowed them down. However, they're getting stronger.
肩焼きかこの!
If Snap failed to do the job, that meant it was just time for her to put her crest to use. Draw, a formula-triggered bullet encased in a full wind jacket. Her previous shots were the equivalent of a machine gun volley, then this was her artillery shot. The hard-crust bread that had absorbed her snap without a dent scattered into thousands of tiny pieces at her draw's torrent. Of course, the destruction did not end with just the breadmen. What had once been a brick road was now thoroughly stripped of its pavement. The nearby stalls had been warped into twisted steel skeletons. It was a spectacle that made Soujuurou question what the greater obstacle to their escape was, the wall of breadmen or Aoko's ability to lay waste to things.
ちょっとなんで距離取るのよそこ。そばにいないと危ないじゃない。ほらもっとこっち。言っとくけど、あんたがあいつらに囲まれちゃったらアウトよ。私人質とか意味ないタイプだし、そもそも区別して撃つとかそういうのできないし。
This made a lot of sense to Soujuurou. He had not fully appreciated the part about the hostages, but he got the gist of it.
つまり今はどこであろうと危険なのか。
あんたね。
Offended though she was by his typical naive response, she could not help but be impressed. Soujuurou was a straight arrow through and through. His eyes stayed firmly focused on the egg overhead, even amidst the chaos of the melee unfolding before him.
その分なら安心か。物分かりは悪いけど、一度言われたことはきっちり守るあたり。
そんなことより青崎、俺の気のせいならいいんだけど、さっきのパン硬くなかったか。
まあね、あいつら少しずつ強くなってきてるわ。大量生産が軌道に乗ったんで、今度はクオリティアップをテーマにしたのかも。しずきくんでもお察しの通り、ここからは手強くなっていく一方よ。あのパンたちでさえ個体差が出てきたみたいだし。
Individuality? Chat, I think it's Pocky time. Yo, where's that Aoko think emote that I thought was Pocky for the longest time? I thought it was Pocky. It was a chopstick. The bread finally found a decent baker. TikTok, it's clocky.
考えたくないけど、そのうちジャム塗ったりレタス乗っけたり、果ては合体したりして。
Though she was joking, her eyes were dead serious. Soujuurou shuddered at the thought of the situation growing even more dire.
じゃあ、そのうちミラーハウスの人形ぐらいに怖くなるのか、あいつら。
間違いなくね。そこまでレアなパンになったら、私も自分だけで手一杯になる。ところでしずきくん、ああいうのと喧嘩できる？
Soujuurou shook his head, a look of complete aversion upon his face.
でしょ？なら急ぎましょう。いろいろ余裕ないんだから。
Aoko took a quick, deep breath and then began to sprint once again. Far in the distance, through the fog, the iron fence waited, 300 paces away. As long as nothing happened, they would make it there in one piece. Soujuurou followed after Aoko, holding on to the all-convenient hope. But hope was something ever fleeting. In fact, it lasted not even 300 yards. The edge of the amusement park may well have been at the edge of the world. Dozens of undulating horizons could be seen, crowding the sky like a giant cloud or a thick curtain, or perhaps groaning lips. It was the end of the road, the outer limit of the outrageous and fantastical realm, and yet Aoko found it to be much like the last page of an enormous picture book. The sight turned her mind blank. Well, this is about as bad as it gets, she thought. The Snark, this island of despair, had, at last, brought Aoko to her knees as she stared at the swelled border. The park indeed had an end. Even now, as Aoko and Soujuurou had expected, a fence divided the amusement park from the residential area neighboring it. It had both doubled in height and been made sturdier after another hurdle she had foreseen before even laying eyes on it. Expecting it to have been snarkified, Aoko had come prepared to demolish an obstacle or two. But this construction before her was far beyond a mere wall. It was an ocean that separated the underworld from the mortal one. The iron fence was a restless, surging area. 1 or 2 walls could easily be toppled. Even 10 or 20 could be dealt with one way or another. Between the power left in her body of that which filled the park, putting on a brave front was within her power. She could fully mobilize her circuits and her crest to the point of burnout in a last-ditch effort, like some reenactment of the parting of the Red Sea.
でも、それで終わり。
But then that would be it. Even if a path could be opened, she could not have the energy left to walk it, and it was obvious what would become of her afterwards. The residents would hardly forgive her for wreaking such havoc around their park. Like ants drawn to honey, they would swarm the helpless girl and tear her to pieces. Despondent and exhausted, she felt the faint sting of remorse. Escaping the park, looking back on how they had gotten here, Aoko recognized that her choices had been her undoing. Under the golden full moon, beams of steel bent and merged like wire-frame sculptures. It was only a matter of time before the amusement park itself became one colossal monster. The horde of familiars gathered in the plaza where Alice had formed an impenetrable blockade around them. Just above the head of the boy beside her, the whispering egg called Scratch Dumpty continued to ruffle or shuffle what appeared on its surface.
Aozaki!
Shizuki-kun.
The boy's voice snapped Aoko out of her trance, if only for a moment. The stark reality of the situation quickly dawned on the novice mage. The sheer hopelessness of it all, as it ripped out and snatched away any will she had tried to resist.
ゲートに行こう。ここはどうしようもないけど、入り口ならもうちょっとマシだろ。フラットスナークだっけ？こいつにもルールがあるって言ったじゃないか。なら、これは役割の問題だ。初めから鉄柵は通れない壁だけど、ゲートなら出入り口として機能しているかもしれない。
Soujuurou had not given in to panic. Aoko found herself honestly admiring Soujurou's ability to analyze Snark's characteristics, given the circumstances. Now calm, she steeled her resolve.
そうね。確かに門はあると思う。けど、たどり着くのは難しいわ。一番弱かった焼きたてパンですら、広場や入り口にはもっと上等なのがたむろしてるだろうし、門だってあの観覧車以上の怪物かもしれない。確か大きなキッツィちゃんだったでしょ。
青崎はゲートには行かないのか。
まあね。それよりこっちの方が現実的だし。
Aoko took another glance at the undulating iron fences. It was too late to achieve their goal of making it out alive. In that case, she decided to prioritize the other promise she had made.
今からこの鉄柵を壊すから、あなたはそこから外に出て。それで、私の役割はおしまいよ。
Though her words were few, her tone told the whole story. She was telling him to escape by himself.
信じられない。こんなの、青崎だけじゃ壊せないだろ。
私だけならね。でも、今はこの遊園地が味方してる。燃料がこれだけあるんだから、私は重心になるだけでいいんだし。それでも一回が限度だから、穴を開けたら、あんたには全力で走り抜けてもらうしかないけど。
She would carve a path through this iron sea of fences, gambling on one final effort, a great incantation to launch the biggest projectile she could ever manage. As an outsider, Soujuurou could not even begin to imagine just how much of a burden this would be for her. All he could imagine was a hazy vision of Aoko being left behind at the park. What would happen to her? Would that girl in black come to save her? Cruel as it was to imagine, he knew she would not. After Aoko had exhausted her very best in order to save him, that girl would not stay her hand. The only way Alice would let Aoko off the hook was if Aoko killed Soujuurou as payment. And so,
20メートルぐらい離れてて。準備に手間取るけど、その卵の表面が茹で上がるまでには終わらせるから。
it went without saying that this was the only path.
待ってくれ。俺を逃がすって言うけど、それに意味はあるのか、青崎。
ないけど、外に出られたところでアリスから逃げ切れるとは思えないし。けど、これぐらいは最後の意地よ。守るって言ったんだから、できるところまでやらないと。
Surprised by her seemingly moral stance, Soujuurou saw Aoko in a new light. Ah, but of course, Soujuurou realized that she was not fighting for his sake, but for the sake of her pride.
うん、そうだったな。けど、それなら俺だけ逃がすのはらしくないぞ。
何よ。いいから離れてて。
Aoko eased off, just a bit. She recalled how an hour ago he had gotten the better of her.
青崎、まだ意地を張れるんなら他のことをやろう。このお化けみたいな鉄柵を壊せるなら他に壊すべきものがあるはずだ。
ないわよ。悪いけど、私は目に見えるものしか壊せないの。最後まで形のない希望にすがるとか考えるのも寒気がする。いい？今はフラットスナークなんかよりこの壁を壊してあんたを足抜けさせるのが私の現実。私に負える最大限の責任って。
逃げるのか。
So you're gonna run from this responsibility too, he said. Aoko was just about to turn her back on him when Soujuurou clutched her hand. His words caused something inside of her to boil with rage. It was as though someone had set her heart on fire. The surprise that pricked open her true feelings and the disappointment she felt towards herself thawed over frozen limbs.
誰が逃げるのはそっちで、逃がしてあげるのはこっちだって言うのよ。甘く見ないで。いざとなったら遊園地ごと爆破してみせるわ。
そうか。ならここで俺を逃がすのは無駄だな。その気迫は本命のために取っておこう。それまでは俺も手伝うから。
は？手伝う？それこそ無駄な気遣いよ。頭きた。いいから逃げろバカ。だいたい走り詰めで息も絶え絶えなやつなんか使えないわよ。
そりゃいい加減ヘトヘトだけど、そういう青崎なんか疲れ以上に傷の方が痛んでるだろ。
Not to mention the injury to her back that Aoko had nearly forgotten about. Even now, she couldn't ignore the pain that the automaton had inflicted on her spine. With iron will, she managed to push it out of her mind, mostly.
ほら、魔術とか抜きにすればまだ俺の方がマシじゃないか。入り口までおぶっていくことぐらいならなんとか。
できないことは口にしないで。もういいから言って。慣れているもの、私は。でもあなたは違う。こういうの初めてでしょ。
Damn, she pulled out the Cortana Halo quote, "Don't make a girl a promise he can't keep."
だからいいの。
The fact that they were a team, the fact that she would still have to kill him after all of this, none of the irony was lost on her as she said these words. It didn't matter anymore. Still, Soujuurou didn't let go of her hand. He gripped it even harder. His expression was the same as ever. Aoko frowned, trying to figure out if he was upset with her.
確かに、こういうのは初めてだ。けど、山じゃ危険な目ぐらい合ってる。鹿に襲われたことだってあるんだぞ、俺は。
As a city girl, she had no idea what it meant to be attacked by a deer. But his determination was apparent enough. True. Looking back on it now, he had maintained his composure through it all. A normal person would barely be able to talk through such panic. Perhaps growing up deep in the mountains, far from civilization, had taught him how to stay calm in the face of so much.
だから信じてくれ。少しでいいから。
He spoke his plain, unadulterated feelings, and released his hand. There was no lie in him. In fact, he was too honest. So much so that she found it hard to believe him. Soujuurou had no reason to go this far. As it stood, Aoko had no future. After confessing this and telling him to escape, why did this boy still offer to help her? A person like her.
わからない。どうしてそこまでするの？私に付き合えばあなたは死ぬのよ。これが最後だからちゃんと考えてよね。あなたはここで逃げるべきよ。
それはわかるよ。でも行かない。
Soujuurou answered immediately, realizing that Aoko was looking for his reason. This level of insight in Soujuurou demanded a round of applause.
そうすると、青崎が死んでしまいそうだ。
His words were as irrational as always.
だから、どうしてそこまでするのよ、あんたは！
She was yelling out of frustration. After thinking for a moment, Soujuurou
そ
replied,
りゃ、君が好きだからだろ。
Oh! Simple and to the point. His face seemed to ask why she would even question him so. There was a pause, no more than 2 seconds. His surprise attack had stopped Aoko in her tracks. Alice was not the only one who had an ace up her sleeve. That line reached deeper than Flat Snark could ever hope to. All Aoko could respond with was an expression of pure shock. It was a simple, stubborn reason, the strongest kind on earth. Soujuurou Shizuki was indeed incomprehensible. To be able to work unconditionally with someone who was trying to kill him, but she felt as though she'd finally grasped a sliver of his true nature. Tobimaru and the others' assessment of him was correct, as vexing as it was to her for her to admit.
バカね。私はあなたのこと嫌いなのに。
He laughed at her grumbling, her sour grumbling. At this point, he was used to her insults. Their clash of wills ended here. Aoko's blood ran hot from her blazing heart. If he was going to make a face like that, all she could do was try to think of a way to get them both home.
私だって逃げっぱなしは性に合わないし。いいわよ。最後まで粘ってみる。それにしずきくんが付き合ってくれるなら、何かの役には立つでしょ。
Though her tone had lightened, there was still hesitation in her eyes. It was only natural. Aoko had not even a clue as to how to begin to fight the Snark. If only she had been just a bit more skilled, or had trained just a bit more, there might have been some way to look for it.
我ながら情けない。せめて正体を暴く手がかりでもあればいいんだけど。
Unconsciously, she let her apprehension show. Sniveling was pointless. She would just have to figure it out by herself. But...
ん？なんだ？正体さえ分かればいいのか？
え？
Aoko gave him a look, as if to ask what that was supposed to mean.
いや、だからおかしなものはどれかってことだろ？
Soujuurou also made a face that suggested she should have brought it up sooner.
わかるのあんた？
多分。いや、結構前から気になっていたんだけど。
Soujuurou whispered in her ear quietly, so as to not be overheard.
あ？
It was certainly unexpected, but then again, equally obvious. After he examined the mistake, she knew right away that he was correct. At last, she had an inkling of Flat Snark's original form, namely... Does he know? He knows! Rizuro? Soujuurou? Rizuro? They strategized for 10 minutes. After deliberating the Snark's true form and figuring out a plan of attack, the two exchanged nods in acceptance of their roles.
それじゃあ、ここからは別行動ね。でも、ミラーハウスの時みたいなのは勘弁してよ。この作戦の肝はあなたなんだから。開始1分でドジったら、本当に打つ手なしだからね。
Though she jabbed at him for his previous failure as a decoy, her voice was bright. Aoko's original vigor had returned to her at Soujuurou's discovery of the truth. Meanwhile, Soujuurou was getting serious in his own way. He took Aoko's warning to heart.
ならいいけど。いい？さっきと立場は反対よ。 失敗したら死ぬのは私じゃなくてそっち。もうフォローに回れないから、できるだけ慎重にね。
わかってる。今更ながら、やっぱりさっき逃がしてもらえばよかったと思うぐらい慎重だ。
Soujuurou nodded, telling her to leave it to him. Though he made it sound like he was holding a grudge, it seemed to him to be the only way of showing her his resolve. Aoko let out a sigh of defeat. Once more, she couldn't figure him out.
ほんと、大バカなんだか大物なんだか。でも任せた。期待してるわ、しずきくん。
She had wanted to say that she believed in him, but apparently that was too embarrassing for her. Aoko turned away from Soujuurou and began to run. She had begun to think that maybe this change of pace was not so bad after all. And so ended the intermission. The young cast members were handed their new lines. Whatever happened next, the Night of Witches had, at long last, entered its climax.
別行動？あの二人が？
Alright, let me go to the bathroom real quick. I gotta pee. Alright, I'm back. Alright, the Night of Witches had long last entered its climax. They split up, are you sure? The Robin is spying for her. She was filled with foreboding at the Robin's report. Apparently, they had gone in opposite directions. The park's residents had set off after the boy as witness, and it would take them mere minutes to capture him, so the bird said.
どういうこと？追いかけているのは本当に彼？青子が変装しているのではなく。
The robin flapped its wings, chirping away any doubt. It had seen them with its own eyes. Aoko was heading for the plaza, while the cocky brat was making a run for the roller coaster.
青子が彼を見捨てた？ですって？
Cocky brat, huh? I don't know who's calling him a cocky brat there, either the Robin or Alice, but that's kind of interesting wording or dialogue for someone or something that doesn't know him, huh? Supposedly. Robin's the one calling him a brat? Just interesting. Just want to make note of that. Maybe because he lives in the mountains, the Robin knows him or something, or it's seen him before, or it's just a gesture and they don't actually know. I don't know. Regardless, I just wanted to point it out. It's kind of interesting. I don't know why they would be calling him cocky brat. Are you saying that Aoko abandoned him?
そんな簡単なことならいいけど。ダンプティは彼に張り付いているの？
The robin nodded enthusiastically. It didn't know about the other birds, but with its superior night vision, it had seen that sucker clearly because he had moved to a high point.
ダンプティはなんて？
That sucker? What the fuck? They just hate him because he's goated? Yeah, wait, what the hell? It's calling him a sucker now, too. It didn't know about the other birds, but with its superior night vision, it had seen that sucker clearly because he had moved to a high point. And Dumpty?
最後まで歌わせろ。こんな褒め殺したい間抜けはまたとない。ですって。
Scratch Dumpty was a ticking time bomb that would drop and detonate the moment its target averted its gaze. That is, as long as his target continued to observe him. In a way, he was gentlemanly ploy kickshaw, though Alice wished he would forego such niceties when in battle.
そうね。視線を切らないだけでは、ダンプティからは逃げられない。表面の詩が完成すれば扉が開く。彼がどこまで逃げようと、あと少しでダンプティがしまってくれるわ。
Until the park, or rather the Snark, was destroyed, Soujuurou would not be able to escape, which meant the larger concern was Aoko. Aoko had promised to protect the boy, which begged the question, where was she running to?
ここにいる限り、 青子の動向はつかめない。
Alice looked out over the park, ignoring the robin's attempt to get her attention with its plumage. Flat Snark had nearly reached its full size. It's gotta be the Ferris wheel, right? It was a different breed of beast compared to the other cheap ploys. To her, it was one of her 3 most irreplaceable and precious familiars.
そうね。任せたわスナーク。青子が諦めない以上、あなたも手は抜かないで。
Alice remained where she was, with the same historical merit as the troll under the bridge and the poison-clawed reptile. Flat Snark was one of Alice's ultimate ploys. She was placing her trust in its reputation and ability.
でも忘れないで。これはゲームよ。勝敗がついたのなら、私のところに帰ってきて。
The drifting fog ignored its master's words. It was the one thing that Alice had misread. Flat Snark was a king, even among the other ploys, of terrible, vulgar antics. Death to the defeated, gruesome tragedy to the vanquished. It found no pleasure unless it brought about dramatic ruination of life and wealth. The fog billowed like wicked laughter. After all, only a king had the right to decide the fate of the vanquished, and the Snark's greed could not be contained. Thus, it hadn't even the slightest intent to play fair, despite its master's orders. Over 100 feet high, one careful step at a time, the figure made its way gingerly up the track, which stretched into the heart of the amusement park. He stayed his beating chest and pounding of his breath. Even tiny movements were an obstacle to his progress. Amazingly, the one making this pale-faced advance higher and higher was Soujuurou Shizuki. Far below, he saw that a horde of bread creatures had congregated by the roller coaster platform. As they bustled this way and that, their numbers continued to increase by the minute, seemingly cheering on Soujuurou with raised arms as he made his ascent. Or rather, they jeered as if beckoning for him to come down.
助かった。あれ、高いところは苦手なんだ。
Of course, neither did Soujuurou, but his current state was the lesser of 2 evils. The only thing that followed him now was the floating egg. After heaving a huge sigh, Soujuurou bent forward a bit and climbed the track that inclined towards the heavens. 150 feet now. If this were a skyscraper, he would be on the 16th floor. A strong gust of wind whipped through his hair. Humans had a natural instinctual fear of heights. In particular, a place like this, which called forth visions of falling to one's death, would cause a person's knees to tremble against their will. It was an instinct that forewarned death, urging its master to return to the safety of the ground. It was a reasonable reaction. Climbing the roller coaster tracks went beyond funny stories and into the realm of fantasy. The strong winds and change in air pressure were a hindrance. His instincts screamed at him to stop, causing his limbs to go numb, his muscles to go limp, and his mind to race. Even if he had been tied to a lifeline, a mere 15 feet of climbing would still have caused his thoughts to freeze out of sheer terror. And it would only get worse from here, exponentially so. Every foot forward increased the load on his mind and his body by another degree.
よし、頂上まであと少し。
The burden on his mind notwithstanding, he carefully measured the toll on his body with every step. His legs, which had carried him running this far, threatened to buckle the moment he let down his guard. This fatigue was likely why Aoko stressed that Soujurou's role was more dangerous than hers.
待てよ。逆を言うと、疲れてなければなんとかなると思ってたんだよな、青崎は。
Soujuurou laughed as he stared at the floating egg. He reflected on the course of the events that had led to this absurd situation. Not even 10 minutes ago, they had been engaged in a conversation.
じゃあ次ね。正体が分かった以上、あとはどう壊すかを話し合いましょう。
Soujuurou felt a shudder travel down his spine, and Aoko's smug grin. In hindsight, Aoko had been more than happy at this point to make him do something absurd.
どう壊すかって、それなら。
Soujuurou wondered aloud. From what he'd seen, Aoko had enough firepower to tear clean through a fence. He'd refrained from speculating about Flat Snark's true form because he'd felt there was nothing they could do about it, even if they knew. But that had changed. For Aoko, the impossible was quite literally within her grasp.
そうでもないわ。私の目算だと、あと50メートル分、ギリギリで届かない。
Despair filled Soujurou's eyes. Aoko lifted her hand to go through her hair, and with a magically charged fingertip, clipped a clean tuft of it.
足りない分は努力と根性ってね。あなたはできるだけ高いところまで逃げて。頃合いを見て合図を出すから、そうしたらこれを空に放ってくれる？
Based on where Aoko pointed her gaze, she did not really mean to leave it up to Soujuurou to pick the highest place he could find. She was staring conspicuously at one of the amusement park's two main attractions, the roller coaster.
つまり、青崎とは別行動をとって、あの怪物たちに追われながら。
そういうこと。ほら、あのうねうね動き出してるコースターのレールとか、よくない？
There were two demons in this park. Her smile made even Soujuurou want to respond that it was far from perfect.
疑いたくはないんだが、本当はあの子とグルで俺を遠回しに殺そうとしてるんじゃないか。
あら、私に殺されるのならいいんでしょ？
人の出現を悪用するのは良くないと思う。
Soujuurou hung his head. This was not sane. If he did as she said, he would die from exhaustion before Kitsu even had a chance to eat him.
私だって鬼じゃないわ。ほら、こっち向いて。おまじないかけてあげる。
ん？
It was the lightest of touches, close enough for their breath and skin to come into contact.
Oh.
She's gonna boop him on the nose. Zaki, he finished with a hushed voice. For one of them, this was rather a mundane magecraft. For the other, it was a head-spinning, intimate ambush.
軽く、弱く、うまく、早く。
The weight of the air, the tremble of one's breast. Be light and frail, nimble and fast.
チクタク、チクタク。急げや、急げ。
Tick tock, tick tock, there's no time to waste. Light lags behind, while shadows pull ahead. Words that could not be produced by a normal larynx carried a peculiar weight to them, reverberated against his eardrums. If words were given colors, these would have been the color of her name, blue. Soujurou's exhausted body and burning blood gently cooled.
飛ぶ、泳ぐ、駆け抜ける。
Fly, swim, run, a bird in the sky, a fish in the sea, you in the
チ
distance.
クタク、チクタク。汽笛を鳴らせ。
Tick tock, tick tock, sound the alarm. Stuff doubt and anxiety in a sack. Begin the journey at dawn.
星はいつでも北の空。
Hoshi!
どこまでも、いつまでも。
The star is always in the northern sky. No matter where you go, a shining star falls into your heart. In reality, it took only a few seconds, but the sudden contact had felt a little longer.
よし、暗示成功。成功したはず。ここまで手応えがあったの初めてだし。アリスの小言もたまには役に立つじゃない。
Wait, did she give him an actual spell? I thought she was faking it to give him confidence. Not gonna lie. I thought she was just gonna boop him on the head, and I thought she was just gonna boop him on the nose and tell him that was she gave him a magic spell, and he was gonna believe it. This is a good luck charm EX. It's a passive on Soujuurou and FGO. Really? That's awesome. A very merry Aoko stood aside a very confused Soujuurou. After he asked what the heck had just occurred, she responded.
簡単な暗示よ。一時的に恐怖心を消しておいたから、高いところに登っても平気なはず。あの手の作業で一番足を引っ張るのは同様でしょ？恐怖も何も感じなければ、地上何メートルだろうと平均台とそう変わらないってわけ。
He seemed to get it. It actually all sounded like Greek to Soujuurou, but he accepted it as an explanation for her strange actions. It actually all sounded Greek to Soujuurou knows what Greek is? I thought you hadn't heard about Achilles. What? Or maybe that's the joke. But he accepted it as an explanation for her strange actions. He hardly knows Japanese. He arrived at the summit of the track. From nearly 200 feet high, Soujuurou had a bird's eye view of the entire amusement park. He was able to spot Aoko's figure right away. In the plaza, not so far from here, she seemed to be occupied with something conspicuous. Her surroundings laid still. The breadmen were still busy trying to figure out how to reach Soujuurou by trial and error from the roller coaster's entrance. They were over 300 feet away now.
汗をかくはずだ。こんなに移動したのか。
The strong winter gales quickly dried the sweat on his brow, but he was drenched underneath his shirt. This much sweat was worth at least half a mile run, not to mention all the scares he had experienced throughout the night.
でもよかった。あとは合図を待つだけだ。
He felt a wave of relief. But not at the thought of Aoko destroying the Snark in this nightmarish park. He was simply happy that he got to repay a bit of his debt from the House of Mirrors. A blue bullet rose from the plaza where Aoko was located.
合図だ。
That's the signal. Soujuurou stood up atop the tracks, pulled out the pouch he had stowed in his pocket, and tossed it forward. Without any regard for his questionable footing, he gave it a mighty overarm pitch. The small pouch drew a parabolic curve in Aoko's direction, quickly becoming united in midair. Inside the bag was the lock of her hair and a small stone weight.
高いところから風に乗せてくれれば、あとは何とかするから。
Aoko had said, but it was Soujurou's effort that had set the plan all in motion. The tuft of hair remained airborne, drifting as if it were watching over its owner. Soujurou's job was done. He remained concerned about the egg hovering over him, but there was nothing he could do about it. Soujuurou breathed a sigh of relief and leaned forward to watch the rest of the plan unfold. But then...
Mumu?
In the corner of his eye, he thought he spotted something familiar approaching Aoko. Well, Alice is going to meet her, huh?
Route set.
And here's the moment from the trailer, huh? Because I've seen the trailer for the movie, how the trailer ends. She has like a giant ass fucking blast. Route set, connecting a crest. Oh shit, here we go.
Direct. 1層、2層。 予備に3層。
Direct current crests, first layer, second layer, third layer reserved.
魔力提供。体現に固定。
Magical energy supply fixed to the greater
循
source.
環よし。射角よし。術式安定。大まか
Flow,
よし。
check. Angle, check. Formula stability, good enough. A pattern began to carve itself into the brick sheet. The casting of an unprecedented incantation with unprecedented range. Keeping the rising tension contained within her crest, the fledgling mage snapped her fingers.
決めた。ツアープラン。スターマイン。
Tour plan, star mine, done. Bullet configuration, convergent, launch. She kneeled at the center of the formula and raised her head to the night sky. Not even a glimpse of the transmogrified fantasy land around her entered her vision now. Only one thing, one untouchable thing, was reflected in her blue eyes.
実はずっと気になっていたことが。
Is it the weird moon, maybe? This is how their conversation started a few minutes prior. Soujuurou began with a simple statement of fact. In truth, it really was the simplest of discrepancies. Any difference between the reality of an hour ago and the illusion of the present was both infinitesimal. Oh my god. Infinitesimal and infinite.
雲があったから勘違いしたんだろうけど。
It was hiding in plain sight. Too impossible to be real, but too outlandish to be here. In the amusement park, where every paradigm had shifted, something was brazenly, flaunting its normacy.
今夜は新月なんだ、青崎。
Tonight's supposed to be a new moon.
思えば初めっからその形だったものね。
The distance from the Earth to the moon was 238,900 miles. If it truly was identical to the actual moon, then this monster indeed lived up to its eerie reputation. At a distance that vast, there would have been no need to hide. It could flaunt its true form for all to see. But if it had to hide its true form, that meant it was vulnerable. The monster's camouflage implied that it sat within the reach of human hands.
こっちの最大射程はよくて600ってところだけど。
At this point, it was time to give it all she had. Drawing on the energy surging throughout the park, she extended her firing arm. A blue firework launched into the air. Looking up at her hair dancing in the wind above, Aoko reached out her hand as if to catch the night sky. A mage's own body made for the perfect catalyst. And for a female mage, the hair she had grown out over many years made for a particularly valuable and powerful source of fuel. To use it, all she had to do was apply her will. She locked her fingers on both her hands together and shouted,
三層展開全術式連携
She hurled forth a clear challenge to bind the moon to herself. Deploy third layer, all formula, commence, linked activation. The mist began to whirl into a vortex. The monster high above bore its fangs at the sight of the blue spell that appeared in midair.
見抜かれたですって。
By the time Alice had noticed the change, the hostility between Aoko and the Snark was palpable.
そうなら青子の勝ちよ。すぐに戻りなさい。確かに雨雲を消したのはヒントの上げすぎだけど、それぐらいは多めに見て。スナーク
The fog continued to thicken with no sign of abating. The moon that floated in the night sky could not pardon such an insolent mage. As if the Lord of the Night would bow down to such impudence, there was no staying its wrath at a challenge so flagrant.
スナーク
The robin swooped in to give its report, but Alice waved it away. Her gaze was fixed on the transforming golden moon. Her calls of restraint did not reach it. This fairy tale monster was beholden to nobody, and it would have no qualms unleashing its vast might up against this puny prey. The core of her magic bullet howled. The magic circuits within her body spun. Aoko fed the magical energy, scorching her nerves with imaginary flame. She was linked to the formula inscribed on the ground. The spell was read and executed the same as it always was, but its output was beyond reckoning. With this much firepower, even this mundane process would invite injury upon its caster. It was enough to burn up the nerves that were acting as the barrel.
でもいける
The imaginary heat had reached a terrifying temperature. Aoko trembled at this endless feeling, but would have to grin and bear it lest their efforts come to naught. Aoko could no longer move. When she had learned the Snark's true form from Soujuurou, she gave up on any superiority a movable turret offered, instead opting to become a stationary cannon. That was the only way she could reach it. It was impossible to hunt the Snark unless she anchored her crest at this location and angle. At the same time, this action revealed that she was out of options. Once the fuse was lit, she would have no choice but to fight to the bitter end. Aoko took a deep breath. This was the way she wanted it. Her preparations were complete. She would be able to deliver this maelstrom of magical energy directly to the moon, like a rocket payload. The third mid-air layer served as the cannon's muzzle and sight. It would fire the magical energy once it reached criticality, and it allowed Aoko to adjust the angle of fire. The moon became warped within her scope. As Aoko charged her magical energy, the ploy displayed its golden form as if it mocked her.
Come, worship the heavens, powerless scion of an innocent bloodline.
For there it was, a point among the otherworldly sky, a mystical visage, obfuscated by jade, mists, and azure clouds, called the greatest treasure known to the world of magecraft, a rarity more valuable than an entire kingdom. Crown Phantasm. Set apart from the first, the world's greatest fabrication. Her instinct screamed at her to delay no further. This fairy tale monster was the greatest of its kind, and it was about to expose its true form. Its open hostility made it clear that it was ready for a counterattack. She had to shoot it down first. Magical energy was at 80%. The formula was operating normally. All that was left was to pull the trigger. However, the calm voice inside her head asked if that was really okay. She had one shot at this, and there was no going back. It was a battle of precision, with no room for miscalculations. Even a tenth of a second of hesitation would tip the scales. Was she ready for the pain? Was she ready to deal with the fallout if she missed? Could she really even take down the moon with such a tiny bullet in the first place? Her eyes, fixed upon the moon, were filled with determination. She knew that the moment she fired, the intense recoil would overwhelm her entire body. Still, she shouted. With every ounce of spirit she possessed, she fired her ultra-long-range projectile into the sky. Oh, I was down here. The third layer embraced the magic bullet and fired from the surface of the earth. The crest, an extension of Aoko's self, unleashed light to pierce the moon. However, an enormous blue canopy pulverized the beam. It returned the ether, that 3,000 degree flame, to nothing as it came into contact with the bullet. The recoil of the Grand Magecraft literally boiled her blood. Her body could not handle it. Her heart stopped. Her brain went numb from the pain and impact. Her nerves putrefied from end to end. But her magic crest revived them, all by force. Even though her vision had gone white, she could still see it. Swallowing the blood in her mouth, Aoko looked up with a scowl. There it was, an enormous shield of ice and a sneering, deformed skull.
撃つのが遅すぎた。それとも早すぎた。盾を作られる前に撃てばよかった。それとも正面からじゃ無謀すぎた。どっちでもいい。一層、二層、再起動。急いで。
There was no time to think or hesitate. The magical energy throughout the park began to gather. Aoko knelt. Across from the tyrannical face of the moon, she initiated that the ice had yet to fully form. Flat Snark still hadn't reached its full strength, which was exactly why. By accelerating the spell, Aoko damaged her own body. The burden of linking the formula to the Snark caused an intense pain. All she could do was grit her teeth and endure it. All because... Aoko had gotten a read on their relative strengths. Even if its volume of magical energy was identical, Snark's form, its mystic scale, was in a different league. Aoko could charge her energy to its absolute limit, and that would barely make a dent in the ice wall. Meanwhile, there was nothing she could do to prevent her own annihilation if the Snark gathered as much energy as it could. She loaded her next shot. She issued orders to the floating third layer. Ignoring the toll on her body, she began to accelerate the first layer formula. The role of her right-hand single layer was to absorb and store surrounding magical energy. The thick fog that drifted through the park was an ancient ether spewed out by Flat Snark's own body, but Aoko could pour it into her formula. Aoko's body, which had integrated with the formula, took on an amount of magical energy that far surpassed its maximum capacity. It seethed in agony, or rather, it trembled in delight. For a mage, magical energy was a propellant to reach the realm of mystics, the expansion of eternal time, the liquefaction of the self, the release from the physical. They were all what one might call a near-death experience. On the precipice of what lay beyond, Aoko stood firm and faced reality. Still, reality had come to break her will. The gap between them was plain to any observer. The gun barrel named Aoko Aozaki had not a chance to chip away at that giant lump of ice. She accelerated the spell even further. The skull grinned. That ice was no shield. It was a hammer to crush mages who did not know their place. The moon laughed as it prepared to crush not just Aoko, but the boy atop the roller coaster, as well as the park in its entirety. Her circuits were on the verge of going critical. Her body had been charged with a scorching power supply from her fingertips to her eyeballs. She would see the bullet fired. she would arrange the Magecraft formula as quickly as her nerve's transmission speed would allow. A single attack was not enough. There was no way to shoot it from its flank, which meant there was only one solution. Alternate selector reconnecting to alternate current. The third layer began to transform. It switched from direct to alternating current. The spell's supposed strong point was its ability to adjust its trajectory mid-flight, but right now, all she wanted was numbers. Set connecting octogram. All layers max rotation. A blue sun shined down upon the amusement park. Beams of light at maximum output streaked into to pierce the golden moon. Holding down the trigger, she continued to fire, taking in energy ad infinitum. Blue flame shot forth at critical level, but the ice would neither melt nor mar. No amount of sheer heat could make a dent in something formed from such a colossal amount of magical energy. The toll on her circuit sent them berserk, and blood began to run free. The battle had become a tussle over the magical energy that filled the park. From the very beginning, this had been the Snark's home turf. The Snark had controlled over at least 80% of the space, while Aoko had 20 at best. The castle of ice descended as if to call the match. All she could do was delay the inevitable. She knew that she had been backed into a wall, and right now, the only thing she could do was keep firing. Then again, perhaps not. There was another option. If she converted all of her magical energy into a defense, there was a tiny chance, no, not tiny, a great possibility, in fact, that she could save just her. Clinging to that broken hope, Aoko continued to rotate her circuits. Time seemed to stop at the magical energy overdose. A second of intense pain lasted an eternity. I was gonna compare this to the moment in LB6 with Castoria, but Nasu literally used the same line. A second lasted for eternity. Then, amidst everything, something approached, one step at a time. Something from among the park's shadows. Something. She felt goosebumps from head to toe. The issue was no longer the ice overhead. In the midst of this stillness, the Red Death drew closer, step by ominous step. Her circuits in her mind began to rupture out of terror. The composition of her formula and soul began to rip apart. There it was, just behind her. Its footsteps came to a halt. It reached around and cupped her face in its blood-stained hands.
Konnichiwa.
Greetings, it says. She wanted to scream out with all her might. This is it. Nothing matters. I couldn't care less. Run or don't run, it doesn't matter. Quit hiding and reveal yourself. Use whatever you can and show no mercy. That was it. She had one final card to play. Once, a miracle had been gifted to her, almost as a joke. It made the ice look like child's play. That was what the Red Death had come to kill. Using it would spell ruin. Not using it would mean death by ice. Then, why hesitate? There were no conditions on its use. There was no price to pay for its power. She simply would cease to be herself. That was all. Humans love to exist in areas of gray. Dozens of electrical impulses disconnect in the brain every minute. Nothing lasts forever, not even one's self. It was not anything particularly worthy of disdain. It was not even anything remarkably worthy of being called taboo. What escaped her lips now was rage, bewilderment from the red silhouette. The girl let out an inaudible scream. Could true magic truly be her savior? What an opportunistic load of bull. After all, to begin with, indeed, Aoko was still in the dark when it came to that magic, whatever it was. She woke from her momentarily hallucination, the very illusion her breaking soul had shown her. Whining had the opposite effect on her. Her pride was now ablaze. Soujuurou was right. Her opponent had put her in check, but she had done the same to it. It was clear why she was losing, so now all she needed was a counterplan, well within her abilities. No matter the odds, she was not one to give up without giving it one last shot. Her numbed fingers clenched into a tight fist. She was betting against the house, an unreasonable gamble that should have made her question her sanity. If her first step was off by an inch, her body would be instantly vaporized. But she knew a boy who never fled. She knew of a steadfast courage that could shine its light, no matter how small, through any desperate situation. Yes, there was more than just herself to be concerned about. If that ice fell, it would mean the destruction of the park in its entirety. Everything he had achieved, everything he had risked and dared, and happily put his life on the line for, would all be for naught. Determination and confidence surged through her like electricity. She was in no mood to be crushed by a giant sheet of ice. If she was going to lose, she'd rather do it as the grandest firework possible. Aoko was a sore loser. At this point, she would rather burn herself to cinders than let it decide her end. Change! Disconnect, expand area, and reconnect. She grunted in pain. Energy raged through her body. Her circuits were on the verge of disintegration. Inscribed upon her body, her magic crest was magecraft given physical form. It did not, however, stop with simple skin and flesh. It burrowed into the very marrow of her bones. A playful smile graced her lips. Her sense of reason had been turned upside down by the pain. That was only natural.
あんたやればできるじゃない私
She had to praise her own body for holding out so long while pushed beyond its own limits. The skull face noticed the abnormality. It finally recognized the challenge for dominance over this space. It laughed at the conceit it faced. Never did it expect a magician to challenge the great flat Snark, lord of vessels over a millennium, and in such an age of decline. Oh, look at that. She tried to catch her breath. She braced herself for the coming pain. She was going to smash that ice to pieces. Both had access to the same amount of magical energy. One of them was greatly outmatched, but
出力装置に差があった。魔力の吸引、方針の規模で負けているのなら、単純な話、私をでかくするだけでいい。チェンジ、ツアープラン。
Change tour plan, reconnect bullet configuration. The feedback would go beyond anything she had experienced to date. Quite simply, her decision went beyond recklessness. She expanded both formula to maximum size. The first layer would transform into a giant vortex, swallowing up the mist. The second layer would process it from one end and pump it into her, into the barrel.
私の想定が甘かった。撃ち落とすなんて半端もいいとこ。この場合、跡形もなく打ち砕くった。
Primeval power answered the spellcaster's conviction. It formed the pattern of a writhing serpent. Voiceless magical power flew a banner of revolution. Now, look upon the earth, O venerable one.
Now look upon the earth, O venerable one.
Or is this her talking to it? See now this pioneer, this first among trailblazers. She embodies a species that knows no fear, that renders not all manner of mystic and tradition.
貸し借りはここまでよ。嘘つきブーチャム。お望み通り、どしをつけて返してあげる。
For the newest magician commands the principles of consumption and extinction. Aberrant bullet of light melted through the castle of ice. The barrel held fast. Her control of magical energy was divine. 100,000 miles of veins, equal to 2.5 times the circumference of the earth, hungrily drank in the magical energy. The subsequent magical strike hurtled straight up towards the moon.
No, 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 no!
Death rose from the moon's surface. A cry of indicant terror echoed through the abandoned park. Reality was burned into the eyes of this creature of fantasy. Holy shit, what a fucking line, man. Come on, Nasu. Reality was burned into the eyes of this creature of fantasy. Holy shit. To Aoko, its vain struggle was the taste of victory. Victory despite her absolute reckless use of magical energy. The energy scales had been tipped to their breaking point, but nevertheless, in her favor. Bullet configuration.
Black light, star.
Total eclipse converge. shatter, 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 shatter. The skyscraper scattered into atomized dust. The island, its unattainability extolled, had swallowed whole the despair of its many challengers. Long had it proudly eluded mankind's intellect. Yet now, azure mist bemoaned its demise. In the sky, the icy canopy crumbled. The Snark hunting bullet jumped over the moon. Its throes of death sounded like the roaring sea, reverberating across this fairy tale land. The battle was over. The thick fog dissipated, and the shattered ice melted away before it hit the ground. A lethal bullet unseated the Night King from his throne, affording him no time to grieve his loss. The oil of the moon, the untouched, flat Snark, the dreamscape that had begun with its resurrection ended with its demise, drawing a close to the nightmare. Flat on her back, Aoko looked up at the night sky. She lay there perfectly still, not able to move a single finger. When she tried, her whole body screamed out in agony. She was completely empty of magical energy, and her magic crest had come to a halt. She estimated that it would likely require a whole day to recover all of her bodily functions. Sadly, all she could really do in that moment was take a breath. At least her chest was swelling with pride. She had gone toe-to-toe with a fairy tale monster and had emerged victorious. The battlefield conditions had favored her. It was true, but there was no denying that Aoko had come a long way in the past 6 months. Flat Snark would never again return to this world. It was an insanely rare item, so invaluable that it would have been impossible to price for an auction at the Association in London. Aoko had sent Alice's priceless treasure into oblivion. Needless to say, things had gotten more than a little out of hand. They had both agreed to fight, so Alice probably would not complain. Even if she was furious, she would never be so undignified as to show it. The second Aoko relaxed, fatigue finally caught up with her. She did everything in her power to fight off the overwhelming drowsiness. Aside from a few minor internal injuries, her body was miraculously unscathed. She felt she could probably stand up and dust herself off after a bit of rest. The golden moon continued to burn bright in the sky. Aoko's bleary eyes went wide in astonishment. She was still unable to lift a finger. It reminds me, this piece right here reminds me a lot of how the 3 looks in Destiny when you find it dead. It's like the outer god of Earth, like all the 9 in Destiny. Some people might be familiar with that if they're familiar with Destiny, but the 9, like in the recent expansions, the storyline they've been setting up are like outer gods. There's one in every planet of the solar system, and the big plot twist of the first expansion is that 3 has been dead, and similar to Nasu's beast thing where like if one beast appears, it signals all the other ones will appear. If 1/9 dies, it kind of signals the death for all of them and the extinction of the solar system. And so, like the storyline for Destiny after they've defeated the Witness and all that is like how to fix that. But when you see it, it kind of looks like that. It looks very otherworldly in a way, but like cosmic horror-y with how it's in the sky with the stars in the background. It's crazy looking. Now you know the meme of her destroying the moon? I don't think I've seen that. I'm not too familiar with Witch on the Holy Night memes. Just Soujuurou, I think. If the universe is endless for a space god, to die means there's a possibility for the space to end, which is a big problem. Yeah, that's like the setup for the next 10 years of Destiny, I guess, or whatever the hell they're setting up. She was still unable to lift a finger.
そっか。スナークを見つけたベイカーも最後は一緒に消えるんだっけ。
Whoa. She sighed in resignation. Aoko accepted that her final stand left her with only 10 seconds before she burned to ash too. Elsewhere, just a short moment prior, buffeted by a strong wind atop the roller coaster, Soujuurou gravely peered down at the ground.
Mumu?
All he could muster was a single murmur. He could see Aoko on top of some drawing on the ground and...
なんだあれ。いくらなんでも頑丈すぎないか。
In the distance, there was something familiar in the direction of the ruined house of mirrors. Soujurou's job to throw Aoko's hair from a great height was complete. While not the most impressive of tasks, it was absolutely a matter of life and death. And to top it all off, just thinking about how he was going to get back down to the ground was making him dizzy. He had experienced more than enough trouble for one day.
いや、でもあれ。
Oh! Oh, okay. Now I thought that was his I thought that now we get to see it from his perspective. Okay. I thought his his murmur, I thought that was after the fact. I thought that was his reaction to everything that had just happened. He was flustered as he stood atop the swaying bridge. A skull suddenly appeared in the sky above. On the ground, he could see a circle of blue light with Aoko Aozaki in the middle of it. And one more thing. From an angle that only Soujuurou could see, a shadow stalked Aoko while she challenged the moon. Oh, he could see it, huh? It was shaped like a person, missing the lower half of its body. Oh, wait, that thing's still alive. I thought he could see the Little Red Riding Hood. The disembodied torso slowly crawled its way towards Aoko. They were still over 600 feet apart. Unfortunately for Aoko, she completely failed to notice it approaching her from behind.
遠くて見えないけど、あれは?
He was sure of it now. There was only one thing in the park that would chase Aoko and not him. The puppet.
いや、でも、ほら、あるいは、ひょっとして、ただの偶然ではないだろうか。
His mind ran in circles. It was a perfectly reasonable reaction. Any grip on reality he might have had left was long lost when Aoko started firing beams of light at the monstrous moon. Any grip on reality he might have had left was lost when Aoko started firing beams of light at the monstrous moon. Aoko's merciless fire buffeted the roller coaster like a storm. Just standing on it was almost enough for him to be thrown off and killed. At any rate, Soujuurou couldn't fathom the situation. Should he head back to the entrance of the roller coaster and warn Aoko about the incoming threat? No, there was no way he could make it in time. And to make matters worse, there was a horde of bread down there waiting for him. And it may very well have been the case that Aoko was already aware of the puppet and could take it out as soon as it got closer. If she was Soujuurou, Soujuurou was sure he would only be in the way. But it did not seem like there was anything he could do to help. And beyond that, Aoko was not the only one in danger. He was in quite a predicament himself. You can't go home again. The road home was never safe, as one thought. It was as true there as it had been in the mountains. The path he was on was no exception. As risky as the ascent had been, it was even more dangerous to go back down. Okay, that's the first time we've heard that. You can't go home again. The road home was never as safe as one thought. It was as true there as it had been in the mountains. Little bit of hint to his backstory, I guess. Be worrying about others. His shaking legs reminded him that only 200 feet separated him from death. His head was pounding. This was reckless and stupid. Having been raised in the mountains, he was more sensitive to danger than anyone raised in the city, and just thinking about what he was about to do made his throat seize up. There was only one thing he could say for sure.
Aozakiのことだ。あれに絶対気づいていない。
Go, Soujuurou, go! With a sobbing shout, Soujuurou started to make his way down the 200-foot frame of a roller coaster. His race towards death accelerated. He never meant to speed up, but the downward slope propelled him forward. It was too late for regrets. Now that he was running, he had no choice but to go even faster. And time was not on his side. He would never make it in time if he took the long way down. Never mind the breadmen crowding the exit of the roller coaster. With the exits blocked, the outcome would be the same, whether he went slowly or quickly. There was no reason to rush to his death as desperately as he did. So what if it was futile? Soujuurou cleared the doubts from his mind. He turned his attention to what he could do, keeping his footing and trying to arrive at the bottom as quickly as he could.
間違えるな。今大事なのは間に合うとか助けられるとか、そういう結果の話じゃなくて。
He had no idea what impulses were driving his stiff limbs. He just focused on the moment, pushing past the fear and cold logic. At his core, he was the kind of person to deal with his problems head on. There would be time to think about the consequences later. But the hesitation was not his only obstacle. The worst possible hindrance appeared at a time when not focusing on the track would mean certain death. Oh! Soujuurou sensed something wrong with the egg. He had been so studiously observing out of one eye. Something had changed. And at the very bottom, or at the very moment he realized it, Soujuurou stumbled, then instinctively caught himself. It was a miracle he had not fallen. Descending a roller coaster on foot was an act of suicide. The egg stayed right by his side, so close it was likely it would collide with him. Though he was trying not to look at it, he could not help but feel uneasy that the door, like a decoration in its center, was gradually opening. He cursed his rotten situation, and yet he refused to slow down. He ran even faster, glaring at the egg on its side. Soujuurou was baffled to find that he was smiling. It's the spell Aoko put on him. Perhaps it had something to do with Aoko's charm. Soujuurou could not tell one way or another. He could still feel Aoko's finger on his skin. The trust and expectation she had placed on him was etched into his heart. But what spurred him on was something entirely different. This all stemmed from a much deeper problem. It was something inside of him that he could not understand at the time, but would eventually come to terms with one day.
よし、距離は今なら2メートル弱。
He carefully judged the distance as he ran down the track of death. But the distance between what? That went without saying. It was the distance between himself and the one thing that could save his life. He told himself he was going to do it, over and over like a mantra. Soujuurou could not believe himself. What he was about to do was incredibly stupid. But what is stupid when smart is not an option?
本当、なんでそこまでやるんだ。
Amidst it all, he laughed at how pointless such self-reflection was now. Temporary confusion, a psychological thrill ride, both had laid his soul bare. What really mattered in life? The answer to that question was simple. His primitive values did not crave success or reward. All he wanted was
よし、
to live the way he wanted. It wasn't an obligation to the people around him. His desire to live his way was his and his alone.
行こう。
If the egg had been equipped with a vocal function, it would have gasped in shock at what happened next. The boy, who had only tried to escape up until this point, suddenly shifted his weight. He pointed his feet outward instead of inward. On the edge of the rail, he crouched ever so slightly to maintain momentum and gazed at the floating egg.
やれる。距離的に問題はない。
He soared through the sky. It was a flight that lasted a mere 1.5 seconds. A cordless bungee jump from 100 feet above ground. His destination? The only thing that would stop his fall. The giant flying egg. He shrieked, this time out of elation, as he desperately clung to the egg's surface. Just earlier, the cold-blooded witch had told him that without fear, the top of a building would feel no different from a balance beam. This from the same witch that would have been left speechless had she witnessed this spectacle. It was one thing to be fearless, and another to be reckless. What the boy did next would give her a headache in the days to come.
頼むぞ、卵。
I'm counting on you, egg! Clinging to the egg, he shifted his gaze away from it. He felt the rapid descent. Soujuurou, focusing his half-shut eyes on the ground, leaped off the egg once they were a few feet from the ground, then turned back to it carefully to re-establish eye contact. Something so unbelievable threw though to Soujuurou. The elevator at the department store and the mysterious floating egg were both just moving objects, virtually indistinguishable from one another.
よし、割れてない。食べ物を粗末にするのは良くないと思う。
Alright, the egg didn't break. It's always a shame when food goes to waste. He landed near the plaza. The shortcut that almost cost him his life had paid off. Soujuurou took off running the second his feet touched the ground. The puppet after Aoko was the only thing on his mind. Bro's missing the whole show. He paid no mind to the moonlight in the sky. Oh, nor to the egg, which was furious about being used and seconds away from self-destructing and blasting fragments all over the place.
Aozaki!
Nanu?
Aoko's dumbfounded expression spurred Soujuurou on. The curse was complete. The empty egg began to sing its warning to let them know there was no escape. Shrapnel from the egg exploded in the air. The ode to Queen Alice that Alice had engraved into Dumpty quickly robbed him of his senses.
それはそれとして。
He snapped back to the task at hand and ran to Aoko, still lying on the ground. His legs moved as if they had a mind of their own, though he couldn't have stopped them anyway, since he could no longer feel them.
お前、 驚くほどしつこいぞ。
Wait, did Aoko see all that? She turned around. Does she just not remember it? The scrambled murder case. Piles of rubble became flowers of light blooming from the earth. The final curtain drew closed, and the defeated left the battleground. Had Alice Kuonji seen it happen, she would have been beside herself. The two had escaped by a hair's breadth. The only person in a position to witness that rare mutual destruction was the girl who had been saved from it. The boy, who had never stopped running, paid it no mind.
死ぬかと思った。
The safety of the girl in his arms meant infinitely more to him than the miraculous way in which he saved her. Aww. What were the yellow spears? Was that from the moon? That was like the moon's like final attack it did? The moon did not wait for dawn to set. The ornamental texture of the fairy tale kingdom faded away. Ornamental texture, huh? I guess that's a way we could have understood it too. Ornamental texture. I guess that's all the little domain expansions are, or like reality marbles are technically like small textures in a way. All of the... How did this boy fucking survive the explosion from the egg, bro? That's crazy. And how did that all take... Like, Aoko witnessed it. Was that was right after the fight? I might have to go back and see... Like, just right before she passed out, did she turn and see him running? Is that when that happened? He's got that dog in him. Maybe a little more, huh? There's like a lot of werewolf motifs with him so far. I imagine he's like a werewolf or some shit, unbeknowingly. Soujuurou jumped on the egg the minute she shot the final shot, so she was paying attention to the moon and not the puppet or egg. I was confused on the... No, I got that part. I was confused on why... Because she turned around. So, where we left off with Aoko, from her perspective, was she was, like, passing out on the lawn. I was just curious of, like, when Soujurou's whole thing, when he saved her from the thing happened. Soujuurou called out her name and she turned and went, huh? And I was just curious as to when that happened in the timeline that we saw from Aoko's perspective was all. Because that didn't happen when we were reading hers. Did it happen... Because she fired the shot and she was like laying on the ground. That's how I remember we left off with her. I don't know, maybe they'll explain here. The moon did not wait for the dawn to set. The ornamental texture of the fairy tale kingdom faded away. All of the illusions returned to the way they were before. From the instantaneous chords reverberating throughout the streets, to the puppets welcoming their guests. Peace and quiet reigned once more. Over a forgotten kingdom, never to be awakened again. Out flickered the embers of a late-night dream. Even the electric lamps that illuminated the park. Together, they watched it disappear. Soujuurou lay on the ground, desperately gasping for air like a fish out of water. The curse of the exploding egg had numbed his pain, and he was understandably exhausted after all he had experienced. He looked like he could be blown away from the lightest of breezes. While Aoko was also exhausted. She was still in better shape, though, focused on taking deep breaths. Even breaths. She was already working to recover her strength.
あのさ、
She addressed Soujuurou indifferently, as her gaze remained on the amusement park. The abruptness of it was a bit theatrical in nature. She wanted to look at him as she spoke, but her pride was simply too great. Got the main menu motif going.
あなた、なんかすごいことしなかった？
The moment she had accepted death had seemed like an eternity. She was beside herself in shock at how indifferent she had been as the shards rained down from the moon. But a reassuring voice had snapped her back to reality. Why did he do that? What was he thinking? What moronic thing had he done to pull all that off? She had no answers for these questions, lying on the ground as she was. All she knew was that he had more than made up for his failure in the House of Mirrors, and then some, in those fatal final moments. She addressed him, hoping to find answers, but found herself unable to probe any further. To dig any deeper would feel like defeat, which is why it was so unlike her to ask him in the first place. Lucky for her, Soujuurou had neither the capacity nor sensitivity to understand how egocentric she was being.
すごいって、それは青崎の方だろ。
He stuttered between labored breaths. It was taking him so much effort just to breathe that he could not address her properly. She watched him out of the corner of her eye. Thinking back on it, the boy had performed the same role each time. Each and every time, he did what he could in spite of his fecklessness. It was far more admirable than her nearly suicidal tactics, even if she did defeat her opponent. He did not even recognize how extraordinary his last act of courage was.
提案。あいつをやっつけるのに協力したら、俺のことは見逃してくれる？
At the very least, he had the courage to keep trying whatever he could. A spectator might have viewed him as a supporting actor. His actions were not exactly memorable, but the lead actress he supported did not see it that way.
まあね、認めたくないし、口になんてもっとしたくないけど。
Such inspired actions were wasted in a supporting role. This guy really pulled off the impossible. It was so amazing that she wanted to shout it as loud as she possibly could for all the world to hear.
青崎？
ほんと、人畜無害の度すぎると侮れないわ。
All Aoko could do was sigh. How could she not? Even she was forced to admit that the way he'd snatched her from the jaws of death was dashing.
ま、評価、甘めだけど。
Truth be told, he was a lunatic for doing what he did. She steadied her breathing and composed herself. While she was in bad shape, she still had her pride as a mage to consider. That was why she felt a need to maintain an air of dignity.
しずきくん、見逃すのは今日だけって話だったけど、あれ、なしでいいわ。とりあえず、命は助けてあげるから。
She hastily extended her right hand. It was either to shake his or help him up. However, Soujuurou did not take her hand, but instead stood up on his own. This night, despite the sheer insanity that he had just experienced, his face had not once looked as incredulous as it did now.
何そのリアクションは。
She stammered, worried that she had deeply embarrassed herself. Soujurou's gaze was fixed upon Aoko. A problem had dawned on Aoko. Though she normally hated being stared at, this time, she did not mind. Rather, she was enjoying the warmth in his eyes, and felt like it was something she could almost come to appreciate. Don't you get it? This just isn't about friendship, and I didn't mean he only likes you either. Believe me when I say that Sonoji really... The conversation came rushing back. It was a memory better left forgotten.
いかん、それは違う。
Pushing Tobimaru's words out of her mind, Aoko turned to Soujuurou.
それとこれは別だから。私はあんたのこととか、ほんとどうでもいいんだから。
Puzzled, Soujuurou tilted his head.
さっき嫌いだって言われたけど。
He responded matter-of-factly to her sudden declaration. She certainly had pointed that out, and to his face no less. It had a mere figure of speech that he was not meant to take literally, but now was not the time to belabor the point.
そうじゃなくて、あなたが私に惚れてても期待しないでって言ってるの。
Yet, belabor she did anyway. Aoko blushed slightly, realizing how inane she was being. She wondered how she'd ended up in this position. And yet, she knew she had to get this off her chest. All that was left was to politely wait for his response. I can't date you. Such heartbreakingly painful words were too much for a simple boy to hear. His shoulders slumped, as if the world was coming to an end. Or so Aoko had imagined. On the contrary, Soujuurou was sitting there, in deep thought.
俺が青崎に惚れてるって？
Soujuurou murmured the words as if it were a magic spell. She shot right back with the affirmative. After a moment of deep contemplation, the boy turned to the expectant girl and said,
なんで？
The music, bro. the fucking record scratch sound effect. He had to be joking, but he was not. He was completely serious. He liked her, but he didn't like her. Of course the vice president had jumped to conclusions. This boy had no interest in romance. He probably didn't even know what it was. She was incredibly embarrassed by how confused Soujuurou still appeared to be. Her rosy complexion spread throughout her entire body.
もう一度聞くけど、なんで？
そりゃ、こっちが聞きたいわよ。飛び丸の大バカ野郎。
Oh my god, she might be more tsundere than Rin, dog. Just like that, she had lost her cool and given in to an unjustifiable outburst. It was time to seal off the area and destroy all evidence. Aoko's embarrassment devolved into sheer panic, and her grudge against Tobimaru suddenly manifested as criminal assault. She lashed out with a punch that could have taken down a bird mid-flight. More specifically, it was a brutal right hook. Aoko blinked. Her blow had connected with something solid, snapping her out of her reverie. Her temper had lashed out at the completely defenseless Soujuurou. It had been a splendid blow with all her weight behind it, knocking him out cold. Damn! Oh my god. Soujuurou groaned, crumbling to the ground. Her punch finished the job that the curse had started. If not for the discomfort in his face, he appeared almost to be sleeping. Aoko convinced herself that he was napping, not concussed.
ま、いっか。予定通りになったものね。
The tension in her shoulders eased away as she looked down at Soujuurou. A ton had gotten in her way over the course of the day, but the day was saved now. With nobody left to butt heads with, she felt exhaustion finally overtake her.
うわ、歩いて帰れるかな、私。
Her fatigue was enough to make her complain out loud. When she thought about it, she realized that this was the first time she had used up all of her magical energy, and the first time she had participated in a battle of this scale without any prior preparation. Though in truth,
私一人じゃどっちも相打ちだったっけ?
she felt somewhat proud as she whispered those words. Normally, it was something that she wouldn't beat herself up over, or that she would. But instead, she simply shrugged her shoulders with a bitter smile. After all, it was thanks to the person sleeping by her side.
ね、
Sleeping.
聞こえてないわよね。
As if the night had swallowed her voice before it reached him, she received no response. Confident, she continued, in an even quieter voice.
その、ありがとう。十分に助けてもらったわ。
Of course, there was no response from Soujuurou, and she was not expecting one. Saying it for the record was enough. Aoko watched Soujuurou sleep for a while, and then pulled something out of her pocket. It was the palm-sized glass bottle her roommate had given her, which she opened with a pop.
でも、それとこれとは別だから。
Leaving behind words colder than a winter chill at night, she called out his name. She barely sensed the bottle moving. As the silhouette of the fallen boy appeared to blur, she got the feeling that the weight of the bottle had increased slightly.
うわ、どうなってんだろうこれ。
What the hell? What appeared to be a human form could clearly be seen inside the glass. Alice Kuonji's tools were mystics that confounded even the most knowledgeable of mages. As soon as Aoko tried to analyze them with logic or reason, she was already out of her depth. Knowing this all too well, Aoko closed the bottle and watched the boy disappear as if by some magic trick. Oh, what the fuck?
まったく、こんなの手品じゃなくて魔法だって。
Wait, she actually is like the fucking put the figure in the bottle joke. Get jarred? Wait, we have the jar emote. Please, someone find the jar emote. I know we have it on 7TV. I need that shit spammed in chat right now. The one of the guy in the jar. Not the jar. The timeout jar. I need this emote spammed. Look at that. Oh my god, it's so funny. Jeez, this is no stage trick. It's actual magic. She muttered as she looked into the magic bottle. Its weight had not changed significantly, and she had no idea how it worked. But one thing she did know was that there was a human being inside of it. Its light weight was almost unnerving. Closer to empty air than a human being. It was about as heavy as one would expect if they bottled a summer breeze. Though that did fit her image of Soujuurou perfectly.
アリスの言う通り。
She muttered to no one in particular as she recalled the past.
ほんと、私らしくない。
Aoko wore a bittersweet smile. Her usual moodiness was gone. It was a dangerous world out there. It was good to have someone to keep her on her toes. With a wry chuckle, she flickered the magical bottle with a finger and set off walking. She could hear a bell in the distance, signaling the end of the play. An ephemeral dream gave way to reality. In the grand scheme of things, it had been but an instant. As the actors exited stage left, the last of the lights silently flickered out. And so, the long-dead amusement park played its final role as a memory for a boy and a girl. cinema. Honestly, we wouldn't mind if you stop here. Yeah, that was the end of that. Does seem like a dog. Oh no. Do you guys think chapter 6 and 7 go better together, or does chapter 6 end on like a decent place to stop as well? Because I didn't mind going all of chapter 6 today as well. 6, 7, god damn it. That was incredibly good though. I do have to say the I didn't know that like obviously I knew that like the her using the crazy spell was going to happen just because I've seen the movie trailer, and that's like in the movie trailer, and I remember people saying like the movie was probably going to go until the end of chapter 5, and that definitely seems like a perfect place for the end of if they're going to do like a movie trilogy or something like that. That seems like the perfect place to end the first film, right? Yeah, now we can watch the trailers again now that we have context, I guess. So here's the movie trailer that should go until like the end of chapter 5. Bam. And it comes out later this year too. Super excited for it. They said 2026. Yeah, the OSTs are so good. This is like all chapter 5 right here. That's only like the first shot right there too, huh? That's not even the big one. Dude, it's gonna be crazy to see that animated. This moment in the park right here too is that's when they go to the park, her and Alice, and Soujuurou actually sees them, because I remember she like turned her back and the doll that they kill in the park that Soujuurou sees like flanked her, and that's what the zoom was on her face. Right there. That's when the doll like rushes her. And then here when she's chasing Soujuurou through the mirror maze. And then the doll. Bro, that's so creepy. And then Alice with the moon. I do remember seeing this in the trailer. That's her, obviously. That's supposed to be some kind of foreshadowing about the monster. And then her tossing the vial. Bro, that looks insane. Look at like the magnetic fucking like reality just breaking around this thing. And she's got like spells coming out of her. Oh, it's like connecting to the hair, the strands that she cut, I think, right? It's crazy looking. The beams in the back are the magical energy in the air. Oh, connecting through what, through her hair right there? Or connecting just to the base? I thought it was coming off of her hair. I thought there was an impact shot. Oh, there is one right there. Or it's just not necessarily or I guess it is an impact frame, but it's just inverted. Oh, there's an impact frame. Look at that. That's so cool. Big boom. There's another shot with the fiddle fiddle. Wait, in this trailer or the other one? Because I know there is another trailer. This is the one that recently came out with the 2026 announcement. The Fiddle Fiddles and teaser 2. I think this is the newer trailer. This one came out like a month ago, I think. Or that's what it said on the when I looked it up. Oh no, this is 2 years ago. Where's the newer one? This one was the 2026 announcement. Oh, there it is. Oh, and there's like the reality marvel spreading. Or is that's the bounded field at the park, actually. That's not even at the amusement park, is it? That's at the park. Oh, bro. Beautiful. This shot's pretty crazy. That's when she's running away from the fucking place exploding. The final confrontation with the doll, maybe. There's like 4 arms going out. It's pretty cool. Remembered because the phone call was on the first announcement? Ah. Oops. That's when it goes spider mode. Oh, true, because it does have 4 hands in the spider mode. That's right. Digging the lighting in the trailers. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's... Ufotable is crazy, man, with their fucking... what's it called in anime or animation when they do... like the after effects and the lighting on it, because Ufotable has a crazy, is it composition, I think? Is that the phrase for it? Because Ufotable's layers are insane. I mean, we all know that, but CGI, it's not CGI. That's not what I'm looking for. I think it's composition. Because the way Ufotable does their animation, I don't know if you guys have seen the behind the scenes. I can probably pull one up here, but the way they do their animation is insane compared to other animation studios, and some people don't like it because it is like a 3D base, but they literally make their scenes in a 3D program first, and then they have like 3D stick figures doing their thing, and then they have animators animate over the 3D frame by frame. They animate over the 3D objects, and then they put composition on top of it to make it look very they put the composition on top to have it be very what's the phrase? Polished. That's the phrase I was looking for. Then they have the actual animators animate over the 3D objects, and then they have someone else come in and they put all the they do all the lighting in the scene to give it a very polished look, and that's how fucking Ufotable looks so crazy. Yeah, I'll have a... Let me see if I can find the one of Ku running from Heaven's Feel. That does a really good job of breaking it down. Here it is.
宮山本部より宮山各救急宮山本部より宮山各救急
So this is in the 3D program, right? They do it all in a 3D program first.
センターより入電 新都駅前
And
ビ
then
ル
it
で
turns into
要
that
救護者
eventually.
多数
That's the end goal.
なああれはてめえ
It's
の
just
仕業
drawing
か
board to 3D final product. Storyboard, 3D, and then they animate over the 3D, and then composition comes over on top of it. Yeah, that's pretty crazy, isn't it? But that's Ufotable's style, and I dig it. I understand why. Like, there's a lot of people that dislike it because they're like, it's just a bunch of flashy lights and colors, and I'm like, okay, let's not simplify it that much. But I understand what they mean in terms of like, if you watch like JJK for example, like JJK has a lot of choreography that goes into it, and it looks very hand drawn in how it's animated too. And there's a certain style to that, and a certain enjoyment to it that I get people can enjoy. But I just love I think the 3D aspect of how Ufotable does their animation is so interesting and cool to me. Like when they have like camera angles literally going 360 degrees during a fight, like that shit blows my mind. There is some really cool styles to it, but I also get there's a lot of people that critique it, and I kind of understand the critiques even if I don't fully agree with them. Chainsaw Man has a lot of literal shot-for-shot cinematography inspirations. Yes, I've seen stuff on that too, especially with all the movies and stuff that inspire it. I think you can do chapter 6 now, and then next stream will be 7 to 9. Okay, be enough there, and then we might just finish it all up in the next one then, because I think the later chapters in Mahoyo weren't that long, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look, because there's someone that put like a full playthrough of every chapter length on YouTube that I've been trying to pay attention to see how long like each chapter is going to be, because it's a no commentary or whatever. Chapter 6 is only 2.5 hours. We'll probably do that. Chapter 7 is around 2.5, same length as 6. Chapter 8 also isn't very long. And chapter 9 also isn't very long. Yeah, we'll probably be able to do 7, 8, and 9 next stream then. And then 12 is the only other really long one after that. All the other ones are around 2 hours. 12 is a long one, it looks like. So maybe we'll do 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 together, and then 12 and 13 to finish it up. Oh, is 12 a two-parter? Is that why it's so long? Okay, it doesn't say that. It just says chapter 12 in full. Okay. Yeah, so we'll do 6 now. We'll do 7, 8, 9 together. 10, and then after that, just do 2 at a time. 10, 11, and then 12 and 13. And that's all of them. And then we'll do one extra. This playlist doesn't have the extra chapters in it. How long are the extra chapters? Is that something that could be done in one stream in a couple hours? You likely want to do the extra chapters when they show up? Oh, are they not? When do they show up? I thought they were like extra chapters were like an end thing. Chapter 8.5 is really long. There is one before that is short. You'll see. You do really ideally want to do it. Okay, I thought when y'all said extra chapters, I thought you meant like you're talking about these, right? The 0.5s. When you said extra chapters, I thought you meant like chapter 14, 15 that are like extra shit, like epilogue. Okay, you're talking about 0.5 chapters. But is there epilogue stuff? I thought I heard someone say there's epilogue stuff too, though. Like post chapter 13 shit. There is. Okay. Okay, I was just getting those confused then. No, but yeah, we were always planning on doing the 0.5 chapters when they showed up. And so it's only 8.5? Is that the only other one? So it's 8.5 and then there's epilogue stuff? There's only one extra chapter post-game. Okay. There are more 0.5s. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just fucking... Do it as we do it. All right. All right, let's do all of chapter 6 though, because we'll definitely be able to fit that in. It's only like an hour and a half long, it looked like. All right. Chapter 6, Like a Dog. He was still in a deep sleep. It all seemed ablaze in a mad, fiery red. Unbearable, idle thoughts. Incessant obstinacy. Melancholy sights and gloomy, bittersweet talk. Fickle wickedness born of human interaction. Namely, the voice of a forsaken coexistence. This, however, was the scenery of a world far removed from that. If there were those praying this was paradise, then there were likely also those lamenting it as the underworld. In a decade, or perhaps longer, this would all change, but for now, the autumn leaves remained yet untrampled by human souls. It was scenery he knew well. The music's beautiful. Look at that painting, dog. Come on. Oh. Life in the mountains was humble and modest. There were no conspicuous buildings among the wilderness he called home. They gathered and stockpiled only what they needed to survive without pillaging the land. Serpentine trails could be seen woven through the fields, and the stone steps leading to the summit were obscured by the forest, only visible once upon them. The mountain inhabitants probably intended it that way. There was no sign of mankind's exploitation among the mountain landscape. He suddenly remembered that this was the season he liked the most. Or rather, it suited him the most. There was much to be done to prepare for the winter, but whenever he had a free moment, he would make his way towards the mountaintop, gazing idly at the setting sun while breathing deep. The crisp autumn air was probably the second favorite of his daily joys. It relaxed him, the cold but comforting wind at dusk, and the way the setting dyed the peaks a vibrant crimson. Not 2 months had passed since the coming down from the mountains, and already it pained him that the memories had begun to fade. Someone once told him that memories fade every day, so the best you one do is make as many new ones as possible. Recollections grew hazy. A new place to live meant the beginning of a new life. He wasn't sure if he was reluctant to let go of the scenery he'd cherished for so long, or if he'd merely been spoiled by it. Despite his new home in a city surrounded by tall buildings, he felt guilty for wanting those memories alone to remain clear in his mind. Either way, he had to make the best of a fresh start. What kind of man thinks more about where he came from than where he's going, he contemplated. This is a dream. He tried stopping himself from indulging in uncharacteristic sentimentality. It wouldn't be a dream if it was easy to understand. The moment he realized he was dreaming, angular shadows began to rise from the autumn colors. They were concrete buildings previously unknown and yet familiar to him at the same time. This was how his current life was washing over his memories. Struggle as he might, there was no stopping the degradation of human memory or impressions. It was merely a fact of life. By nature, humans lived in the present over the past. Eventually, even his most cherished memories would be swallowed up by the buildings. It was neither cruel nor heartless. If they were sure to disappear, then for now, he would content himself with dreaming about the memories he could clearly recall. Whether in the mountains or the city, the days flew by. Yesterday's scenery was not the same as today's. And such. She had given him no time to grieve. Distant nostalgia was beautiful, but that made it fleeting.
土産入道じゃないんだぞ、青崎。
A faint dizziness made him close his eyes. Without sight, the mountainous landscape vanished, but in its place, a familiar voice could be heard. It was a booming voice that seemed to shake not only the mountainside he stood upon, but the entire mountain as well. And of course, Aoko Aozaki reappeared, towering in the distance. He must have been tired, he thought, diagnosing himself while trying to make out what she was saying. Fearing the vertigo would return if he reopened his eyes, he decided to keep them closed. It sounded like she was arguing with someone, though the tone was all he could make out. It wasn't violent, but certainly aggressive. He's still in the bottle, isn't he? Maybe she was picking a fight with another mountain across the way. He wouldn't put it past her. After all, she was a troublemaker who blew up the moon. Oh my god. Giant woman Nasu again, dude. Didn't he say in an interview recently, he was like, I swear I'm not into giant girls, they just happen to they just happen to keep showing up in my stories. Oh, that was pretty funny. Oh, big. He couldn't quite grasp the conversation, though somehow, vaguely, he had a sense that his human rights were being largely ignored. It was deeply unsettling, even for a dream. After several minutes, though, it seemed that the high-impact argument ended in Aoko's victory. She's arguing with Alice on what to do with him, I imagine. Then suddenly, the boisterous voice faded. Praying everything would go back to normal, he opened his eyes. Yo, low-key, they could probably convince him it was all a dream. He took a deep, slow breath. The scenery was a far cry from the nostalgic dreamscape he had just left, albeit not unpleasant either. Without a doubt, it was the amusement park. To him, this was his freshest memory. He recalled the House of Mirrors that Aoko Aozaki had destroyed. This park was a flawless replica of reality, but he was the only one there. Without having to worry about anyone chasing him, he sat down at the wreckage of Kitsy's rides and looked upon the moon that should have been shot down. Ah, yes. The classic Type Moon protagonist staring at the moon. Can't be a Type Moon story without that. The winter moon shone white like a jewel. It was layered over the figure of a girl who tried to kill him. If a mage was a witch, then she definitely fit the bill. I don't mind being killed. Such an absurd thing to say, but it spilled out of him naturally. That had nothing to do with witches or magecraft. There was an echo in the gaps of his heart. If she had not spoken those words, then he would not have responded as he did. In that moment, what had Aoko Aozaki said to him? As he tried to remember, his deep slumber drew to an end, and with it, his chance to find the answer he so wished to find out. Then, Soujuurou woke up in an unfamiliar room, gasping. Not because the plush mattress he was on was softer than his apartment's cheap futon, or because everything from the carpet to the wallpaper looked expensive. Oh. Bewildered, he tried to catch his breath. She was the cause of his surprise. The moment Soujurou's eyes snapped open, there she was, the girl dressed in black, sitting at his bedside. The silence was deafening. Still, supine on the bed, Soujuurou gazed at her. His impulse was to sit up, but he refrained, thinking it might be rude to be staring at the person sitting next to him. She was just sitting there, on a chair, dressed in black, modest clothes. Still, she projected an air that was anything but plain. Her monochrome outfit evoked indescribable elegance, like a costume handmade just for her from the finest fabrics. It was enough to inspire poetic sentiments even from Soujuurou. The girl continued to sit, completely motionless. Without realizing it, Soujuurou had stopped breathing. Genuine astonishment had him captivated. Such beauty. It was the first time he had ever thought to use such a simple, plain expression to describe another human being. Don't tell Aoko. She was the daffodil in perfect bloom, or the ideal female form, seen only in dreams. This quality was something to be cherished and admired in her. It was different from Aoko Aozaki's blindingly radiant vitality. After all, the flame that burns twice as bright burns half as long, and there was no way this girl would be allowed such a happy ending. Her life was a solitary fable of someone who left the world in exactly the same way they entered it. With her humanity stolen at birth, hers was an existence, not of this world. The more beautiful something was, the more tragic its fate. Growing up in the mountains, this was not something Soujuurou was taught, but something he learned from experience.
眠ってるみたいだ。
Soujuurou turned his head and thought he was being lured in. He knew it was rude to stare, but he couldn't fight his instincts. And then... This time, his heart actually skipped a beat. She was not asleep at all. Expressionless, she was merely watching over him while he recovered. Soujuurou froze, unable to turn his head away or think of something clever to say. It was like staring into her eyes turned him to stone. Perhaps because of her delicate features, she looked somewhat younger than him. On the other hand, her tranquil expression made him feel like she was older. Jet black hair, just to her shoulders. Her eyes were set like onyx stones, matching her hair. Devoid of emotion, her gaze stayed fixed on Soujuurou. Even after their eyes met, she did not turn away. He wanted to speak, but could not find the words. It was not unlike a frog being stared down by a snake. Nevertheless, he just could not bring himself to say something. Additionally, no matter how carefree Soujuurou might have been, he was painfully aware that this girl was as powerful as Aoko. Less talkative, to be sure, but still powerful. Objectively, the scene was not unlike that of someone nursing a bedridden stranger. He had no idea what she may have been thinking about, but it seemed to him this harsh silence might last forever. All he could say for sure that was the quiet did not appear to bother her in the slightest. It was like some bizarre form of punishment.
これが青崎の仕込みなら手が込みすぎる。
He thought keeping his eyes on the girl. He felt like the moment he turned his head or blinked, she might stab him in the chest with a hidden blade. And not because his imagination was running away from him. In the stifling silence, it was only natural that Soujuurou would think back on what happened in the amusement park, and it made him uneasy. But stronger than any anxiety was his fascination with the girl. Her slender frame and milky white skin, the chill of her guarded stare, the warmth of her lingering femininity. It was the mixture of those two latter qualities that was almost magical. He stared at her for so long that he began to get the feeling that they had met somewhere before, sometime before the conflict at Kitsy Land. He could not quite put his finger on it, but he was sure he had seen her previously. He did mention at one point, because when he was trying to recall where he had seen her before, I thought he was going to say the school, but he said somewhere in town. And so they've met, or she was spying on him, or something had happened in town before. Before she showed up at the school when Aoko was talking to her. Or when they were talking and then he showed up.
その今更だけど
His voice shattered the frozen silence in the room. He almost felt sorry for making noise as he spoke out to her. But they could not very well just sit and stare at each other forever. Though he might have been the only one thinking they were staring, and perhaps she thought they were glaring at each other.
ここはどこで君は誰だかわかるかな
She narrowed her eyes slightly, though apparently not out of offense. There was no response. Just as he was thinking, it would have been better to keep quiet, she quietly raised her hand.
これあなたのでしょ
Her voice was cold, but melodic. A white piece of cloth was wrapped around her fingers. There was no need to tell him what it was. He was conscious enough to recognize his own possessions. Is it the one that goes around his neck? Soujuurou sat speechless as she tossed it to him. Picking it up, he wrapped it around his neck.
青子はそれを知っているの？
Do you think bro's a vampire? Wait, I've been thinking he's like a werewolf or some shit this whole time just because of all the wolf the wolf motifs he has. But why would he be covering his neck? He looked away in response to her blunt question, distracted by something unrelated. She called Aoko Aozaki by her given name, which led him to believe that the mountain Aoko had argued with in his dream was actually the girl beside him.
さあ、どうだろう。
As sincerely as he could, he answered without presumption. There are things that should be known and things that need to be. There are also things that should be told and other things that must not be. Soujuurou was not exactly sure what that was referring to,
でも、
however.
その方がいいとは思うよ。
He smiled slightly at her question. Perhaps impressed by his response, the overwhelming pressure in the room dissipated noticeably. Or maybe she had been more nervous than he was the entire time, projecting the image that his room was her domain a tad too strongly. The tension faded. Soujuurou tried to sit up and prop his arms up beneath him. Now that they were talking, it seemed awkward to stay lying down. However, his body felt strange as he tried to move, and it surprised him how difficult it was to sit up. It took everything he had just to raise his upper body to a sitting position.
あれ、洋服のまんまだ。
As he threw the covers back, he tilted his head, quizzically.
申し訳ない。こんないい布団なのに、これじゃ不釣り合いだ。というよりもったいない。
She stared at him, not expecting him to complain about not wearing pajamas while sleeping. Somehow, it appeared that he had done something to surprise her.
なんでだ。何もしてないぞ、俺。
Pouting a bit at the unwarranted curiosity, he turned to face her. Although he was still mostly laying down, it was at least a more dignified position.
それで、さっきの続きだけど。
Indeed, he needed to find out where he was, and who she was before anything else. Actually, the more he thought about what happened at the amusement park, the more he got a sinking feeling in his stomach. Perhaps finally getting through to her, she calmly moved her arm from behind her back, when... Once again, they silently locked eyes. Thump, thump, thump. There was a startling sound of rapidly approaching steps. They both had a pretty good idea of who it was.
アリス、約束!
Just as expected, Aoko Aozaki burst through the door with a thunderous roar. She entered wearing her school uniform, her long hair flowing behind her. Her breathing was heavy. Her forehead was wrinkled by a scowl, granting her a demonic appearance.
アリス!
This girl named Alice scowled slightly in response. She may have even let a sigh of disappointment slip out.
早かったわね、青子。
Her calm voice was the polar opposite of Aoko's. Needless to say, her voice dripped with a brazen coldness.
そりゃあんたの性格は知り抜いてるからね。こういう時の短絡思考はこの2年で経験済みよ。お行儀がいいようで面倒になったらあっさり投げ捨てるのがあんたでしょ。
いやね、人聞きの悪い。
Effortlessly, she brushed aside Aoko's jab. In doing so, Soujuurou had the distinct impression that she no longer even realized he was in the room.
はっ、それで今日まで何度煮え湯を飲まされたことか。青子に譲ると言ったけど、よく考えると面倒だから私の方で処理しておいたわ。なんて言い訳、もう聞き飽きたっつーの。短期なのはそっちの自由だけど、それなら後の始末は相方に任せるのが最低限の筋ってもんじゃないの？
そうね。そうでなければ共闘している意味がないわ。まあ、今後の方針を勝手に決めた人のセリフじゃないとは思うけど。
それもきっちり型をつけたでしょ？いい？勝ったのは私たちよ。逃げ切れば見逃してあげるって言ったのは誰？言動には責任を持ちなさい、アリス。それとも何？もしかして 一番気に食わないのはそのあたりの理由なわけ？
Alice frowned slightly and fell silent. Her housemate seemed to have struck a nerve that Alice herself did not know was there.
とにかくこいつの扱いはちゃんと目が覚めて本人の意思でどうするか決めるまで保留ってことで合意したでしょ？人の留守中に出し抜くのはやめてよね。
それ、青子、学校はどうしたの？
アリスのとこが今日で終わりって思い出して家庭の事情ってことで早退したのよ。期末試験前だってのにほんと何やってんだか。
Aoko grumbled more to herself than anyone else in the room. Then she locked eyes with Alice. Or more accurately, they glared daggers into each other. The room had become tense once again, and it felt like a fight could break out at any moment. With no way to escape, Soujuurou had no choice but to sit and watch. But then, the electric silence that seemed like it would last forever suddenly broke about a minute later. Apparently, this sort of clash was an everyday occurrence for them.
私は今に行っているから、彼に事情を説明してあげて。
Alice stood up from the chair and made her way for the door. Watching her go, Soujuurou cocked his head. In her hand was what could only be described as...
果物ナイフ。
He had no other words to describe the tool she was clutching.
アリス、あえて聞くけど。
Aoko asked Alice what was in her hand as she walked past.
探検ね。どう見ても。
Alice answered expressionlessly before briskly walking out of the room.
Oh.
Soujuurou thought it best not to think too deeply about the scene he had just witnessed. At any rate, the girl in black had withdrawn, and along with her, the feeling of tension. Leaving a bedridden Soujuurou alone with Aoko still dressed for school. From Soujurou's perspective, this was a perfect chance to get answers to his ever-growing list of questions.
わけのわからないことだらけだ、青崎。
でしょうね。順序立てて説明してあげるから、ちょっと黙ってて。顔の麻痺も取れてるし、呼吸も再開っと。これならもう安心かな。
She nodded, satisfied, and took a seat.
どう？調子は。
なんか、だるい。
He answered meekly, dropping his shoulders. He opened and closed his left hand a few times, but moving his fingers felt slow and awkward. It was clear he was still in bad shape. Meanwhile, Aoko was blinking her eyes in wonder. Or was it admiration? Between Alice and Aoko, Soujuurou did not know which of the girls was harder to read.
体が重いのは当然よ。丸2日経ってるし、寝てるだけでも体は弱ってるだろうし。でも、もう話せるくらい回復してるとは思わなかった。あんたって見かけより頑丈にできてるのね。
ん？ 2日って？
2 days?
あれからそれだけ経ってるの。学校には欠席届出しといたから、その点は安心して。ガンドの呪いもダンプティの呪いも、私とアリスとで解除しといたから。
Soujuurou nodded at the word curse, as if recalling it suddenly. It was all coming back to him now.
どうかした？そんな遠い目しちゃって。
ああ、忘れてた。それで2日も寝込んでたのか。怖いもんだな、呪われるってことは。
ほんと緊張感ないわね、あんた。牢のように眠ってたのが嘘みたいよ。下手すると一生あのまま石膏もどきだったかもしれないのに。
ちょっと待った。今すごいこと言わなかったか？
言ったけど、聞かぬが花よ。経緯はどうあれ、後でアリスにお礼を言っときなさい。私じゃ解除できなかったんだから。
ひどい花もあったもんだ。あ、けど、アリスっていうのはさっきの子か？遊園地で、俺たちを殺そうとした？
Aoko replied that it was.
彼女、ずっとそこに座ってたけど、ここは彼女の部屋なのか？
Soujuurou scanned the room again. He was not accustomed to sleeping on anything other than a futon, and the room looked especially foreign to him.
ここはただの客室。長いこと使ってなかったから埃だらけでしょ。それよりアリスと何か話したの？あなた。
いや、あれを会話というのはちょっと。
He brought up his hand to his mouth and recalled the few words they had exchanged. As Soujuurou said, calling into conversation would be a gross overstatement. And yet, thinking back on it, it seemed like they had talked for hours, which brought an uncomfortable smile to his face.
とはいえ、緊張は解けたと思うよ。青崎がやってくるのがもう少し遅かったらよかったのに。
Aoko narrowed her eyes at his innocent slip of the tongue. She knew Soujuurou did not mean to treat her like a nuisance, but nevertheless, she found it hard to take in the full brunt of the force of what he had said to her face. Even worse, she sensed she was getting used to his manner of speaking.
でも、だからなのかもね。相変わらず首の皮一枚の人生を送ってるわ、あなたって。
He tilted his head, clearly confused.
だから、あんたはよっぽどアリス好みの対応をしたのよ。まだ生きてるってそういうこと。
No matter how hard he tried, he could not grasp at what she was getting at all. He decided to change the subject to something else.
ところで、ここはどこなんだ？あの子に聞いても教えてくれなかったけど、青崎なら教えてくれるだろ？
ここは三崎町の幽霊屋敷よ。正確にはクオンジ邸と言えばいいかしらね。さっきの子、クオンジアリスの持ち家で私が住んでるところでもある。あの後あなたをここまで持ってきたんだけど覚えてないでしょ？
Something about the way she said that made him feel uncomfortable.
クオンジっていう名前は聞き覚えがあるような。そうだ、よく商店街でおじさんたちが話してた。なんでも偉いお金持ちだとかなんとか。
Okay. I thought it maybe from the forest he grew up in, they had heard the name.
それ、アリスの前ではご法度よ。穏便にここで暮らしたいならね。
Confused yet again, Soujuurou tilted his head back for what seemed like the 100th time that day. And once again, he had heard something to make him feel uneasy.
青崎、君今なんて言った？
しずきくん、私ね、あからさまな嘘を言う人と同じことを何度も言わせる人と察しの悪い人には容赦しないから。そのあたり覚えておいてね。ここで平穏に暮らしたいなら。
With her best smile, Aoko made her threatening proclamation. Needless to say, it caught Soujuurou completely off guard.
気のせいならいいんだけど、君の言葉には俺がここに住むような響きが感じられる。
He shot her an honest stare of disapproval. It was the best resistance he could muster, but it was not in the slightest effective against Aoko's overpowering, ruthless glare.
あなた、自分の立場は分かってる？
He considered her words carefully. He wanted to openly express his feelings on the matter, but instead he swallowed his words and shook his head. Despite his typical inability to read people's emotions, he at least seemed to understand the gravity of the situation. It appeared that he had finally realized that it was his carefree mood that typically got on Aoko's nerves.
ああ、そうだった。あんたに回りくどいこと言っても無駄だったのよね。いいわ。考える時間ぐらいあげたかったけど、時間もないし、はっきりと言ってあげる。いい？しずきくん。この度、あなたは、私たちの監視下に置かれることになりました。しばらくはここで一緒に暮らしてもらいます。もちろん、生殺与奪の権利はこちらにあるという条件で。
The blatant tyranny in her voice caused him to sputter. He wished that she would stop smiling in an attempt to make it seem any less outrageous.
一緒に住むって青崎とか？
It was not the faint expectation of living under the same roof with Aoko that had him flustered. Rather, he was genuinely concerned about his own safety. Regardless of how good-natured he was, it seemed he finally had come to grips with the fact that he had just escaped death.
とんでもない。冬眠前の熊と一緒に暖を取るようなもんだ。
Aoko agreed, as blunt as the comparison was.
たまには的確な比喩をするじゃない。あなたの言う通り、下手なことをしたり決まりを破ったりしたら、今度こそ息の根止めるからね。それと、ここに住んでるのは私とアリスの2人だけよ。あの子、私なんかより数倍常識ないから、気をつけないと死んじゃうぞ。
Aoko was 100% serious. It was her sincerity that made it all the more believable.
いや
Obviously, there was no way the victim, Soujuurou, could accept these terms.
待ってくれ。俺にはちっとも青崎がわからない。監視するって言うけど、なんでそんな話になってるんだ？考えられる範囲、悪いこととかしてないし、そもそも俺を見張っても得なことなんて一個もないし、青崎はいろいろ間違ってる。いや、それとも魔術師っていうのはみんな青崎みたいなのか。
Arrogant and selfish were the words that the harmless boy's gaze seemed to imply. Aoko felt a headache coming on. Due to his innate easygoing persona, Soujuurou had not thought to question that Aoko being a mage was out of the ordinary.
だからあんたがそういう風に誰はばかることなく私たちのことを言いふらさないかを見張ってんじゃない、この常識なし。
Aoko flew out of her chair. She had been doing her best to keep her cool, but it seemed her well of patience had finally run dry. Witnessing Aoko snap, Soujuurou clapped his hands together.
そうか。青崎が俺を殺そうとしたのは魔術師であることを隠さなくちゃいけないからだったっけ？
Holy shit, he gets it? I thought he was never gonna get it. He finally gets it, chat.
うん、それならわかる。監視するのは青崎の秘密のことで、俺の命云々はおまけみたいなものか。
What the hell? It's finally clicking.
そりゃ本質的に言えばそうだけど、身も蓋もないわね、その言い方。
けど、それはあまり意味がないんじゃないか？学校もあるし、バイトだってあるんだ。一日中この家から出ないわけにはいかないんだぞ。
In an instant, Soujuurou's objectivity had her stumped. Objectivity had her stumped, leaving her at a loss for words. He honestly had no idea what position he was in. To believe that he had any sort of freedom at this point was shocking to her, to say the least.
いや、落ち着け私。話が早くなってある意味助かるし。
Aoko somehow managed to compose herself. As a matter of fact, she never had any intention of imprisoning him. Stripping him of his freedom and incarcerating him would go against their agreement anyway. Besides, if she was going to go that far, it would be easier to just kill him. To Aoko, letting him live meant showing a modicum of respect to Soujuurou's way of life.
もしかしてこの部屋から出ちゃいけないのか、俺。
A light bulb went off in his head as he blurted out what he was thinking. It appeared he had finally gotten the grim message. Aoko looked somewhat satisfied at his dismay.
大丈夫よ。監禁生活なんて面倒なことだけはしないから。あなたの自由はそれなりに考慮してあります。そのあたりのさじ加減はアリスの手腕に任せてあるから、あなたは心配しなくていいわ。
A gloomy look fell over Soujuurou's face as he found his concern growing by the second.
いい？あなたの処遇はこの家に住むことを前提にした監視で、それも解決策が見つかるまでの期間限定。何でもいいから目撃者を殺すなんてことより、こっちの方がよっぽど穏便でしょ？だいたいこれは私とあなたとの約束なんだから、いちいち文句言わないでよね。ただでさえアリスとの冷戦が続いてて頭痛いんだから。
She sighed as she stared at Soujuurou, down as he lay on the bed.
けど勘違いはしないで。ここじゃあんたの地位は最下層のさらに下、番犬より下なんだから。あんたの生殺与奪はあの夜から私が握ってるんだから。あんたは私に所有されてるようなもんなの。
Bro has become the house dog, bro.
さ、これで自分の立場 わかった。
As Aoko finished her declaration, Soujuurou subtly looked up at the ceiling so she would not notice his reaction. He meant no offense to Aoko, but he had to hide the fact that he fundamentally disagreed with her analogy. In Soujurou's opinion, it was disrespectful to both dogs and humans to call him lower than a dog. A more accurate analogy of their power dynamic would be that of a rabbit and a wild boar, hence why he chose not to voice his opinion. Unlike his apartment, the ceiling here was decorated with ornate patterns. Putting aside how he would be treated here in terms of lodging, it was a definite upgrade. Maybe it would not be all that bad. Soujuurou nodded slowly, as if to persuade himself. And?
とりあえず命は助けてあげるから。
That is what she had told him, not 2 days ago.
あまり納得したくないけど、自分の立場は分かったよ。うん。確かにそんな約束だった。いろいろと言いたいことはあるけど、それは認めるしかない。だけど、君たちと一緒に住めっていうのは本気なのか？青崎は細かいことは気にしないとしても、さっきの子は嫌がりそうだし、俺だって少しは。
At that point, he zipped his lips. I know you're pretty easygoing, but that girl seems pretty against it, and I'm not exactly... Ugh. Aoko's eyes were tinged with bloodlust.
あら、しずきくんはご不満？
Her contrived smile so obviously forced struck despair into Soujurou's heart. Come to think of it, he vaguely recalled her warning to him to not make her repeat herself. Furthermore, as a practical matter, Soujuurou Shizuki's life was now in the hands of Aoko Aozaki. It would be unwise to anger her further, he told himself as if speaking to a third person.
いや、別に。だってそれ以外ないんだろ。
None, Aoko said with a firm nod of her head. Soujuurou slumped his shoulders in surrender.
うん。青崎の言い分は分かった。ただ、一応聞いておきたいんだけど、俺の人権はどこに行ってしまったんだろう。
バカね。そんな形のないものなんて初めからあるわけないでしょ。つまんないこと言わないでよ。
Soujuurou reflected upon her answer, now feeling like his question was indeed stupid. He should have already known the answer before he asked.
ああ、だと思った。そんな気はしてたんだ。目が覚める前から。
ん？
His muttering provoked a dubious stare from Aoko before she quickly retracted it. If she questioned every little thing he said, they would be there until sundown.
とにかく納得いったみたいね。じゃあ次、いよいよ本題。今に移動するわよ。説明しなくちゃいけないことが山ほどあるんだから。って一人で立てる？
さっきから手を動かしてたから血は巡ってる。歩くぐらいならいけそうだ。
なら問題ないわね。
With that, she turned her back and walked away from him. He had seen this bold form of hers many times before. Instantly, the memories flashed back to him like lightning.
そうだった。青崎はこういうやつだった。
Without knowing it, he cracked a smile. He was so lost that he did not know his left from his right, but recalling this alone was enough to calm him. The Aoko he knew was different from the one in the House of Mirrors. She was not that brooding girl he saw here. He felt a pang of nostalgia. The Aoko he knew was brisk in movement and unfaltering in gaze, just like this one. She was the same as when he first met her, moody, yet overflowing with confidence in her element.
ほら、急いだ急いだ。アリスがさっきから居間でお待ちかねよ。
She was already outside the door, standing in the chilly corridor.
寝たきりの辛さを知らないだろう、青崎は。
Grunting and groaning, Soujuurou eventually got to his feet. His body heavy and stiff, while he was lying down, cried out in pain as he tried to stand up and walk. Every step sent shooting pains through his bones. Despite this, he put on a calm face and made his way towards Aoko. Typically, he was quick not to pay any mind to life's little struggles, but these pains, he needed to force himself to consciously ignore them. In other words, he was displaying false bravado, an uncharacteristic reaction for someone who never suppressed their true feelings.
驚いた。あんた本当にタフね。
ありがとう。けど心は弱いんだ。
そう。参考までに心に留めておくわ。できるだけ優しく扱えるようにね。
Naturally, her voice was devoid of any true empathy. She turned away from the once more dejected Soujuurou and began walking briskly down the corridor.
と。
Just then, she stopped. Feet snapped together as though something had popped into her head. And just as if she remembered something she had forgotten in a completely trivial way.
それじゃあ行くわよ。ついてきて、宗十郎。
She gallantly turned back the way she was heading, the words sounding so natural as she spoke them.
Oh.
Aoko did not see the look in Soujurou's eyes as he heard the words. For though she worked in the arcane, the spell Aoko had woven was apparent to everyone but her. After blinking his eyes, as if blinded by something, Soujuurou casually nodded and followed her. The sheer size of the interior was daunting. The 3 floors of this mansion contained more rooms than Soujurou's entire apartment building, except their size was excessive. Here, the mansion's rooms seemed too numerous for so few inhabitants, its lavish carpeted halls cold and dreary. The guest room that Soujuurou had been sleeping in was on the 2nd floor of the east wing. A staircase leading down to the 1st floor was at the end of the corridor, at the center of the mansion. Winter sunlight beamed through the windows, which only made the empty corridor appear even lonelier. The center of the mansion was topped by a vaulted skylight overlooking the 1st floor. The staircase connecting to the 1st and 2nd floors lined its walls. Another staircase at the end of the 2nd floor corridor presumably led to an attic or a storeroom of sorts on the 3rd floor. Paying no mind to Soujurou's gawking, Aoko descended the stairs with familiar steps. The foyer was a place of white and wood grain. Its hardwood floors shone brightly under the sunlight coming from the ceiling, and the tall white walls were spotless and brawny. There was a staircase leading to the 2nd floor, and a long, unused fireplace. A neglected telephone sat on the table, opposite a solemn grandfather clock. It was more like an old castle than a mansion. Aoko shot Soujuurou a callous stare, who stood captivated by the otherworldly scenery.
今はこっちよ。ぼさっとしない。
She grabbed the knob of the door next to the stairs. There were 4 doors to the foyer, and the easternmost, as you entered the house, led to the drawing room. The door on the opposite side of the foyer led to the mansion's west wing. To the south was the entrance. On the north side was another door next to the fireplace. Tucked underneath the stairs, this door connected to a bathroom, unbeknownst to Soujuurou. Due to the lack of windows, the 1st floor's corridors were not well lit. If the 2nd floor was a seldom attended infirmary, and the foyer a stairwell in some foreign castle, then the 1st floor corridor was a windowless labyrinth, not unlike the corridors of a hotel. Although it had not been long since Soujuurou came to the city, even he could feel this place was out of the ordinary. Seeing as how he was back to being stuck here for the foreseeable future, he found it hard to get excited about living in a haunted house.
そこが今で、奥が厨房ね。簡単な料理ぐらいはできるようになってるから。今の隣にはサンルームがあるんだけど、ここが食卓の代わり。ってそんなの後でいっか。
Aoko said, reaching for the door along the dim corridor. However, she paused before turning the knob. She flashed Soujuurou a meaningful glance, which she quickly withdrew. Then, without further ado, she opened the door.
お待たせ。承諾したわよ、あいつ。
She said to Alice as she entered the drawing room. After hesitating for a moment, Soujuurou entered after her. Compared to the corridor, the drawing room was unexpectedly modern. The carpeted floor, leather sofas, and a large 30-inch television were more what Soujuurou had come to expect in a normal home. In this family-oriented room, a girl far removed from said settings quietly on the sofa. Aoko sat on the sofa across from the girl in all black. This gave Soujuurou two seating options. Next to Aoko, or next to Alice. After about 2 seconds of deliberation, he decided to stand by the wall, as neither option appealed to him. Aoko and Alice were facing each other across from the coffee table. The clean, perfectly level table somehow added to the austere atmosphere.
当事者も認めたことだし、これで何の問題もないわね、アリス。
Alice gave one deep nod in response to her non-question. From his position against the wall, they looked as though they were clearing up some niggling grievance. Soujuurou got the feeling that the two of them did not entirely see eye to eye concerning what to do with him.
そうね。原因も究明しないといけないし。
She cast a sideways look at Soujuurou with those darkly shaded eyes of hers. Her voice shared the same cold indifference, making it abundantly clear that she had no intention of accepting him as a housemate.
けれど、あなたはそれでいいの？遊園地でのことを忘れてはいないでしょ？
Alice's voice was a mixture of judgment and scrutiny. She was aware that from an outsider's perspective, she and Aoko appeared dangerous. She wanted to know if Soujuurou was up to the challenge of living with such people.
そりゃ夢だと思い込みたいけど、ちゃんと覚えてるし。
Above all else, it was the only way to let him live. Alice responded apathetically with a non-committal murmur. She silently placed a small object on the table with a clink. She pulled her pale fingers away from a small glass bottle. The glass, more pale than blue, more pale blue than transparent, was enough to signify its high quality. With a crane-like motion, she removed the stopper. Even though this was the first time he had seen such a thing, something about it made him uneasy. Was it that it made him sad, or Aoko's standoffish behavior only added to his concern? Alice once again fixed her eyes on Soujuurou, who had braced himself for the worst. The glint in her eyes was bewitching. With not a single emotion apparent on her face, she called his name.
しずきくん？
はい。
The moment he responded to her whispered call, his surroundings began to transform. The air grew thicker, so thick it took on a color and a shape. The density and discomfort that coiled around his skin made it seem like the air had become words. Opening his mouth to gasp for air, the words invaded his lungs. Instinctively, he covered his mouth with his right hand and clutched his chest with his left, both hands appearing clear as mud. Even the thickest of a mountain fog never seized his senses like this. If he had to come up with an analogy, no words could quite describe it, but it was like he was standing in the pages of a newspaper. The first sense to adjust to his new sensation was his hearing. Then his breathing stabilized, yet the feeling of suffocation remained. There was nothing restraining him that he could see, but he felt an intense claustrophobia. Before he'd even felt shock at the sudden change, he reached out in an attempt to find an escape. But his outstretched hands found only emptiness. It seemed contradictory that a place with no walls and a wide view could feel so cramped, spirited away in a dense fog. Back in the mountains, such superstitions never seemed real to him, until now. And then, he finally noticed. A surprise to beat all surprises. The drawing room had not changed into another world at all. He knew this for certain because he could still see the room he was in. He could still see the room he was just in through the fog, as well as the two girls, Aoko Aozaki and Alice Kuonji, watching him closely. It was simply a problem of perspective. The floor was dark and perfectly flat. Looking up, there the two of them stood. The two girls were like two impossibly gargantuan clouds, coldly looking down on him. Remembering the structure of the room and the layout of the furniture, Soujuurou, unsurpassed candor, finally grasped his predicament. The parade at the amusement park had nothing on this. Somehow, he was inside the glass bottle that Alice Kuonji produced only moments ago.
図らずも
He's in the jar. Marveling at Alice's wickedness, Aoko glanced at the small bottle on the table.
2日前の夜と同じ状況になったわね。今回そいつは起きてるけど。
Aoko calmly mused. Alice, however, was not looking down at the bottle. Instead, her eyes were locked on Aoko.
意外ね。青子は怒ると思ってたのに。
いや、私も似たようなこと考えてたから。少しは魔術ってもんを思い知らせておかないと困るでしょ？アリスがやってくれるなら止めはしないし、怒りもしないわ。ま、こっちが予定していたものより何倍もめちゃくちゃだけど。
Aoko did not take her eyes off the bottle as she spoke. Although she did her best to feign indifference towards Alice's magecraft, she could not completely hide her curiosity. The figure inside the bottle, likely having caught on to what was happening, tried various things like flailing his arms and sprinting around. It's actually that jar emote. Oh my god. The surface of the bottle was cloudy, so it was hard to make out exactly what was happening inside.
ところで、これって私にくれたやつとは別物みたいだけど。
あれより作りは細かいわ。青子にあげたのは使い捨ての隔離するだけのものよ。これはお互いの声も聞こえるから。
へえ。けどその割には何の反応もないわね。
青子には聞こえないだけよ。
Alice said calmly, finally dropping her gaze to the bottle. Just then, the figure inside stopped moving. It appeared only Alice had a connection to the world inside the bottle.
なんだ、術者にしか特典はないんだ。
Aoko sighed, losing interest. Ignoring Aoko, Alice opened her mouth as to speak to someone not altogether there.
どう？これでも一番無難だと思う？
The person she was talking to was none other than the one inside the bottle. She was, of course, referring to Soujurou's earlier comment. It was her way of testing the boy, who implied that living in this mansion seemed safe.
いきなり小瓶に閉じ込めて聞き返すあたり、容赦ないというか。この子の洋館への執着も問題よね。
Then again, considering Aoko had invited this witness to a house of mirrors for a fight to the death, she was in no opposition to criticize. She would make sure Alice did not let her emotions get the best of her, but for now, she was content to observe as a bystander. After a moment, Alice's expression changed. She must have gotten an answer to her question. Without any way to tell what the situation was inside of the bottle, Aoko had no idea what that answer was, however. Only that Alice's face was the one she had made when the boy she was talking to said what she wanted to hear.
私が言えることでもないけど。
For an instant, she glanced at Aoko. Slightly shaking her head, she reached for the small bottle.
ほんと、物好きね、しずきくんは。
She said his name with what seemed like a forlorn frown. As soon as she removed the stopper, the air in the room quivered. The boy, who had been casting a shadow on the wall until a minute ago, now leaned against it for support again. Aoko turned around to face Soujuurou right behind her, resting her elbow over the back of the sofa.
どう？気分は。
見ての通り、めちゃくちゃだ。
Soujuurou answered with unusual hostility. Aoko was reminded of his strange behavior, as she was sure that he would be scared or shocked, not angry.
夢で似たようなものを見てなかったら、今頃心臓が止まってたところだ。そこはついてたと思う。信じられないのは、なんでいちいち実践するかってことだ。魔術は怖いものなんだって言えば済むだろうに。 それと物騒な青崎の声聞こえてたぞ。
物騒で悪うございました。けど言葉じゃなくてきちんと実感してもらいたかったのは本当よ。どう？魔術ってもんを甘く見てたでしょ、宗十郎。
As much as he hated to admit it, she was right. Though it was not that he had taken magecraft lightly, but merely that he didn't understand
け
it.
ど実感うんぬん言われても困る。これまでの青崎の無茶っぷりと今のわけのわからなさはとても比べられない。
そりゃそうよ。アリスと比べないでよね。アリスの魔術は私たちの中でもデタラメで、もう言葉にできないぐらい最悪なんだって言ったでしょ。
失礼ね。人命を脅かすという点なら青子の方がよっぽどひどいと思うけど、それよりあなた本当に彼を殺す気はあったの？一体どんな追い詰め方をすれば青崎なら多分安全なんて言葉が返ってくるのかしらね。
そんなのはあったに決まってるでしょ。こいつが何て言ったか知らないけど絶対意味違うから。こいつはね、そもそも何が危ないのかやけどするまで気づかない。っていうかやけどしてもよし死ななきゃ安いなんて本気で思っちゃう天然ボケなの。ねえ、そうでしょ宗十郎。
え？
He had no idea why she was suddenly shouting, but he nodded anyway just to be safe. The drawing room had become awfully noisy. Alice sat watching the two at a complete loss. And so Soujuurou accepted his supervised life in the mansion, and that he would be living under the same roof as the two professional mages. Having experienced firsthand how dangerous life could get, he was finally at peace with the situation.
まあそういうことなら。
Even if he did not seem like it, he had thought through in his own way and come to a clear resolution.
それじゃあやっと本題に入れるわね。監視するとは言ったけど、どうやって宗十郎を監視するのか、そもそもあなたを監視する原因になった魔術とは何なのか、そのあたりざざっと説明させてもらうわ。
Perhaps he was brought up to listen closely to lectures about new information because Soujuurou suddenly looked attentive. Alice, on the other hand, kept her mouth shut in silent defiance.
最初に言っておくと、あんたをここに住まわせる期限は決まってるから。要はその期限まで誰にも私たちのことを喋らず、また勝手に死ななければ晴れて自由の身ってこと。ね、そうよね、アリス。
You'll be made to live here. The time you'll be made to live here has been predetermined in short until the end of that period. If you don't tell anyone about us or die for some reason, you're free to go.
そうね。私たちを怒らせなければそういう可能性もあるわね。
よし、いきなり話が食い違ってる。
Soujurou's head dropped, like he knew what was coming.
ちょっと黙っててアリス。あとあんたも黙ってろ。
She scowled at the two of them, already at her wit's end.
話を続けるけど、秘密保持のためにあんたを住まわせる場合、二次災害はどうしても避けられない。同じ家にいる以上、余計に秘密を見せることになるからね。
Now that Aoko mentioned it, Soujuurou could see her point. With their target of observation under house arrest, the disclosure of more confidential information was inevitable.
ちょっと待ってくれ。堂々巡りじゃないか、それ。
大丈夫、問題ないわ。だって最後にはここで暮らした記憶ごと私たちのことを忘れてもらうことにしたから。
忘れてもらう？
そう、公園での一件から丸ごと全部忘れてもらう。ルーンっていう魔術系統があるんだけどね、その中でサクッと記憶を忘れさせるものがあるのよ。非人道的であるのは変わらないけど、命を消す代わりに記憶を消すってことで妥協して。
Interesting foreshadowing with his dream he had about humans forgetting memories and how it's just natural to forget memories, right? Huh.
青崎、それは。
悪いけど反論は却下。で、 肝心の忘却のルーンなんだけど、私もアリスも専門外だから文献を探して習得するのに時間がかかる。つまりそれが監視の起源ってわけ。
Rune Magecraft mentioned indeed the Scandinavia stuff, right?
私たちが忘却のルーンを見つけるまで命を担保に口を閉じていてもらうわ。
Well, Scandinavian and Celtic, I guess, too, right? Nordic.
アリスはそんなややこしいことはせずに五感全部壊してしまおうなんて言ってるけど、しずきくん、リビングスタチューとか嫌でしょ？
What? Until we find this rune to erase your memories, we're using your life as collateral so you keep your mouth shut. Alice's idea is that we destroy your 5 senses and just be done with you to avoid the extra effort. So, Suzuki, what do you say? Fancy becoming a living statue? Soujuurou only understood about 80% of what Aoko just explained, and the last part about a living statue had gone straight over his head. He had tried his best to visualize what Aoko was going on about, but the only thing he could conjure in his mind was an image of a mascot creature, Kitsy.
それは確かに嫌だな。
Aoko agreed with the bewildered Soujuurou. Neither one was wiser about the other's misinterpretation.
とにかく遅くても1ヶ月で忘却のルーンは見つけ出せるだろうし、1回きりの実行ならプラス2ヶ月ぐらいでなんとかなるわ。それまであんたにはここで暮らしてもらうわけだけど、私たちについて無知のまま歩き回られると命の保証はできないのよ。そっちもこっちの事情を知らないのは気持ち悪いだろうし。なんで今から簡潔に現代の魔法使いの何たるかを教えてあげる。それで少しは私たちへの勘違いもなくなるだろうし。
Not that she thought this country bumpkin had any idea of old or new anyway, the thought brought a smug grin to her lips.
洋館のことは後にして、まずは私たちの立場についてね。あ、でも1から100まで理解する必要はないから。どうせ門外漢なんだし、感じ入ったことだけしっかり噛み締めておきなさい。
Soujuurou nodded obediently at Aoko's professional instructions. This was Aoko's way of telling him not to ask questions when he did not understand something. And though Soujuurou had taken issue with her statement, he meekly obeyed, knowing better than to object now. Aoko nodded approving at his attentiveness and started her lecture. Her long, long lecture.
まず魔術師、魔法使いの話からね。
This is literally the fucking... Where's the, Oh wait, didn't I send it to... We're finally getting this. I think I showed this back in stream 1, but...
Huh? Huh?
What's up, Skyden?
Huh? Huh?
Huh? Ay, ay, ay. Alright, let's strap in. Let's start with mages and magicians,
魔
basically.
術と魔法の違いは宗十郎には関わりのない話だからしないけど、それぞれ別種のものだと思ってくれればいいわ。で、魔術師のことだけど、これは絶対条件として隠された存在でなくてはならないの。同業者に知られるのは仕方ないとしても、あなたみたいに関わりのない人間に知られるのは罪にあたる。ほとんど死罪クラスのね。なぜかっていうと、魔術ってのは隠されていないと力が薄れてしまうものだから。神秘の語源は閉ざすというギリシャ語だけど、魔術は限られた水着でなければ魔術でなくなってしまう。文明にとって未知なるもの、未開なるものは開かれていないからこそ恐怖に値するのと同じね。知られたら迫害されるから隠すじゃないの。未知で亡くなった魔術師というより魔術ね。明かされた魔術は力を弱めてしまう。だから隠匿するのよ。何より私たちの未来のために。
魔術の仕組みはよくわからないけど、とにかく自分だけの秘密でないと弱くなるってことか。じゃあ青崎も弱くなってるのか？俺が見ちゃったから。
いいえ、別に。ここからはちょっと込み入った話でね。弱くなるっていうのはあくまで全体。それも随分と未来の話。汝、隠匿すべしって不分律は、この大元の仕組みが形骸化して、いつの間にか絶対のルールになっているだけなの。文明社会の法律と一緒よ。犯罪、不道徳を罰するのは、人間的であろうとする意識の高さと、それとは全く別の全体の仕組みを守るための構造的な結論でしょ。犯罪が罰せられるのは、野放しにしたらせっかく築いた社会がうまく機能しなくなるから。で、私たちにとって犯罪にあたるのは神秘の一般化、低俗化であって、不道徳とか殺人とかはまあそれぞれの良心次第ってことで、基本的に罪にもならない。そんなろくでもない連中にルールを敷いたのが魔術協会っていう集まり、組合みたいなものよ。
A labor union? Duh. Can we not compare the Mages Association to a labor union, man? Come on. The good-for-nothing bunch responsible for imposing this law is a group called the Mages Association. Think of them like a labor
魔
union.
術を普及の神秘とせよというのは、魔術を魔術として永続させるために敷い
I
たル
guess
ー
it
ル
kind
に
of
過ぎな
makes
いわ。
sense. I guess the analogy makes sense in terms of like scabbing, for example, like thou shalt not scab, or thou shalt not cross a picket line. In terms of not breaking their rules.
けど、その原則は絶対でさ、これを破った者は魔術世界にはいられなくなる。いえ、実際問題として生きていくのが困難になる。私たちは私たちの、まあ魔術師としての命、そういうのを守るために目撃者であるあんたを消さなくちゃいけなかった。そこ、同情とかしなくていいから。私たちの事情を知ったぐらいで、遊園地のことを帳消しにしないでよ。私たちは私たちの判断で、あんたを殺そうとしたんだから。恨むなら、きちんと私を恨んでちょうだい。ま、それはともかく、過去、魔術師は職業として成り立ったぐらい、社会に認知されていたけど、その魔術自体は、墓まで持っていく秘密だった。
In the past, mages were recognized in society enough for them to be considered an occupation, I imagine, like Merlin the wizard, but they took their own magecraft with them to their graves.
それがどう歪んだかは知らないけど、現代ではその職業すら秘密にしなくてはならなくなった。
I don't know what led to things getting so twisted, but even the profession itself has to be made secret these days. It's like the end of the Age of Gods, and then finally it ended, the Age of Mystics or whatever ended with King Arthur and Camelot's fall, right? That was like the final nail in the coffin. And as we talked about in an earlier stream too, it was like in different regions around the world, it slowly died off as people lost their trust in gods and slowly became more science and discovery focused rather than myth and belief and faith focused, essentially.
そこまでしないと、遠い未来、魔術すら消費するだけのものに解体されると、教会は恐れたのよ。
But if they didn't go as far as trying to keep mystery, and we joke all the time about like the mages are very hypocritical in this way because not only do they want to keep the world a mystery, but they themselves seek out uncovering the mystery and uncovering mystics and understanding how they work because they want to use it for themselves. And so they're kind of hypocritical in that way. They want to keep the world a mystery. They want to keep their profession a mystery because if the more people find out about them, the more mystics becomes less power, or the less powerful mystics and magecraft become. But they themselves are constantly seeking out mystics and trying to uncover like old magecraft and old. That's why every mage is like one true goal is reaching the root to be able to use true magic, and so they love uncovering that shit. But they want to make sure, in order for them to even be able to use magecraft or uncover the mystery of old magic and old magecraft, they have to keep it secret. So it's kind of like a selfish tool kind of thing, as far as I understand it. So if they didn't go that far, the association feared that in the distant future, magecraft itself would be used up and the association would fall apart.
自然界の仕組みも、かつて天上の領域だった宇宙の運営すら、私たちは人知で解き明かせるほどになった。
That's a good way to say it too. We have reached a point where everything became explainable through human knowledge, from the building blocks of nature to the fabric of the cosmos, once considered to be the realm of gods.
人の手に余るもの。神秘という未知の領域にとって、魔術が最後の砦になると、教会の設立者は信じたのかもしれない。
The founders believed that magecraft would become the last bastion for the unknown, for mystics that which is beyond human reach.
それとも、魔術なんてもう意味がないって達観したのかもね。
They thought that in the long run, magecraft would eventually become meaningless.
そんなわけで、魔術師はその正体を隠して、各々の秘技を伝えていった。他人に教えるわけにはいかないから、必然的にその伝承者は子孫になる。
And for this reason, magecraft and spells and all this stuff that has to stay secret stays within the family. They pass it down to their descendants. So whatever the reason, mages hid their identities and passed down their individual rituals in secret, and since they couldn't pass it to outsiders, it was only natural that they would pass it down to their descendants, which is why they talk about the magical crests and all that being passed down in families.
私もアリスも、そうやって何代か続いた連中の末なのよ。さっき言った魔術協会っていうのは、そんな細々と続いてる連中を束ねる一大組織。魔術師にとって司法の神ってところかしらね。協会もいろんな派閥に分かれるんだけど、大抵の魔術師はロンドンの魔術協会に属している。汝隠匿すべしっていうのも、協会の三大原則の一つよ。魔術師が一般人に秘密を漏らすと、教会から罰が下される仕組みになっている。そんな罰なんかなくても、自分と血族が伝えた魔術のために、目撃者は消さないといけないんだけど。
And that was the end of the first part of the lecture. Aoko paused for a moment. Soujuurou was doing his best to process the information.
次行くけど、いい？
Huh?
いいけど、その前に確認したい。魔術師が正体を隠すのは自分のためじゃなく魔術のためだったけど、最近では自分の正体を隠すことの方が重要になっている。そして、その決まりを破ると、教会というところからお咎めが来る。つまり、青崎たちもその教会に入っているのか？
いいえ、私たちはフリーよ。一応教会とつながりはあるけどね。
See, I still, this is what I'm curious to find out about. So, he asked if they're part of the association, the Mages Association in London, and she says, no, we're freelance mages, though we walk in similar circles. And so I was curious what witches had to do with the association, because it sounds like they're definitely not part of it. They're like a different faction, or maybe they're just mages that live out in the woods and do their own thing.
単純に教会は最大勢力ってだけ。連中は頼まれもしないのに魔術世界全体の秩序を守ってるの。だから私たちが何であれ彼らとの関わりがないにしても魔術師としての決まりを破ったら罰しに来るわ。
わかった。大体飲み込めた。
よしよし。そうやって自分に必要な部分だけ手に入れなさい。じゃ、次は魔術について。と言っても、私自身語れるほど学んでいないんだけどね。ごめん、こっちの話だから忘れて。さっきも言ったけど、現代において、魔術は無意味なものになりつつある。ライターのない大昔なら、火を起こせれば、それは魔術として成り立つわ。けど今は、何かと便利でしょ？あなたならよくわかると思うけど。
Soujuurou nodded with a glum look on his face. He had been made painfully aware of such conveniences. Difficult tasks that would occupy an entire day of work in the mountains could be performed easily here. For him, having been brought up in the mountains without electricity or running water, city life was by definition magic. He only wished it would not be such back-breaking work to adapt to said conveniences.
でも道具を使わずに火を起こせるのは神様の仕事だと思うけど。
そのために積み重ねた手間は火炎放射器を手に入れるより面倒だとしても。
Soujuurou wasn't sure how to answer Aoko. It would have been easy for him to ask Aoko how much accumulated effort she thought it had taken humans to imitate those gods, but he knew it would come across as an insult.
さっきのを見る限り、魔術ってのは何でもできると思ったけど、それは誤解なのか。
He glanced at the glass bottle on the table. Mentally, he sighed in relief. He still had not come to terms with the fact that he had been trapped inside of that tiny thing. However...
あら、それこそ誤解よ。万能じゃなければ、誰が魔術なんて学ぶと思ってるの？
Aoko puffed out her chest as she chided him.
手間暇かかるけど、魔術にできないことはないわ。中には、できていないけどできているように見せる、みたいな、何らかのイカサマはあるけどね。この世界に生まれた以上、その許容範囲でできないことなんてないの。そこで魔法が出てくるんだけど、それはまた改めて。私が言いたかったのは、魔術は奇跡を起こしているのではなくて、その過程が奇跡だってこと。結果が奇跡になるのは魔法の方なの。偉大な魔術師っていうのは、個人の魔術だけで旅客機飛ばしたりする人のこと。対して偉大な魔法使いっていうのは、今不可能なことを可能にする人のことよ。
Ah. A great mage is someone who can fly a passenger jet with only their own magecraft. Meanwhile, a magician deals in making the impossible possible. And that's true magic, right?
そういった意味じゃ、私たちは最後の魔法使いになるかもしれないけどね。
We might just turn out to be the last magicians.
脱線してるわよ、青子。
So that's what a witch is. Alice had been quietly listening until she muttered her rebuke, as if Aoko had crossed a line.
そこまで教える必要はないでしょう。しずきくんに教えるべきことは、私たちと暮らす上で危険になることだけじゃなかった。
悪かったわ。ちょい口滑らせた。ともかく、魔術師っていうのは、暇さえあれば魔術の実験をしてる連中で、自分の家系が伝えてきた秘技を守るためなら、鬼でも悪魔にでもなる。必然、そのアジト、工房って言うんだけど、工房も魔術的な機構が積み重なって、要塞みたいになっちゃうのよ。秘技を守るために、入ってきた相手を問答無用で叩きのめす仕掛けとか。この洋館も、そういった工房と同じなの。武勇人に歩き回って、 さっきみたいなことになったら私でも助けてあげられないから、暗闇には気をつけなさい。気がついたら鏡の中にいるとか本気であるから。
If you wind up trapped like you were before because you wandered around carelessly, even I won't be able to help you, so be careful out in the dark. You might even find yourself stuck inside of a mirror. Seriously, that can actually happen. This mansion is different. Traps kill intruders before they even know what hit them. It's all like that to protect our secrets. Soujuurou so hoped they would provide him with a general idea of what to watch out for, but he passed, knowing that he was unlikely to get a straight answer.
枝葉から入っちゃったけど、要は私たちのプライベートに関わるなってこと。いくら最後には記憶を消すって言っても、それを見られた段階で消すしかないものもあるから。
なるほど。この中にもルールがあることはよくわかった。他に注意すべきことは。
His eyes wandered as he trailed off mid-sentence, pondering. He understood that the mansion was more dangerous than outside, and that magecraft needed to stay secret. But the explanation seemed to contradict his current problem. For starters, how had he managed to witness something that they took such pains to keep hidden?
すまない。話の腰を折るんだけど、いいかな。魔術師は教会という組織で結ばれてるんだろ？なら、どうして青崎はあんな人形に襲われたんだ？あれの持ち主が魔術師なら、君たちは味方同士で争っていることになる。何か説明が不足していないか？
それは最後にしようと思ってたのよ。普通はここまでの話だけで眉唾者っていうか、笑い飛ばすっていうか。いくら経験済みだからって、魔術なんてもんをあっさり受け入れるなんてできないっていうか。
Aoko scratched her head as though troubled by Soujuurou and how he could take every word at face value. Across from her, Alice's face betrayed no expression, but she shared the same opinion.
おかしいのか？それ。
おかしいわよ。そもそも、あんたは第一ステップから変だった。普通は驚いたり怖がったり無視したりするものなのに、どうして魔法使いだなんて言った私を信じたの？
In retrospect, this question should have been posed at the House of Mirrors. Back then, though Soujuurou was surprised by seeing the phenomenon of magecraft for the first time, he showed no surprise of discomfort towards Aoko, the mage wielding it. Feeling the probing stares of the two mages, made Soujuurou feel uneasy. From where he was standing, their suspicion was suspicious in and of itself.
なんでも何もない。青崎、山ではね、あるものはあるのが当たり前なんだよ。
Bro knew what a magician was earlier too, though. Remember when he asked his classmate after he asked the vice president. He said, "Are magicians a thing around here?" He knew what a magician was, and that's still hella sus.
理由をつけられるだけの知識がなかったからにしても、実際に見たものを信じないなんてことはないんだ。それに君も言ったろ。あなたにとっては魔法もライターも同じものなんだろうって。
Though they weren't really the same to him anymore, he added that quietly before shutting up. What he said about those innocent days in the mountains had come from the heart, and the words resonated with not only Aoko, but Alice as well. It was something everyone should have, principles to stand by. Indeed, to this boy, those words were unshakable truth.
あるものはあるか。
She was impressed, if only slightly. If this boy, no matter how much of an outlier he was, could accept the things around him, he would be able to get through this just fine.
そうね。宗十郎はそうなのよね。簡単に信じてもらえることが信じられない。なんて、私たちの方がどうかしてたわ。
Much like when Aoko met Soujuurou for the first time, in that classroom on his first day, Soujuurou took everything that was happening in his stride. The memory brought a bitter smile to Aoko's face.
じゃ、気を取り直してっと。 宗十郎の疑問だけどね。魔術師もいろいろあって、教会に属していない連中もいるの。こういった連中は教会の目を盗んでやりたい放題で、利益目的で他の魔術師に喧嘩を売ってくる。そんな連中にとって、私たちは都合のいい、格好のカモなのよ。私たちは教会と協定関係にあるだけで、門下ってわけじゃないから。私たちが殺されたところで、教会は助けてくれないしね。
でも、魔術師が魔術を使うのは禁じてるんだろ？
それが公にならないのなら、教会は目をつむるわ。むしろ、バレなければ魔術師同士の争いを奨励してるぐらいよ。技術も使わないと錆びるってね。私たちが襲われてるのはそれとは別の話で、単に土地を持ってるからなんだけど。
土地って、この家？
まさか。この三崎市一帯の管理地の権利を持ってるのよ。私とアリスは。
管理地って、つまり土地の利権
Dazzled, Soujuurou looked away. He was sure he could see a halo of light around Aoko. He had only been renting an apartment for 2 weeks, but he was already aware of how magnificent the prospect of owning land in the city might be.
Oh!
The word Soujuurou was trying to articulate was rich. He shook all over the body with emotion he did not fully grasp.
悪いけど、そういうんじゃないから。私たちで土地って言ったら、魔術師としての霊地の所有権、支配権のことを言うの。
The ley lines, huh?
うちはマイナーだけど、古くからこの辺りに根を下ろしてた魔術師で、三崎町もうちの管理下ってわけ。管理地っていうのはね、霊的な力が歪んで集まりやすい土地のこと。そういう土地は昔から貴重で、魔術の実践、実験には不可欠でもある。成功への絶対条件は、優れた霊地、堅固な工房、多くの弟子たちってね。魔術師たちにとって、土地付き館付きの住家を持つのは、一つの野望なんだから。
Soujuurou let her continue while wondering exactly who these two girls were to have achieved both ambitions already.
でも、その管理地は大部分が教会に仕切られてて、もう余っている土地はないの。はぐれ魔術師や土地のない魔術師は、教会に毎月寄付金を納めて土地を借りるしかない。手よく教会のお偉いさんたちに尽くす働き蜂ってところね。でも、ここの土地は何百年も前から青崎のものだから、教会とは関係がないの。ここまで言えばわかるでしょ？そういったフリーの連中からすれば、私たちの管理地は、この上ないごちそうなんだって。
Soujuurou nodded to himself, unsure whether to call the conversation mundane or outright disturbing.
よくわかった。青崎たちは土地の奪い合いをしているんだな。
そういうこと。ただ、岬の管理地はマイナーのさらにマイナーだから、やってくる挑戦者も三流ばっかりよ。今回の敵だって、どっかの三流魔術師が、ここなら楽に奪えると思ってやってきたんだろうし。それもあんたの乱入で急戦してるんだけど。
管理地の話はそれで十分よ、青子。しずきくんも、他に魔術師がいると分かってくれたようだし、危険があるとすれば、私たちの戦いに彼が巻き込まれる可能性だけど。
それは大丈夫でしょ。だってこいつ、魔力のかけらもないじゃない。魔力感知には引っかからないし、番犬以下の人間は戦力って言わないから、狙われることもないだろうし。私たちはただ、忘却のルーンを見つけるまで、こいつを逃がさなければいいだけでしょ。
Alice silently stared her partner down. Their ideas of involving Soujuurou differed greatly in both gravity and risk. Aoko's lack of experience had led her to believe that Soujuurou would not get directly involved in any fighting. It was an honest and rational thought. Aoko despised wasted action, so it was natural for her to expect the same frugality from her enemies. However, there were those in this world who could not tell right from wrong until it was too late.
先のことは誰にもわからないから、その時になって後悔がなければいいけれど。
With a gloomy sigh, Alice came to her feet.
ちょっと、何のために長話したと思ってるのよ。一番重要なあんたの意見、聞いてないんですけど。
あなたがあなたの方針を守るというのなら、それでいいわ。私も好きにするだけよ。
Alice glided soundlessly to the door. As the girl in black opened it, she paused, barely lit by the dim corridor. Then, without warning, to the rhythm of her footsteps, the small glass bottle floated into the air and shattered without mercy.
あの時、こうしておけばよかった。
Oh! Her sharp tone made Soujurou's face go pale. Alice's voice was so quiet, it was hard to tell if she was being serious or mocking him.
私も言い忘れていたけど。
She icily eyed them before turning away, and in a voice even colder than her gaze, stated,
まだ認めていないから。
Her frigid departure seemed to forebode the many difficulties that lay ahead.
たく、往生際が悪い。
Aoko leaned back on the sofa while hurling abusive epithets. Her face looked even more irritated than
見
usual.
逃すのとここに住まわせるのは別問題よって。じゃあそれ以外にどんな方法があるってのよ。譲る気もなさそうだし。この分じゃ実力行使に出るかもね、あの子。
Soujuurou threw a wary glance at Aoko while she grumbled. He wondered what Alice's show of defiance meant, shattering the glass bottle like she did.
宗十郎には記憶をなくしてもらうってことで話はつけたけど、心の底から納得してないってことでしょ。アリスにしちゃ珍しく他人を意識してたけど、やっぱりここに住まわせるとなると難しいみたい。寝てる分には良かったけど、起きてるあんたを見たらこう、えも言わぬ自虐心を刺激されたとかさ。気をつけてね、宗十郎。あの子、あんたを殺しに来るかもしれないから。
If anything, Aoko's warning was an indication that persuading Alice had hit a dead end.
なんか状況はあの夜からあまり変わってないようだね、青崎。
She shot him an unconcerned look in reply.
そうじゃないぞ。青崎の次はあの子がやる気満々じゃないか。さっきみたいな目にあったら逃げることもできない。こういうの生殺しって言うんじゃないか。
そうならないように努力するのね。ま、アリスの理由は遊園地の時ほど切迫したものじゃないから、そのうち諦めてくれるとは思うんだけど。
青崎の時とは違うアリスの理由？
ええ。遊園地の時は秘密厳守のためだったけど、それは一応解決してる。あんたが底抜けに律儀なやつだってのは、アリスだってもう分かってるし。なんで、秘密厳守うんぬんであそこまで反対する理由はないの。あの子は単にね、ここに住んでほしくないだけなのよ。それだけで、アリスはあんたを殺したがってる。
She said so matter-of-factly, her eyes cold and serious. Soujuurou had stopped for a trace of deceit or exaggeration, but alas.
確かにあの子はそんな素振りだったけど、変だね。それならもっと他の手段を取ればいいのに。
Perhaps feeling guilty about putting Alice out, Soujuurou looked uncharacteristically concerned. Aoko immediately knew what his words really meant.
例えば、記憶を消す魔術が見つかるまで、さっきの小瓶の中に閉じ込めておくとか？
The apathy in her voice, until now, was gone. Soujuurou answered with a simple nod. In truth, it was undoubtedly the easiest solution for all parties concerned. However,
宗十郎、私、約束は破らないの。覚えておいて。
she hated taking the easy way out, and that quiet fury was clear in her soft words. As for where that fury was directed, Soujuurou was acutely aware. The pain in his chest made him regret making her say those words.
すまない。考えが足りなかった。
His sudden apology caused her usual sullen expression to return. Aoko had not appreciated how angry she was, let alone the reason for it. To her, his apology came out of nowhere.
あんたって、ほんとわかんないわね。なんでそこで謝るのよ。
She stared at Soujuurou, unblinking.
あれ？そうだな。自分でもよくわからない。多分、そういう気分になったからだろう。
Even in saying he was not sure, Soujuurou had answered honestly. Aoko was at a loss for words.
ただ、青崎の言いたいことは分かった。約束を守るっていうことは、結果じゃなく、家庭を守るってことなんだな。
He shot her a brazenly honest smile. That smiling face, filled with blissful ignorance, almost made her smile back instinctively.
当たり前じゃない。オチだけ合ってればいいなんて恥ずかしくてできないでしょ。
Aoko attempted to cover up her embarrassment with a quick retort. Though unintentionally having her true feelings exposed like that made Aoko a little uncomfortable. Finding offense in something was second nature for Aoko. Being made to feel uncomfortable was not. Though far from being unhappy at the remark, she turned away from its speaker. To disguise her perceived shame, Aoko started up the conversation again.
あなたを見逃すって言うなら、気持ちの問題じゃなくて、ちゃんと状況もそうなるようにするのは当たり前なの。宗十郎をここに住まわせることが、あの約束を守ることになるんなら、厄介なアリスだって言い伏せるわよ。脅かすだけならまだしも、ずっと瓶付けなんてさせられるわけないでしょ。
そっか。青崎があの子を説得しない素振りなのは、もうできるだけの説得をした後だからなのか。
This fucking face.
あ、それで彼女とは冷戦中なんだ。
別にあんたのためじゃないわ。私は私のために約束を守ってるだけだし。お察しの通り、私のやるべきことはもう終わってるし。あとはそっちが努力する番だから、勝手にすれば。
Eh? He replied, tilting his head. He doesn't get the fucking expression.
あのね、いい？同居案を何とか認めさせることができるのは私だけだから、2日間ぶっ通しでアリスを言い伏せもした。けどそれ以上は無理。私、ここから先はノータッチだから。しばらくはアリスから守ってあげるけど、その間にあの子にあんたを認めさせることは、あんたにしかできないんだからね、宗十郎。
なんとSoujuurou had not expected that at all. Alice Kuonji, the girl in black who kept everyone at arm's length. If Aoko was a modern-day mage in hiding, then Alice was a bona fide witch from the Middle Ages.
青崎、君、自分がどれだけ難しいことを言ってるか分かってるか？
そうね。私もこの件に関してだけは同情するわ。
Aoko stood up from the sofa. This was the end of the discussion, at least for now.
私たちがどんな人間かはおおよそ分かったでしょ。魔術に関してはこれ以上立ち入らない方があんたのためだから、説明はここまでね。で、肝心の今後の方針だけど、3ヶ月間ここで暮らす。当初の目標というより最初の試練は、なんとかアリスに同居人として認めてもらうこと。
試練って言った。今そういう類のことを言った。
ごまかしてもいいことないでしょ、この手のことは。うまくいかなきゃ粉々なわけだし。
With her cold-blooded remark, Aoko started walking for the door.
あ、そうそう。宗十郎の部屋だけど、3階に用意しといたから。2階のホールの裏側に階段があるから使って。ここは寮ってわけでもないし、時間は自由に使いなさい。ただし、西館にだけは入らないようにね。 東館は私が借りてるから比較的安全だけど、それでも歩き回らない方が無難だわ。ま、基本安全なのはあんたの部屋とここだけよ。
中の説明ってまさかそれだけ？青崎はいろいろおかしい。魔術なんかよりもっと大事な説明があると思う。
He desperately called out to her as she began to leave the drawing room. Aoko could not help but pity Soujuurou.
せめてほら、案内とか。
面倒なんでパス。おのぼりさんを案内するなんて2回もやれば十分よ。起きたばっかりだし、とりあえず今日は部屋で休んだら。朝になったら学校まで案内してあげるから。もっとも、私もそう暇じゃなし。そばについてあげられるのは、期末試験が終わるまでってことで。1週間以内にアリスと仲良くなるなり、弱みを握るなりしないと、まあ、あれよね。
With barely a wave goodbye, the student council tyrant walked out. He unconsciously clenched the hand he had raised. Left all alone, he was at a complete loss. Then, as if to encourage him, chirp, chirp, chirp! With the sound of lightly fluttering wings, a blue robin appeared out of nowhere. The tiny, chubby bird innocently looked at Soujuurou up and down. The blue robin, a bird said to bring happiness according to folklore, flapped its wings as if to cheer him on. Then, with a flutter, it mercilessly flicked off the lights. Leaving Soujuurou alone in the drawing room, Aoko returned to her bedroom. She closed the door to her room, and as soon as she sat on her bed, she was overcome by an unexpected wave of exhaustion. Soujuurou had no way of knowing, but she had been preparing for war. In the event that Alice impulsively pulled out a ploy, Aoko had been ready to react in an instant. She sighed heavily, but not from the fatigue she felt fighting with Alice.
ちょっと突っぱねすぎたか?
She frowned a dejected frown. What weighed on Aoko's mind was not Alice.
でも甘くするのはあいつのためにならないし。基本おとなしくしてもらった方がいいわけだし。
It would be trouble if he wandered around like he owned the place after all. The safest thing for him to do would be if he holed up in his room, too scared out of his wits to leave it.
青崎は味方だなんて勘違いされても困るしね。アリス同様、人手なし扱いされた方が楽だわ。
She nodded to herself, agreeing with her take on the situation. For the most part, it was a sound plan. If there were a problem, it would be this.
すまない青崎。一つ聞きたいことがあるんだが。
Not 10 minutes had passed since leaving him in the drawing room. For Soujuurou to shirk off what he had just said and visit her room so fast, it was like he had no sense of danger at all.
実は外に出たいんだ。
Of course he would ask to leave the house. Aoko lacked the energy for a sarcastic barb.
洋館の中は歩き回らないし、用を済ませたらきちんと戻ってくる。ただ、門限とかあったら聞いておこうと思って。
でも、アルバイトには行くのよね。
How did you know? Soujuurou exclaimed in surprise, when it was Aoko who desired to display her shock at him.
まあいいわ。基本、午後10時まで。その時間には必ず屋敷にいること。その後は夜勤に出かけるなり、庭でバーベキューするなり、何でも好きにしていい。それと、玄関に鍵はかかってないから。
気のせいじゃなければだけど、青崎、すごく怒ってないか？
あんた相手に気を使った自分に呆れ果ててるだけよ。外に出るのはいいけど、その前にこの錠剤飲んで。
ん？
Soujuurou took the purple pill from her outstretched hand and dubiously put it in his mouth. He told himself that it must have been some kind of medicine.
それじゃあ行ってくる。いろいろありがとう、青崎。
あっそ。今度は窓から出ていかないでよね。
Soujuurou laughed himself all the way to the foyer, unsure of what exactly he had found funny. Aoko watched him go, both indifferent and amazed all at once.
予定が半日早まっただけか。あの薬を飲ませるの、明日の朝にしてあげようと思ったのに。
She huffed, ruffling her hair in exasperation, and returned to her room. Discerning what made Soujuurou tick was a waste of brain matter. In all likeliness, it was more concerned about missing 2 days of work than his own well-being after being bedridden for 2 days. What was the pill? With the day's work behind him, Soujuurou returned to the mansion.
よし。どこを探しても、2階のホールから上がれる階段はここだけだ。
It was just before midnight. This was the scene that awaited him beyond the rickety staircase.
ほう。
Not much surprise, Soujuurou, or rather being surprised, had become normal to him. This scene, however, was enough to leave him speechless. The room allotted to Soujuurou, no matter how he looked at it, no matter how he ran it through his mind, was without a shadow of a doubt an attic. The treatment stirred a tinge of anxiety in him. Just as he was about to flop onto the taut sheets of his bed, pondering if he could make this work despite his share of other problems, he noticed an awkward courtesy, so meager as to be useless.
寒かったら重ねて使うこと。これはサービスとする。
The message in the memo pointed to a meticulous personality of the author. The bed had been perfectly prepared, carefully setting aside the blanket that had been painstakingly placed on the edge of the bed for him in case he needed it. He looked up at the sky. Though faint, the stars twinkled through the skylight. For a mountain boy, that meager light was more than enough for him. The stark contrast with the drawing room had caught him off guard, but now that he collected himself, it wasn't so bad. This room fit his personality. Even if he was not used to the building, he felt more at ease here than he did in any building in the city. Perhaps because it was built on a hill surrounded by woods. The atmosphere here was closer to that of the mountains where he used to live.
あ、でも、家の中に霧が出るのはどうなんだろう。
He crooked his neck, pondering over the spectacle he had witnessed. On the way to his room, Soujuurou had encountered what looked like fog in the foyer on the second floor. Uh-oh. The misty fog drifted into a portion of the corridor, reminding him of a swarm of locusts. As he stared at it, he swore he could have made out a strange landscape. And as he moved closer to get a better look, again, out of nowhere, here inside of the mansion, a little blue bird darted purposely in front of him.
鳥?
The bird caught his attention, stopping him in his tracks. When he looked to check on the fog again, the strange scene had disappeared.
この家、隙間でもあるのかな。明日青崎に聞いてみるか。
Bro went from the classy guest room to a fucking attic. The attic looks like something out of fucking like what Harry Potter used to sleep in under the fucking stairs. Huh. So obviously something with Alice, I guess, because the bird was like trying to prevent him from going near it. Interesting. The house is haunted. In all honesty, you have to give Soujuurou the fact that it's understandable that this is a confusing situation. He is functionally a prisoner, but how does it work exactly? So him asking if he can leave / go to work is pretty normal. No, yeah, that part. I mean, it's just also just fits his fucking personality. He wanted to check if he had a curfew. This house must have a draft. I'll ask Aozaki about it tomorrow. He muttered to himself as he sat on the bed. Meager as it was, the starlight peeping in through the skylight calmed him.
これなら。
Exhaling slowly, he laid down. For the time being, he had the essentials needed to live, and his bed was many times softer than it appeared. Thinking his worries seemed smaller than they were, he quickly drifted off to sleep. That was the story of from when he opened his eyes to when he fell asleep. Just like that, the short night following the long night was over. For one thing was true. Soujuurou was an optimist to a fault, but it wasn't the end of the world. Now, let us rewind 5 hours prior to this glutton for punishment going to bed. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, just after the unproductive discussion between the two mages and the boy had ended. Leaving her roommate and the intruder in the drawing room, the girl walked alone through the foyer. From there, she headed to the West Wing. These were Alice Kuonji's personal chambers, in which even her roommate Aoko Aozaki seldom dared to ever step foot in. The foyer was illuminated only by pale moonlight. Hard footsteps echoed through the dreary, moonlit lobby. In such mansions in Japan, there was no custom for removing shoes at the door. Hence, Alice crossed the foyer in her boots. She only removed them when she relaxed in the bedroom. Suddenly, she remembered something from her childhood. She used to enjoy the feeling of the cold hardwood floor on her bare feet, and would walk around the foyer on particularly sunny days. After her father affectionately scolded her for it, she never did it again.
そうだったわね。青子は結局守らなかった。
She let out a quiet sigh. Alice's new roommate, whom she took on after coming to Japan, would not comply with her instructions.
落ち着かないものはしょうがない。
Aoko would say, changing into her slippers. Aoko might have found it natural to do, given that she had lived in a typical Japanese household throughout middle school, but every time Alice heard her flip-flopping through the foyer, she wanted to cancel their cohabitation. By now, Alice was not particularly bothered by it anymore. Human adaptability was remarkable at times, ungracious as others. And ungracious at others, the emotional attachments of the past had proved far too brittle under the weight of reality. A little blue bird was perched on the banister. Its tiny chirping made Alice stop and look its way.
今夜は放っておくわ。今は青子の問題よ。
The lack of feeling in her voice made the bird tilt its head and sang, "Tweet, tweet, tweet!" It trilled, and though questioning its master's uncharacteristic leniency,
約束は約束よ。今夜ぐらいは多めに見ないと。青子と彼はそれだけの活躍をしたのだし。
she said to the bird, her voice betraying her discontent, "If you win, I'll let her go." She would keep that promise, in spite of the unquenchable desire to fight it. It burned in her chest.
でも、その後の処遇は別の話。条件付きのゲームに勝ったぐらいで、いつまでも得意げでいられるのは心外だわ。
Perhaps it was perfectionism born from... What is that? Fastidiousness? What the fuck? Fastidiousness. What? Where's the pronunciation of this shit?
Fastidiousness.
Fastidiousness. Extreme attention to detail. Fastidiousness. The fuck? Perhaps it was perfectionism born of fastidiousness, but despite her prim demeanor, Alice Kuonji was a sore loser. It did not matter to her whose magecraft was superior. Losing the game had proven hard to move on from. The little bird fluttered its wings in agreement, drinking in Alice's contempt. It was itching to dive bomb the invader. It looked like a soldier saluting a superior officer as it preened itself. The blue bird turned to face its master. Tweet, 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 tweet. Its light-hearted tweeting seemed to display a desire to deal with Soujuurou first thing in the morning.
そうね。理由さえできたのなら、瓶なり本なりに入ってもらいましょう。
A book? Except her words lacked any bite. On the face of it, they were the chilling kind one might come to expect from a witch's lips. But then again, so tame as to remind you of a certain robin's flapping.
しばらくの話よ。けど、それも一時だけ。私の我慢も長くは続かないし。だいたい、青子も人にかまけていられる立場じゃないわ。5日もすれば思い知るでしょう。そうすれば。
When that time came, expelling him would be simple. Alice was well aware her roommate was a pragmatist with no vision. The situation she'd created would not allow her to wait around. She could only afford to protect that boy for 3 or 4 days at most. Beyond that, Alice sensed Aoko would crack and say something like, "You take care of this, Alice."
それまで待つか。あるいは、私の我慢が効かなくなるか。どちらにしても、結果は変わらないわ。
Alice Kuonji would suffer no more irritations. And protecting a witness, let alone allowing them to live in her mansion, was indignity. Oh, there's the fog that he saw or whatever. Alice looked up, fascinated by the dense fog that had crawled into the foyer. Above the fireplace was a single mirror. Roughly 3 feet in diameter, it decorated the wall where one might find a painting. Its surface was faintly clouded and vaguely reflected the foyer's appearance.
スナークをなくした影響でしょうね。鏡の機能、しばらくは制御できないみたい。
The fuck does that mean? The little bird joyfully chirped at its master's mumbling. The bird attempted to imply that there was no need for her to lift a finger, not if the nuisance would fall into the mirror of its own accord. Or perhaps, oh, something was trying to get in. That's what that was, huh? Something from outside was trying to get in, and it's one of their traps went off, I think. Had the little bird had not sang, Alice would have come to the same conclusion. For some reason, she recalled an earlier conversation.
これでも一番無難だと思う。
The fog was the mirror? What do you mean? What was the shit in the mirror then? The little flowers or whatever? How about now? Still think this is the safest option? In response to her question, the boy inside the bottle shrugged his shoulders and answered. From his perspective, the city and the mansion were no different. It seemed that having just moved from the countryside, everything was something he had never seen before.
自慢できることじゃないが、まだ書き物さえ満足にできないし、都会のルールは複雑すぎて、何が正しいのかさえ区別がつかない。
More than embarrassment, his voice was full of resentment. He was angry about something, though Alice could not tell what. But
だから、どこにいても危ないことに変わりはないんだ。極端な話、道を歩くだけでも、人と話すだけでも不安になる。俺は、どこでだろうとうまくやっていける保証はないんだよ。けど、ここにはそんな奴に気を使ってくれる人がいる。気遣ってくれる理由は物騒なものっぽいけど、それは本当に贅沢なことだと思うんだ。
her eyes welled up ever so slightly. Those soft words were something she could not brush off, because they made sense to her. Given that everything in the city was a danger to him, nothing had changed after coming to the mansion. In reality, he had no reason to fear this place in particular. If anything was different from the outside, it would be that someone here was his ally. With that view, he had been entirely sincere. His explanation hadn't contained any flattery towards Alice Kuonji, nor pandering to Aoko Aozaki. He was simply speaking from the heart. I like it here.
今、鏡に迷い込まれるのは迷惑ね。鏡の機能は侵入者の探索に専念させたいし、彼が迷い込みそうになったら止めてあげて。
Oh, okay. So he was gonna walk into the mirror and the robin stopped him off of Alice's orders. Got it. The bird shook its feathers at her strange instruction. Alice looked away from the mirror and continued her walk. The bird chirped in
あなた
protest.
の仕事よ、ロビン。それぐらいの役には立って。
Leaving the bird with that icy retort, she vanished into the west wing. All that remained was the moonlight, and the little blue bird trembling at a perilous prospect of unprecedented change. Well, at least the little robin follows orders, I guess. All right, that was the end of Chapter 6. Chapter 6, nice to meet you. All scenarios read. All right, Chapter 7 is Are You For Real? We're going to save there and save that for next time. Pretty good so far. Chapter 5B was crazy, man. That shit was so good. And the plot thickens. What's going to happen? Just because I know that, like, obviously we're going to run into Aoko's sister again. I did want to correct myself in one of the earlier streams. I think it was the first stream. I had mentioned that I thought, or my understanding of Aoko's sister, Aoko Aozaki, was that she was a mage hunter from the association. I forgot what that was called. What's the name of the association, or the title that, like, Bazette has, the mage hunters? I forgot what they're called, but I had thought that Aoko Aozaki was part of the association. I was wrong. I actually had to fucking look it up again to find out, like, what they actually were. I didn't dive too deep into it because I don't want to spoil myself on anything, but I was curious, like, what they were actually called and what their the ceiling designation enforcer. Yeah. Toko is a target of the ceiling designation enforcers, and so that kind of brings it a little bit more into perspective. And maybe she seemingly ran away from the family because she knew she was a target, or not. She must possess some kind of unique magecraft that the clock tower wants, though, because that's what they do with the ceiling designation enforcers. Hunt down mages that have very unique magecraft or very unique magical circuits, very unique mystic eyes, very unique brains, something like that. They capture them, cut them up, and, like, they literally seal their body part that is unique for study, whether it be their magical circuits, their brain, their mystic eye, etc. And so Toko is being hunted by them, and so seemingly Toko has something that is very unique. I don't know what it is. I know she can manipulate puppets, and so seemingly the one that looks like Aoko that they fought was one that was created by her sister. And she's clearly in the town because what's his name? Soujuurou ran into her, but we haven't seen her since, and so I'm sure the plot's gonna thicken a little bit more with her. You will see. Won't need to speculate. This is in the past for most titles, though. She may or may not have the ceiling designation. Yeah, correct. Yeah, you have a point. Because I only knew that from Lord Elmalloy in the case files, which is, like, way in the future. And she would have been, like, hella old then, because this is in the 80s, too, so... Yeah, I don't know. I guess it could be different timelines as well, who knows? Either different timelines, or maybe she did something similar to what because at the end of Heaven's Feel, what she does to Shiro is she puts Shiro's, they go to her puppet shop, I think, or whatever, right? and they carry Shiro's soul that they used the Ilia had used the Grail's magic to grant a wish to Shiro, I want to live. And they materialized his soul. That's how they allowed him to live, because his body was breaking down in that moment. They materialized his soul, and then eventually they make their way to the two sisters, Rin and Sakura, make their way to the Aoko Aozaki shop, and I believe they put his soul inside of a puppet, right? And so maybe she did the same thing with her body or something too. Possibility, considering she's still alive in the El Malloy files when she has the what's it called, sealing designation on her. I only know that from the Case Files movie, because I remember that being at the end of the movie, and that's when I found out what a sealing designation enforcer was. And she's in K. I know she's in K and K too, and that's like a different timeline. So yeah, it might just be different timeline shenanigans. I don't know, but yeah, worth making note of. Anyways, yeah, I don't want to speculate too hard. We'll get back into this within the next couple days. Like I said, I'm planning on finishing what's it called? The Witch on the Holy Night FGO collab starts Monday, I think. Today is Saturday. I believe the collab actually starts Monday, and I would like to get into the collab story like the second week at some point. And so within the next week, we should be finishing this up. We just finished chapter 6. There's 13 chapters total. We'll probably do 4 more streams, because we'll do chapter 7 and 8 next chapter, I think. Or 7, 8, and 9? Did I say 7, 8, 9? I don't know. I think we'll do 2 or 3 more streams to finish the whole thing. Or 8's gonna be long, isn't it? Because there's a 0.5 to 8. We'll probably do 7 and 8 next stream, because there's a 0.5, right? So we'll do 7 and 8 next stream, maybe. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Are you planning on pulling for Aoko or Alice? Yeah. I'm very excited to pull for Aoko, because there's a cool maybe I'll just show you, Waka. Do you know about the team comp that you can do with her, where she just face cards all the waves? And I definitely spoiled myself on her NP, but I already knew about her in the red hair anyway. So like the NP animation was like a little bit of a spoiler, I guess, but I knew about her in the red hair for a while, because she shows up in Tsukihime with the red hair, right? I've seen this scene with her. She's the one that gives Shiki the glasses, I think. And so I had known about that forever, because that's like a pretty widely known type moon fact. I just don't know the context to it. Let me show you the Aoko farming, because I saw this video like a year or 2 ago, and I was like, oh, this looks fucking fun. Alright, so here's the FGO thing you do. 7 and 8 next stream, 8.5 and 9 after that. We could do that too. Here's the team comp I want to do though. So the way you play the way you do Aoko farming in FGO that looked really fun is you have to have an interesting set of characters here. You have to have Summer BB, because Summer BB has the ability to lock your cards, right, for 3 turns. It locks your hand of cards for 3 turns. CL has a unique ability. I hope I'm saying her name right. CL. CL has a unique ability to make it so the other teammates besides her don't have any cards in their hand, or don't have their cards in your hand for that turn. And so what you do is you use Seal's ability to get rid of BB and Koyanskaya's cards. And so it's only Seal's cards. Then you plug suit out her for Aoko, and so it's all Aoko cards in your hand. Then you lock that hand with BB, and Aoko's Noble Phantasm makes it so her Buster card is AoE, and then you can face card Buster Farm for 3 turns because you're gonna have for 3 turns because of the BB skill, you're gonna have only Aoko face cards for 3 turns. It looks, and the extras AoE too. So this looks like a pretty fun way to farm. Where's the audio? Is it muted? I might have muted the tab. Yeah, I did.
懺悔は済みましたか？やってやるわ。今度こそ決める。え、そのように。失礼。イノベーション始めます。
As many copies of Seal as possible, so my farming is just gonna be Seal as the DPS instead. Hell yeah.
最新の魔法を見せてあげる。あれね、サポートして。
See, this Noble Phantasm, I guess I'll just say it just because I've seen the animation, but the Noble Phantasm looks crazy, man. I'm so ready for this.
告げる。青を示す名において。ノット、セイン、ファイト、タイムレス、ワン。
And all I can imagine, like, I just want to say, like, I don't want to speculate too hard, but it seemed like she's like, you know, the movie Anything Everywhere All at Once? Like, how I imagine it is she's, like, literally combining herself from every single fucking timeline together to be able to, like, become some supreme being. That sounds fucking crazy, man. Like, that's just what it makes me think of as Everything Everywhere All at Once, is the Noble Phantasm. But don't tell me what it is. I am excited for that scene. And I have no context of like what the fuck's happening. Seems sick though. And then yeah, her buster cards become AoE, see? Boom! And then this soundtrack too. That's basically what Zelrex's second magic is, yeah, the timeline one. Being able to observe timeline.
乗ってきたわね。ついてこれる？
Her extra attacks are reference to her super attacks in Melty Blood? That's sick. They always go ham with the cool animations. Or the references. There's always cool references in their animations. Oh, and then when she's in this form, her Noble Phantasm then becomes the what we just witnessed in 5. In chapter 5. That's really cool. And now we know that one, yeah. That's cool. Very cool. Yeah, I'm excited to summon for her. She seems like a really fun unit if you have the supporting units to allow her to do that 3-turn farming, but I do have those, or I don't have Seal, obviously, but I do have a Summer BB and Koi and Skya ready to go. So it seems like a fun loop to do. But yeah, I'm excited to get the context for everything there. All right. That is going to have to do it, though, chat. Let's go ahead and save. And that's going to do it for this stream. Next stream should be in the next couple days. And yeah, we'll probably do chapter 7 and 8, and then 8.5 and 9. And then I know I kind of want to combine 11 and the final chapter together, because that'll be a good one, because it looked like chapter 12 looked like it was like 4 hours, and then chapter 13, the final one, is pretty short. And so I don't want to do the final chapter on its own. And I kind of don't want to include the extra stuff with it either. So like doing just chapter 12, I would like to combine 12 and 13 if we can figure out a way to, but I can probably just go longer. Like, we might be able to do, like, 7 and 8. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Chapter 12's a 2-parter. Still, I think I'd rather do 12 and 13 together and just make that, like, the long finale. Because that's, like, 6 hours if we go all of 12 and all of 13. Make that work. But yeah, that is gonna have to do it for this stream, chat. 6 hours in. It was a really good time. I loved Chapter 5B. That was definitely... I had high expectations for it because it seemed like... I had seen the trailer, obviously. I kind of knew that she was going to do the crazy spell. I knew that was coming. I just didn't have the context for everything that was going down. Definitely did not know she was going to shoot the moon. That was new to me because, as you guys know, I kind of thought she was going to shoot the Ferris wheel or some shit. I thought the Ferris wheel was the monster, but no, she shot the fucking moon, dude. That's crazy. And then the little moment of respite right afterwards, the cute moment with her and Soujuurou where she thought he had a crush on her. He's like, I like you, I just don't like you. She knocked his ass out. Oh my god. Amazing. She blew up the moon. Criminal assault, indeed. Oh, fucking funny, man. Oh, amazing. Nasu, goated writer, man. I fucking love this guy. The writing and the art is so fucking good too. The music, cinema, amazing experience. Yeah, I like it a lot. All right, that's gonna have to do it though. Thanks for watching, everybody. If you're watching on YouTube, leave a thumbs up. If you can't think of a comment and you would like to support the channel because engagement helps me out, likes and comments help the channel out a lot. If you can't think of a comment and you would like to leave one, you can leave the comment. She blew up the moon? Question mark? Explanation point. She blew up the moon? Or just any comment you want, but if you can't think of a comment, you could leave that one maybe. All right, thanks so much for watching, everybody. I love you all so much. Chat, say bye, YouTube, and I will catch you all in the next stream. Like I said, YouTube audience, leave a like, leave a comment down below. It really helps me out, and it will push... It's a free way to support the channel because engagement will help push the video out there to others in the algorithm, so I would really appreciate it. But thanks so much for watching, everybody. Love y'all, and I will catch you in the next stream. Bye-bye!